of any kind, please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
Commissioner Melgar.
Here.
And Commissioner Moore.
Here.
We do expect Commissioners Richards and Johnson to arrive shortly and Commissioner Fong to be absent today. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Items 1A and B for case numbers 2014-002181 MAP and PCA and CUA, Planning Code and Zoning Map Amendments and Conditional Use Authorization for 2670 Gary Boulevard are proposed for continuance to July 13th, 2017. Item 2, case number 2013.1330 DRP at 1900 Mission Street, discretionary review is proposed for continuance to July 6th, 2017. Commissioners, further under your regular calendar, items 11A and B for case numbers 2013.1037C at 650 Divisadero Street, conditional use authorization and rear yard modification are proposed for continuance to September 28th, 2017. And under your discretionary review calendar, Commissioners, item 15 for case number 2015-003686 DRP-07 for 437 Hoffman Avenue is proposed for continuance to September 14th, 2017. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards to those items.
Thank you, Jonas. Any members of the public who would like to speak on the items being proposed for continuance? At this point, we're not hearing the item, just kind of whether we should continue it or not. So, okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jen with Neighbors United, a local neighborhood activism group, and I support the continuance for 650 Divisadero. We would really love, the community would really love to have a meeting with Supervisor Breed's office and discuss a lot of the proposals we've come up with over the past couple years, actually, on what would be workable with the community. We're absolutely for having more buildings. We just want them to have affordable housing in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Moore.
Move to continue items 1 through 3 added to this item 11A and B, and item 15 to the dates noted.
Just to clarify, it's items 1 through 2. 1 and 2, not 3.
I am sorry, I misread. 1 and
Okay.
2, you're correct.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then to continue all items as proposed, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 4-0. If the acting zoning administrator could continue item 11B.
I also continue item 11B to the date specified.
Thank you. Commissioners, that'll place us on commission matters. Item 3, consideration of adoption draft minutes for June 1st, 2017.
Any public comment on the draft minutes? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Supervisor, did you have a comment on the minute? Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to adopt the minutes for June 1st, 2017, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 4-0. It places us on item 4, Commission comments and questions.
Seeing none, we can move to the next item.
Very good.
Oh,
Department.
Commissioner Moore, did you have a comment?
Yeah, there was an interesting article in yesterday's paper. Again, it needs perhaps qualification, but it stated that the Uber and Lyft impact on San Francisco traffic is about 15%. That would ultimately require further detailed specification why and how and where, but I thought that the number itself was very interesting and quite alarming, given that we are still working on the assumption that transit first is the policy by which we plan.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. We can move on to department matters. Item 5, Director's announcements.
Thank you, Jonas. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just a couple of announcements today that I wanted to bring to your attention regarding Connect SF. Connect SF is the Transportation Vision program that we are managing with our partners at the MTA and the CTA. This is a multi-year effort looking at a 50-year land use and transportation vision, I should say, for the city, based on land use projections, based on a number of public meetings, and there's a short memo in your packet today about it. But the reason I bring it up today is for twofold. One is the first of our task force meetings is next week. It's a very large task force that we've been working very hard on over the last few months to assemble. Commissioners Hillis and Johnson, and Richards, excuse me, Commissioner Hillis and Richards are on that task force. And the first of those is next week. There will be a series of public meetings after that, and a second task force meeting in the fall. It will be, this effort is an important kind of long-term thinking about transportation, and it will serve as a kind of guide for many of the other transportation planning efforts, such as the update of the transportation element, the subway vision, the CTA's 2050 transportation plan, and so on. So we're excited to be in doing this work. It's the most involved that the department has been on transportation work for a long time, and we believe it's an important piece of work for the city to embark on. Secondly, I'd like to introduce you to our new manager of that program, Doug Johnson. Doug's joined us from many years at the MTC. Doug managed the Planned Bay Area program for MTC, has a long history with transportation planning in the region, and has hit the ground running and is doing a great job in getting organized for next week's task force. And as you see, Peter Albert is in the audience as well. Peter held that position for the last few months in transition, and so we thank Peter again for his many years of service in helping us through this transition. So thanks to Peter and welcome to Doug. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it'll place us on item 6, review of past events of the Board of Supervisors. There is no Board of Appeals report, and the Historic Preservation Commission did not meet yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs. Quick report for you this week. Both the inclusionary affordable housing fee and the accessory dwelling unit ordinances were continued at land use to June 19th and June 26th, respectively. At the full board, the Article 7 ordinance was slightly delayed again. The ordinance had to be amended to incorporate changes to the planning code that were made by other recent amendments to the code. So at the Board of Supervisors meeting this week, the Article 7 ordinance was amended with these clerical changes and passed its first read as an amended ordinance. It will receive its second read next week. And the Compton's Transgender Cultural District, sponsored by Supervisors Kim, Peskin, Safai, and Sheehy, was adopted, and there were no new introductions this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Starr. Any questions? Thanks, Jonas.
Okay, seeing none, we can move on to general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I have no speaker cards.
Ms. Clark.
Hi, Laura Clark, YIMBY Action. I wanted to make sure you guys all got a copy of Randy Shaw's great article about the attempted downzoning in Berkeley and give you a little bit of an update. One of my favorite quotes from the article, which I think has a lot of resonance for us here in San Francisco, is, "Why would a city known for environmental leadership support anti-housing policies that boost suburban sprawl and longer commutes, policies that raise housing costs overall and fail to account for students' need to live in the city?" Another really great one that might have some resonance here. Anti-housing activists in Berkeley and other cities have no plan to accommodate population growth. Some attack smart growth and infill housing because they see these principles as supporting new housing. They prefer dumb growth that subjects workers to long commutes and adds sprawl. This has a lot of importance for you guys in understanding what we're up against and how the entire Bay Area is suffering from a chronic housing shortage and how every community seems to be determined to make the same error over and over and over again. We have 101 municipalities that chronically underbuild housing. San Francisco doesn't have to be one of them. We can take this bull by the horn. We can upzone while Berkeley is downzoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
How you doing, Gregory Santee? This is my first time ever speaking. Basically, so I don't know if, excuse my unprofessionalism, if any at all. I am representing, I'm a resident at the Civic Center Hotel, and I am opposing the project that is going up with, I guess it's the One Market Street building. I have been living there.
Sir, we're going to take that matter up, and you can speak to that matter when it's called.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But we're taking the EIR up. We're having comments on the draft EIR, right?
Well, and the project itself.
No, it's One Oak. He was talking about,
He's not talking about One Oak,
Oh, you're not? I'm sorry. What is, he's not talking about?
about the one.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
but
Come on up.
1629 Market, it's item
Oh.
number 8.
Okay, so 1629 Market.
So we will take the EIR up on item
EIR,
number
but
8.
yeah, I'm-
But if you want to talk on the project itself,
Yeah,
now's the time during general public comment. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I'm taking the right steps or not. Basically, I've been living there 13 years, never been late on rent one time in 13 years. I have put in incident reports and tried to, do things in a real respective manner as far as the cleanliness of the management that has just taken over a year or two ago. There's feces on the walls and the doors and on the ceilings or the windowsills. I have tried to address these issues as properly as possible. I do not believe that this company should be building up buildings around us when they cannot properly keep this one specific building clean. I do not damage or destroy any part of this building. It is really a nasty situation. They incorporate a commercial company called Clean Master to come in and Service Master, excuse me, to come in and facilitate the cleanliness of this building. It is really a nasty situation. There was another young lady, Maria. She used to clean the building. She's 55 years of age, short young lady, Spanish lady, awesome, absolutely beautiful, and there's never a complaint at all. Now this is she was not. Working for any type of commercial company at all. And so point being is she just worked for the tenants, the management of, before, which used to be Bell Thacker, and his, terrible management company as well. But point being is it's a real nuisance, and, I've tried to do things right, and then I went to go get my incident reports today, and they don't have them. They threw them out. They're not keeping them in the file, and they took me to the San Francisco psych ward so that the doctor could take a look at me and ask me if I was crazy because why I was being persistent about getting my incident report so that I can take this to this hearing and show you that I have done all I could do to live in a clean environment. And they took me to the psych ward to see if I was crazy to try to prevent me from coming to this hearing today. And so that is absolutely ridiculous. And that is the level of tyranny that I'm dealing with, you know what I mean? And that's ridiculous. So I don't know what I can do. I guess some time's up for some, but you know what I mean? So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any additional general public comment? And just, we forgot to mention, and I think Commissioner Moore suggested this, and I think we'll do this. We'll close today's meeting in memory of the victims of the recent shooting at the UPS facility.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to the regular calendar. Item 7 for case number 2017-001061 PCA-04, Inclusionary Affordable Housing Program Ordinance Planning Code Amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anne Marie Rogers, Planning Department staff. Before you today, again, is a very important and complicated ordinance that you are well familiar with. For the benefit of the public, I'll just let them know that this hearing today is following a hearing that you had on April 27th, where you made many recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, and we will review those recommendations as well as the current status of the ordinance. The ordinance has been amended since your hearing, and because some of those modifications were material modifications that have not been previously considered by the Commission, the Planning Code requires that you hold this hearing today to consider additional recommendations on those. And we've got some other minor technical amendments that we would like to discuss with you. So joining us today, I believe Supervisor Kim will be here later. She's currently in the Budget Committee hearing, but she intends to join us. And at this moment, I'd like to yield to Supervisor Safai.
Thank you. Welcome, Supervisor.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it. I'll be brief. I know you have a long agenda always. I just wanted to give you a quick update, and if there was any questions that you had for us, we're happy to inform you and the public on that. We're really happy that this process has been, it's been iterative. There's been a lot of input. There's been a lot of strong community voices and community interest groups involved in this overall conversation about coming up with a positive result for our inclusionary housing policies. And as you all know, this is something that started in the 90s, was passed for the first time as mandatory in 2002. So this is not an easy piece of legislation or easy policy to update. But I'm very proud to say that both Supervisor Kim, Peskin, Supervisor Breed, and myself have been involved in some really strong ongoing conversations with folks represented from labor, organized labor, and building trades, folks represented from the development community, folks from the nonprofit affordable housing community, and many other different interest groups have been involved either at the table or sending in their comments and concerns. And so we had two dueling pieces of legislation, and we will be back at the Planning Commission on Monday with one piece of legislation. And there is still a little bit more work that needs to be done around fees and some other issues that we're tweaking, and we're working with our city attorney, Kate Stacy, and her team has done a phenomenal job in this process. It's been very tedious. There were two, when you take two and put it into one, there's always going to be pieces that you might miss. But we stayed true to feasibility. That was a really strong guiding principle throughout the whole conversation. We appreciated the comments, suggestions, and ideas that you gave us the last time around. We really wanted to do something special as it pertained to workforce and middle-class housing for the first time and expand the definition of what is affordable in San Francisco to hit home on that missing middle that the planning department did a phenomenal job through John Ram's leadership and his staff of really providing us with information over the last number of months to really hit that missing middle. But also, while at the same time staying true to our principles of fighting for low-income housing as well. So we created 3 bands. You all know about those bands, the 55, 80, 110 on the rental side. We've adjusted it on the home ownership side to 80, 105, and 120. And without going into all the specific details, I know you guys have had an opportunity to do that. Just wanted to give you the broad strokes. We also, another broad stroke that there was consensus on, and I think that's another guiding principle that we've really tried to push for in this legislation, is driving as much of affordable housing on site. That was a really important aspect of our conversation and negotiations. And then finally, working for the first time, and this has been an overarching theme in our conversations, both at the board and here at the Planning Commission, the idea of unit mix and how you really incorporate in more family-style units. So there's some larger principles that I know Supervisor Yee and others from the Planning Department put forward on a citywide level. We incorporated those into Home SF, which, by the way, was a really nice complementary piece of legislation to this. Supervisor Tang is also a sponsor of our compromise legislation, but she and I work together along with many other people to make sure that the two balance one another out. So the bedroom mix is also meant to kind of graduate as you get more density and more height and more affordability, then you're doing more 2 and 3 bedrooms. So those were the kind of guiding principles. I really commend Supervisor Kim and Peskin and Breed and Tang and everyone that's been involved on the board side to really meet the principle of putting together a compromise measure. And our goal is to have something that is unanimous, as was Home SF. So that's my update today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Commissioner
Yes.
Moore.
Supervisor, thank you for being here. I may have misunderstood you, but you spoke about having another meeting on Monday and coming back to the commission?
No.
I misunderstood you.
Our drafted compromise piece of legislation has been continued a few times at the Land Use Committee, and we will be there to introduce once and for all the finally drafted piece this coming Monday. But we don't believe that there will be anything material in there that would cause us to come back to the Planning Commission in the future. We feel like we've heard your recommendation. We've incorporated in those recommendations, and nothing that we have going forward should be material to come back.
So we are here to support you in where you are.
I hope so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Supervisor Safai? No.
Okay. And thank you guys again for your suggestions, comments, and input on this. It's been very helpful.
And thank you for getting us to this point.
All right.
We appreciate it.
And I think Supervisor Kim's coming up at some point, I understand. So.
Okay. Next item.
C, 7.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you about some proposed changes that you've heard quite a bit about to Section 415 of the Planning Code, the Inclusionary Affordable Housing Program. Great, got the overhead. As Anne Marie and as Supervisor Safai mentioned, we are primarily here today to talk about some material modifications to the amendments that have been introduced subsequent to your last hearing on this on April 27th. I'm going to run through those as well as just to give a quick refresher on what the recommendations consisted of, and then go into some recommendations from staff regarding the material modifications, as well as some additional technical and implementation recommendations that staff found on review. So I appear to be going backwards in the slides somehow. That's fun. Okay, so the inclusionary program, just really briefly, once again, since 2002, 4,600 affordable units in San Francisco through this program. That includes about 2,600 that are on-site, and the remainder coming from the $210 million in the affordable housing fee that has been collected through this program over those years. That accounts for about 20%. 1 in 5 of every below-market rate unit in San Francisco is through this program. So I want to emphasize it is an important program. It is also a program that allows us to achieve those 4,600 units and the units in the future without any public subsidy, and it allows us to target whatever income level is deemed appropriate. In terms of the process to date, last June 2016, here we are in June 2017, happy anniversary to Proposition C, just about exactly 12 months. I don't have any cake, but we'll just have to all celebrate on our own. But here we are 12 months later. Proposition C set temporary requirements and left it to the board to set permanent requirements. That's what will be back at the Land Use Commission committee on Monday. Following Proposition C from July to February of this year, we had the Technical Advisory Committee advising the controller on the economic feasibility study, which was required by Proposition C to determine what would be the maximum economically feasible requirement. Following that, we had a series of 3 hearings here with you all at the Commission, ending up on April 27th, where you gave your recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on the specifics. Then at the May 22nd Land Use Committee hearing at the Board of Supervisors, we had the consensus ordinance introduced, and that's what we're going to be talking about primarily today. So again, in summary, the recommendations from way back at the end of April, if we can all think back that far, were to, again, to really stick with what the maximum feasible amount was for the on-site and off-site requirements. The consensus ordinance basically keeps to that, really with the exception of the affordable housing fee, which would be set at levels that are higher than the economically feasible amount. I would also note that the consensus ordinance would start at 18% on-site and 20% on-site for condos, but begin increasing those numbers as of January 1st of the coming year, 2018. So I put an asterisk on there mentioning that these numbers are really only in effect, would be in effect between now and the end of this calendar year. The Commission also recommended an increase, just as I just mentioned, however, that annual increase to the requirement should be not beginning until at least 2 years have passed after the effective date of the ordinance, and that it should be a 1% increase every other year. We have a little bit of a different structure in the consensus ordinance about the increases, as I said, beginning earlier than the recommendation, but also starting with a 1% per year increase for 2018 and 2019, which would go all to the low-income tier. And then after that, a 0.5% increase every year starting in 2020, split between that middle and the upper tier of the AMI. So it sort of skews the increase to the lower end at the beginning, and then over time would gain at the moderate and middle income levels. Also, the Commission recommended some pretty specific guidelines about when the rate is determined and when it sunsets and when it's reset. Those are pretty much in the consensus ordinance with a little bit of a change I'll get to later in our recommendations, mostly about when you set that rate. On the affordable housing fee, Commission recommended switching to a per gross square footage basis and updating the methodology to capture the actual cost to construct. The ordinance actually doesn't have any changes right now to the way the fee would be assessed or calculated, but rather directs the Technical Advisory Committee and the controller to reconvene to conduct a study between now and the end of the calendar year to determine what the appropriate methodology should be for the affordable housing fee. So that'll be to be determined through that process. On the income levels, as Supervisor Safai indicated, the consensus ordinance really does stick to the same concepts we discussed here at length at the Planning Commission, 3 tiers, going from 55, 80 to 110 AMI for the rental side, and a little bit different on the condo side, 80, 105, and up to 130% AMI, pretty similar to the ranges that were discussed here at the Commission. Regarding the state density bonus and grandfathering, I just want to touch on these briefly. We did discuss these as well. With the state bonus law, both the recommendations from Commission and the consensus ordinance are the same. We would have the affordable housing fee applying to bonus units, and we would also have these additional reporting and reasonable documentation requirements for the planning department. There's no change there. In terms of grandfathering, in a nutshell, the Commission recommended that for pipeline projects, the requirements for those projects should be within the feasible amount. Also recommended that we should have additional grandfathering clarification about all the other provisions of Section 415 beyond just the requirements. So the consensus ordinance does apply some rates that would be above the feasible amount, particularly to certain projects in our urban mixed-use districts in the eastern neighborhoods, and to projects that are over 120 feet in height anywhere in the city. They would have the 30% or 33% fees attached to those, even for pipeline projects. And there was still no grandfathering provisions for the other provisions of 415, such as the 3 AMI tiers or the difference between rental and condo, these things that were new after Proposition C. On the dwelling unit mix requirements, again, the Commission really recommended that we should have a requirement for a certain number of 3-bedroom units included within the overall requirement for large units, and also that we were talking at the time about only applying this requirement to larger projects of over 25 units. So the consensus ordinance has morphed a little bit from that, which is to apply these dwelling unit mix requirements outside of our plan areas to both smaller and larger projects. It also was written in a way that was a little bit open to interpretation about whether it was 10% of 3 bedrooms within the 25% requirement or on top of. And so we'll come back to that in our recommendations. Finally, the last piece, the additional feasibility studies. This was in the ordinances that were before you, the requirement to have additional feasibility studies to determine if there should be a higher inclusionary requirement after a significant upzoning. The Commission recommended that not kick in only kick in for upzonings that happen after the ordinance comes into effect. The current ordinance has that coming into effect for any upzoning after January 5th, 2015. So some retroactive application on these additional studies. All right, so this is a quick list of the material modifications that are in the consensus ordinance that were identified by staff. So first and foremost, the dwelling unit mix, as I mentioned, applying this now to smaller projects. There's also a requirement around minimum unit sizes that are different from the state TCAC minimums that were previously discussed here at the Commission. The third item that was a material modification was the prohibition of providing below market rate studio units for households above 100% of area median income. That was not a concept that had previously been discussed or considered at the Commission. There was also a provision regarding what happens if a project demolishes or converts or any other way gets rid of an affordable unit. One of the proposals before you had a provision that said, okay, you have to replace those rent-controlled or otherwise affordable units but not exceed your inclusionary requirement. The way it's currently written, you would have to meet your inclusionary requirement and also replace any other unit. So that amount could be significantly higher than whatever the 415 requirement is, depending on the case. Number 5, there is some mention of some specific areas of the city which would have different inclusionary requirements applied to them other than the citywide rate. That, of course, is a new concept that was not considered by the Commission previously. And finally, the fee requirements, as I mentioned, being above the feasible level, because the requirement would be for state bonus units to pay that fee, staff wanted to flag that this could be seen as a disincentive to use the state density bonus law, which of course would be a new concept we had not previously considered. So let me go through the staff recommendations on these material modifications. On the dwelling unit mix, again, as I mentioned, the main issue there is that now that we're talking about smaller projects, we wanted to look at that a little bit more closely because those are the projects that would have a little bit more difficulty meeting the bedroom mix requirement. So the recommendation is simply to clarify the language that it is meant to say it's a 25% large unit requirement with 10% of those being 3-bedroom units as opposed to 2-bedroom units, rather than it being a total of 35%. Again, this would apply to all the residential districts in the city outside of our eastern neighborhoods, Market Octavia, other area plans. On the second one, closely related, the minimum unit sizes. So the commission, as well as the board at the Land Use Committee, had stated that the desire was to have the statewide TCAC minimum sizes for affordable units incorporated into the planning code. What we have in the current ordinance is a set of, rather than referencing TCAC, it actually has the square footage minimums in there. Those are out of date. Those are no longer the numbers in the statewide requirements. And so the staff recommendation would be to set those minimum requirements by referencing the statewide requirements rather than locking something in that hasn't had really a lot of analysis or discussion previously. The numbers that are in there now are about 100 square feet larger than those new TCAC numbers. Across the board, we can look at those numbers in more detail if you have questions, of course. Second couple of pieces here on material modifications, this issue of studio units. So the current ordinance says you can not place a household that's making more than 100% of AMI in a studio unit. The staff looked at this and we realized, because planning, of course, is responsible for designating what the inclusionary units are, we realized that this could have kind of an unintended outcome of making it so that you really would not be able to place, there basically wouldn't be enough BMR units available to place low-income households in larger family-sized units, because you would have to be concentrating them all into the studio units, because you can't put the higher income households into the smaller units. So it would make it a little bit harder for us to actually be able to provide the family-sized units to the low-income households, which make up the majority of the BMR slots. So our recommendation is simply to remove that piece, and we would just go around evenly distributing the units across all income levels. That would be the recommendation. Secondly, regarding the specific area requirements, there's language in the current ordinance that for certain areas, including the Mission, including two portions of SOMA, the NCT, it's like 6th Street, and I forget what the other street is off the top of my head, and the Tenderloin, would basically have the requirements of Proposition C and then some, rather than the new citywide requirements. So you would have a situation where the citywide requirement for rental, for example, would be 18% on-site, and in the Mission it would be 25% on-site. Specifically, the way that it's written is it references ongoing work by the planning department to determine what the appropriate rate should be in these neighborhoods. So the issue is that that work is not ongoing at the moment. We can certainly study those issues, but the recommendation from planning is that if there is going to be any differentiation between a citywide requirement and area-specific requirements, that should be determined after the appropriate study has been conducted, rather than prior to the appropriate study being conducted. And I would also remind, of course, that the controller's feasibility study, which was required by Proposition C, did apply to the entire city. And there was no findings from the controller that there would be any reason to assume that would not be applicable for the entire city. So the last two on the material modifications, this issue of the replacement of affordable units, as I said, simply the recommendation from planning is to make clear that in no case should the project have to provide more than the inclusionary requirement. So if you have to replace some rent-controlled units, that would be within your 18% or your 20% or whatever it is, rather than on top of that number. I would also note that there's a lot of other procedures and discretion around when we remove residential units when there's a new development. So it's not as if this is the only part of the code that would govern our ability to look at when we're removing rent-controlled units or other types of units. Finally, regarding the fee and the state bonus, as I said, the issue really is that because state bonus units are going to have to pay the affordable housing fee, if that fee level is above the feasible amount, you could be disincentivizing projects from using the state bonus. I should also clarify that the state bonus can actually be invoked by a project and used to get all of the concessions and waivers from our planning code that projects are entitled to by state law, even if that project does not ultimately provide the bonus units. Because our inclusionary rate is already high enough to trigger this ability of projects to use the state bonus law, by having a rate that makes it infeasible to actually build those units, you would sort of be sending a signal to projects to go ahead and use the state bonus law that they're entitled to because of Section 415 to get out of our planning code requirements without even getting the bonus units. So that was concerning to planning department staff and maybe not a fully intended consequence of that language being in the code. So we really have two kind of ways that we could take this, two recommendations for your consideration. One would simply, of course, to set the fee at the feasible rate. The other option would be to say, all right, let's look at what the rate should be for the fee, the 30 and 33%. At the same time, we're doing this study with the TAC that is now required in the ordinance that's happening between now and the end of the year to determine the methodology. So there's a couple ways to look at that, but we did want to surface that issue. It hadn't come up before. And then just very quickly, if I can go through a few just really technical amendments just to kind of clean this up so that Planning Department can implement this effectively over the coming years. First, regarding the grandfathering, as we previously mentioned, staff's recommendation would be for everything other than the percentage requirements that Prop C laid forth for pipeline projects, we should just make clear when the new rules apply and when they don't. So the recommendation is, yes, sir.
I know Supervisor Kim is here, and so can we just pause for a minute, Jacob? Because I know she wants to get back. She's come out of a committee meeting and you want to go back. So we can give you the floor if you'd like now. Go Warriors. Thank you,
Couldn't be
Jacob.
at the parade, but we can still celebrate at
can.
Budget Committee. Thank you for letting me come in. Actually, I'm really here just to answer any questions that commissioners may have on the combined proposal. It is, a product of weeks of negotiations, and there's still a couple of small details that remain that we are still working out. But we are really excited to move this forward. It is one legislation coming from the Board of Supervisors. We have agreed to start our on-site inclusionary at 18%, but are really excited to have an aggressive schedule in terms of moving that inclusionary up. But because we want to continue to encourage our developers to build on-site, we have kept our higher off-site in lieu fee at 30 and 33%. I really just want to be here to answer any questions that commissioners may have.
Any questions at this point?
Great. Well, we look forward to your support. I do think that there are a couple of remaining questions that we have on a number of issues. One actually major one is on size of BMR units. We are looking at adequate studio minimum size, but also to ensure, our current legislation allows developers to build 90% of the size of market rate units. And I think that is a discussion point that the supervisors are having about whether we will keep that in exchange for going to the larger the smaller TCAP unit minimum size. We are also looking at the other open end is, of course, figuring out how we can ensure that AB 915 passes. We want to make sure that developers are building inclusionary with the density bonus units, which we will support moving forward. So we look forward to your support on AB 915 as well.
Great. Commissioner Moore.
I have a question for you, Supervisor, and thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Some of the things we discussed way back when in April obviously now have gone through the consensus discussion and the battles that inevitably occur when two people have different positions or two parties have different positions on certain issues. For example, picking one here, replacement of affordable units. The issue is replacement requirement above inclusionary requirement exceeds maximum feasibility requirement, and the recommendation that staff is giving us count any replacement affordable units within the inclusionary requirement. For example, it would take an hour, 2 or 3 or 4 to discuss the pros and cons. When this is in front of us, could you please explain to us the positions you arrived at given what's in front of us?
Well, I think that there is general overall consensus that when you demolish existing rent-controlled or rent-protected units, that we don't include that as part of your feasibility of whether you can build on that site. Both this commission and this Board of Supervisors actually has really discouraged the demolition of rent-controlled units because this is a decreasing housing stock, and often the portion of our housing stock that both working class and middle class households depend upon. And so it's our expectation that if a developer is removing units from the protected category to build new development, that they will replace those units one for one on top of their inclusionary requirement.
So it's a deterrent, basically saying watch for demolition, and if you do, you have to anticipate higher participation?
It's not clear to me whether it's a deterrent, but it is an assurance that we will not be losing those units in our housing balance count, and that we continue to have those protected units. We do have developers, I know, for example, in the district that I represent, where there is a proposal to demolish existing rent-controlled units, and they are offering to replace those one for one on top of the inclusionary requirements. So it certainly is feasible for some developers to do so.
Okay, just thank you for answering that. I mean, I could run a whole bunch of other things by you and
I'm
probably
sure.
get the answers I want. But
I'm sure Commissioner Moore.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I was going to get into this with the commissioners, but since you had started on that topic, so I guess since you mentioned AB 915, I'll mention just a few other bills that sort of address amending or repealing Costa-Hawkins, which would then allow you to put rent control on new development. Has that been discussed amongst the supervisors as impacting? Okay.
No, we have not had that discussion yet, although we are aware of, moves at Sacramento to amend Costa-Hawkins.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there was one last point that I was going to make on top of AB 915 that I forgot to, and this is just your guidance on the inclusion of studios at the highest AMIs. This has been a point of debate between the supervisors, but we know that as studios rise at AMI level, particularly at home ownership, that they start to come very close to market rate. And so we would love your guidance in terms of what AMI levels we should allow studio homeownership to be included at. And so we would love your advice and guidance on that as well.
Great. Commissioner Moore.
Specific area requirements, obviously vulnerable neighborhoods like the Tenderloin and south of Market are within your district. Could you briefly speak about the idea that specific area requirements would apply to at least 4 or 5 districts as were reported to us?
Excuse me, could you repeat that last part?
There were about 4 or 5 districts which would fall under the specific area requirements and would be excluded from those considerations.
So this is the Mission, this is the
Tenderloin, South.
Tenderloin and 6th Street,
Market,
NCT.
And NCT, yes.
Yeah. Yes, so they would remain at the Prop C level. With further study.
We're basically supposed to consider that everybody's equal, and so we're kind of caught in between. Some of us believe that for the time being that is a correct policy, and others might think you need to treat everybody equally, so you come into the start block with Prop C, and you need to do it the same for everybody.
This was a point of debate, again, amongst the supervisors as well. There were advocates that really believed that certain neighborhoods are seeing are taking the particular brunt in gentrification, and there are concerns about the displacement of our working class communities in the Mission and in the Tenderloin in particular. And so the advocates had asked for an additional protection, but also to ask developers to meet a higher standard of affordable housing in these neighborhoods. And that was part of the compromise agreement, was that we would excise these 3 neighborhood areas, but also ask the planning department to do further study on what is the appropriate level for those neighborhoods.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because us coming back to that general basic different policy, it's almost like backseat quarterbacking when you already have created a consensus around that subject matter. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of hard for me to second guess that and say, oh, I feel better about it should apply equally to all. It's my personal opinion I'm expressing here. But when consensus has been reached, it's very difficult to come and comment again, because in a way the train has left the station.
Well, our ordinance really tries to embody many of the values and principles of a lot of different thinkers and stakeholders in this inclusionary policy, and that is what is reflected before the Commission today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, for hearing this item many, many times. It really is big, wide, sweeping changes to our inclusionary policy, and so your guidance and advice, comments are very appreciated.
Great. And thank you very much for taking the time and all your work on
Thank
this.
you, and thank you, Director Ram.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Great. So as I was just going to go through the kind of technical and implementation items that we found, I would also just say that, I do recognize it's a little bit unusual for us to be coming back to the commission after the board has gone so far through their negotiations. But, we reviewed this. There were a lot of substantial changes. And as staff, as public servants, we did feel it was very important to follow the rules and be sure that we came here to have a public discussion about some of these large changes that we had not previously had a chance to discuss in your prior 3 hearings. So we're very appreciative of everybody's time and know that everyone has already done a lot of thinking on this item. Appreciate everyone's efforts there. So as I was saying, we had some technical items that we caught. Hopefully none of these are showstoppers. Can I get the slides back up, please? The first is relating to grandfathering. As I said, Proposition C established what would happen for pipeline projects in terms of what is their overall requirement. You're 12%, you're 13.5%, so on and so forth. That makes sense. There's no proposal to change that, simply that we should specify whether or not the new AMI tiers, the difference between condo and rental, other provisions like that would apply or not. So the recommendation is that if you started your development process with your environmental application before January 12th of 2016, you would be under the old rules before Proposition C, except for those incremental increases Prop C set forth. And if you're after 2016, you would be going by all the new provisions of Section 415. Related to that is, okay, because the requirements are going to be increasing on the schedule of annual increases, when do you determine that rate and when would it sunset if you are taking too long? So the proposal currently has the requirement being set at the time of entitlement, and then there would be 30 months, and then if you don't have a site permit or a building permit, your rate would be reset to the rate of the day. The recommendation from staff is to be consistent with other planning department policies and also to give staff the ability to provide clarity and certainty to the public and to project sponsors as early in the process as possible. That we stick with the commission recommendation, which was to determine the requirement at the time of the environmental application. Then you would have 30 months after the entitlement before a first construction document. It was also important, just from a technical point of view, to reference the first construction document as the relevant trigger, because that is more specific than saying site permit or building permit. So here's a couple of other ones. Going back to I don't know, 6th grade math, maybe rounding. It still is important. So we have to actually figure out how these percentages translate into whole numbers of units, because of course nobody's going to live in 0.8 of a unit or 0.2 of a unit. So we're simply noting that because there are the 3 tiers, and that was a new concept for us, our code wasn't set up to say, what happens if you round each of the 3 tiers and it adds up to more than 18 or more than 20? So this is simply, and that would happen in a few cases, especially for projects that are lower than 50 units, which is where they'd actually probably be the most sensitive to the requirement. So the recommendation is simply to clarify, in no case would the total number of BMR units required under Section 415 exceed what the requirement is, 18, 19, 20%, whatever it may be. You could have cases where a project has an 18% requirement and winds up providing 20% BMR units just because of the cumulative rounding within the 3 tiers. Finally, neighborhood profile map. So in the ordinance, as per your recommendation, there would be a requirement that the city look at whether or not a BMR unit is within 20% of the market rate in any neighborhood, in that neighborhood, so that we're not providing BMR units that are close or above what the market rate is in any circumstance. So the ordinance simply references a planning department map, the neighborhood groups map, which would be the map we would use to determine the neighborhoods. We have a lot of maps at the planning department. That simply is not the correct one for a demographic analysis, and we're just correcting the reference to this map, which is our American Community Survey neighborhood profile boundaries map. This is what we use for our demographic and market analysis, and it's really handy because it matches census tracks to neighborhoods that we actually would find familiar and relevant in San Francisco. So that's a pretty technical change. And then finally, we also had another technical change that was brought to us by our colleagues in the Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure, the successor to the redevelopment agency. We have the Transbay redevelopment area, which is governed by the Transbay redevelopment plan and state law. And that sets forth specific affordability requirements within that area. The way the planning code is set up right now, there's a section 249.28 which specifies how we deal with the Transbay area. And at one part, it references Section 415. Well, because Section 415 has changed, OCII asked us, could we suggest some language to clarify how it applies? So that language was at the end of your packet, and this is what the request was. The code would be amended there to specify that the higher of the 15% requirement in the Transbay Plan or the 415 requirement would apply. So in all cases, that would be the higher requirement from Section 415. Also to specify that all the inclusionary must be on site as per the redevelopment plan. So on site only there. And also that the AMIs would have to be 100% for condo and 60% for rental. That's what's in the redevelopment plan. So those are just coming to us from our colleagues at OCII to convey to you. With that, I'd like to thank you again for your time. We're here for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll first open this item up for public comment. Jonas, do you have any speaker cards on this? No speaker cards, but folks are willing to, or welcome to comment. Please line up on the screen side of the room. Go ahead, Doe, you can approach.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sorry. Todd David on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. Just wanted to thank all the supervisors for their work to, kind of come to this compromise piece of legislation. Our view on this has not changed. We are supportive of any legislation that is within the economic feasibility parameters that were set out by the Technical Advisory Committee. And so, we definitely have some concerns about some of the fees that have gone above that, especially the in lieu fees. Let's be clear that will cost the Mayor's Office of Housing money. And one of the nice things about money that goes to the Mayor's Office of Housing is that can be leveraged with tax breaks and dollars. So I kind of would like to understand, I understand that the desire is to have on-site inclusionary, which makes sense in a lot of cases. Some cases it doesn't. So I just think that kind of choosing that percentage outside of the Technical Advisory Committee economic feasible range, probably it would be helpful, I think, if there was a little bit more understanding as to why that was chosen in that way. The other thing that which we've said before, is that we definitely have concerns about raising the inclusionary percentage without there being any type of metrics talking about, are we being successful in creating housing? And so to just raise it a percent a year or 0.5% without there being any discussion on kind of how we're deciding whether this is being successful is concerning. And that is, kind of our position. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for looking at these changes. We appreciate the supervisor's work and we appreciate your advice. We've had a number of conversations here about neighborhood AMI. And with regard to the using the American Community Survey, I would like to point out that covers very broad area. I've looked at selected parts of that, and you can see in one block, the AMIs can be 20,000, 30,000, and the next block can be 100,000. So if there's some way that you can recommend that the Board of Supervisors or your purview and the Planning Department's purview take into account that if you just go by the large neighborhood defined in that survey, you could be gentrifying by putting rent pressure or raising home prices in adjacent blocks to a project. Thank you. Please consider that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Cohen, Council of Community Housing Organizations. And it has been a very long process indeed. And thinking about 2002, when inclusionary was first put into place, it's been an extremely long process, but the policy has withstood time and has gotten essentially incrementally better. And it's getting more complicated, but I would argue that's better. Out of Prop C last June, there was a very in-the-weeds technical advisory committee process, and as you see now, the compromise proposal is staying within those parameters for the baseline. But I think what's just as important is that we now have a dynamic inclusionary policy that is going to annually adjust. As one of the political problems we had, if not a policy problem, for 5 years is that inclusionary was stuck. And we've tended to have the situation we fix it based on a certain set of conditions, political and market, and then it's stuck there until there's some break, and that tends to be very disruptive in so many ways. So we now have something that's a lot smoother, and it still has checkpoints. It still has an opportunity every 3 or 5 years to look at the Nexus study, to do a whole new feasibility test. But along the way, it's smooth, and I think that's a very important change. The income targeting was something that had to be worked out, but it frankly landed in a good place. You heard from Supervisor Safai. We now have a spread that reaches the widening range of folks who frankly need affordable housing because they've been shut out of the real estate market. So I think that actually ended up in a good place. We also have an a sort of a pricing cap. Because one of the things that we discovered as you start getting into that upper tier, you could actually have BMRs that are near market rate, depending on where you are in the city. So we codified within the legislation the ability to ensure that those are minimum 20% below market. So below market units are actually below market. Again, just a fine point, but it's key. 3 big things that you brought up today, I just want to point to. The issue about the fee, we heard the previous speaker talk about nervousness about the fee. There is going to be a technical advisory committee 2.0. So this, again, is kind of pushed to the tack to get into those weeds and figure out the real precision of that fee level. But the charge is that the fee should have some equivalency to the cost of on-site units. That's something that our program has not had for years and years as the market conditions have changed. And so it's moved a number of developments towards feeing out. You saw here a presentation a year and a half ago went from about 15% of projects feeing out to 35%. So you can see that equivalency is the really key point, not the precise number that's in the legislation now. And lastly is the state density bonus. Really the fee approach is temporary, should be until AB 915 is passed, let's hope it is, to simply allow inclusionary to be applied across the board. Then you're truly within the technical parameters of the controller study, and it should be all good at that point. So let's hope that passes and smooths itself out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I'm always amazed when Choo Choo argues against feeing out, because my understanding of Choo Choo is that it's an organization of nonprofit affordable developers, and the way they get paid, the way they build housing, is by feeing out. So I would have thought that we would want the Mayor's Office of Housing Trust Fund to have a lot of money in it. So I personally am neutral on whether people fee out or they build inside. There's advantages to both. I like the promoting big units. Big units are cheaper per square foot. We should have a general city policy of promoting big units. Also, it seems obvious that if you're doing a development agreement or tearing down rent-controlled housing for some other reason, that those replacements don't count as inclusionary. Like, those replacements should be straightforward rent control replacements instead of inclusionary. And it should add on. What I really want to talk about, though, is how necessary it is, now that we have data from what happened with Prop C, to do a study, see what actually happened. Voters voted for Prop C in June because they thought it was going to produce more BMR housing because the percentage was higher. But what happened is now for a year, the amount of BMR proposed has been suppressed by like a third. So I sent you guys this Medium piece yesterday, so you can see it. But, towards the end of 2015, people were proposing 3,000 units overall a year, and that went down to 900, then 600, then 300. So the actual outcome of Prop C, which was a policy that both raised the inclusionary and also created uncertainty. So the outcome of those two things is that our BMR production tanked. And so when you're thinking about, when you have feasibility studies, and that was not what the controller predicted. The controller predicted a 13% reduction, and it's been many times that. So if we can ask the TAC, the controller, he makes projections, he has models, and then to test them against reality. How are his models doing? And that'll make our feasibility studies going forward that much more productive, and it'll ensure that the policy outcome we want is the policy outcome we get. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss.
Hey, Laura Clark. I think inclusionary is not the best way to fund our affordable housing, but here we are. I want to say that we are outside of the feasibility because we are raising it in January by a full percentage, and that is not what was recommended by the TAC. It recommended 0.5% per year, and we are going outside of that, and we do not know what the results will be. But I think what you guys should take away from this, most importantly, is that we have had a citywide debate and we have decided what the inclusionary is going to be. A deal has been struck, and it is now your job to say we are not going to continue to have this case-by-case, project-by-project debate. We have made the decision. The entire city, whatever my opinion about it is, whatever Peter Cohen's opinion about it is, whatever Jane Kim's opinion about it is, we made a deal. And the deal is the deal, and we cannot continue to have the case-by-case slog that you all go through. We have, as a city, made this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Vettel for LeBron and Martel. I'm here to speak in support of the staff recommendations, and I wanted to highlight 3 in particular that I think are important. One is recommendation number 3, which would remove the prohibition on studio units with prices set at 100% of AMI or more. I think it's important to understand that, particularly for rental projects and even ownership projects, 100% of AMI pricing or rents is still a substantial reduction from market rents. So it's not as if the studio units are going to be even close to market, even at 100% of AMI. So I think that staff recommendation is an important one. Secondly, I wanted to highlight recommendation number 5, which is the recommendation that the specific neighborhoods excluded from this ordinance not be excluded from the ordinance. In particular, that I think the Tenderloin is a good example. It's very difficult to pencil feasible projects in the Tenderloin right now, and to have those projects now have an infeasible inclusionary ordinance imposed upon them before there's been any analysis makes no sense. If the city wants to look at the feasibility and desirability of having higher inclusionary requirements in the Tenderloin or the Mission, the time to do that would be after an analysis is done, not before analysis is done, particularly since the controller's study indicates that a 25% on-site requirement is not a feasible level for rental projects, and that's what's being proposed in the Tenderloin and the Mission. So I would support that staff recommendation. And then finally, I wanted to speak in support of recommendation number 7, which is to clarify the grandfathering language. Many projects relied on the trailing legislation that was adopted last year in advance of Prop C. It's important that trailing legislation be implemented consistently for all pipeline projects. I think that's the intent, but there certainly needs to be some clarifying language that staff has recommended. I think it's also a really important recommendation of staff that as the inclusionary requirements bump up for the next several years, that project sponsors have confidence when they submit their EE application that they will be subject to the level that's in effect at that time, that level in effect at that time will continue through their entitlements, and then they'll have 30 months in which to pull a first construction document before they would be subject to increased requirements. It would be very difficult for project sponsors to be able to pro forma projects if they really have no idea what the inclusionary level will be at the time they pull a first construction document, as opposed to knowing when they submit their EE application. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vettel. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Teresa Flandrick from Senior and Disability Action, also from the North Beach Tenants Committee. I'm wanting to say that I hope you will really honor and listen to Supervisor Kim and support the idea of, if there is demolition, that those units are replaced, and that in addition to that, any other buildings would be, or any other units rather, would be in addition to those that are replaced. That's really important. If you think about what we learned with the Housing Balance Report, that we are building 10 and losing 7 units, and that is lowballing it because we know of so many more units that are actually turned into luxury units in taking them out of the rent control stock. And those would be so costly that, maybe 2% of San Franciscans would be able to afford them. So if we're really talking about inclusionary housing, we need to do all that we can to include all of the workforce. And in addition to that, the studios, the price really should be less than 100% AMI. We need more family housing, but if we're going to have studios, we need to make sure that those are affordable to especially those who have been evicted from their homes, that it be affordable. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Director Ram.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thanks, everyone, for coming today and to staff for the presentation. Just wanted to clarify a couple of our recommendations and mention a few thoughts about those. One, the recommendation on the replacement of rent-controlled units and whether or not they should be in addition to the BMR. I know this commission has several times reviewed projects where you have actually made that request. And I just want to highlight that we are very concerned about maintaining rent-controlled units. So the concern and the reason for that recommendation was simply that if it takes it above feasibility, we'd be concerned about the project. But I do think that recommendation should be seen in light of other projects where you have proposed an additional replacement, if you will, of the rent-controlled unit, and I fully understand that. The second, on that issue of the studio units, I think we need to clarify why we're making the recommendation, because our concern is that it actually makes fewer large units available to low-income residents. The result, there are only so many BMR units in a building. And if all of the studio units are given to to BMR tenants, then the other units, there'll be fewer 1 and 2 and 3 bedroom units available to low-income residents. That's the basis of that recommendation. And it is really a concern that it actually makes fewer large units available to low-income residents. And that's why we are recommending that you not support that particular aspect of the current proposal. Because, again, just to clarify, if all the studio units go to low-income residents, that means fewer 1 and 2 bedrooms would go to low-income residents than would otherwise be the case. I just wanted to clarify those two provisions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll open it up to commissioner comments, questions. Commissioner Melgar.
So I had a question for the Mayor's Office of Housing, and that is, I'm worried about your pipeline in light of this, and I'm wondering if you've had time to do projections, because I know that you guys project. It takes sometimes decades to get something off the ground, and knowing the funding pipeline is really important to have accurate projections. So that was part of my question. And then, I remember your presentation back in April. You had a graph where you had like the percentage or the number of units by percentage of income, and I'm wondering if you think that this might affect that in the future in terms of how many units will be produced by nonprofit developers for the lowest income folks based on these changes.
Right. Thank you for the question. Kate Hartley, Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. First of all, I just want to say that...
By the way, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks so much. We are happy about the consensus, and we're very happy that this is moving forward. I would say that we do have a concern, however, about the fees, and the TAC recommended a lower fee level than what is in the legislation. We rely heavily on the fees, and while on-site inclusionary is a beautiful thing, it's sort of the gold standard. We want mixed income communities, we want mixed income neighborhoods, buildings, et cetera. The market doesn't take care of all our housing needs, and that's the key for us. So right now we have a pipeline full of new construction projects, and many of them are projects that in no way will be served by on-site inclusionary. And let me give you one example. 1296 Shotwell, a much celebrated project, came before you. It's the first affordable housing bonus project. It's 96 units of senior housing. It has a set aside for homeless housing. Our gap for that building is approximately $30 million. $27 million of that gap is funded by inclusionary housing fees. Now, that's we expect to fund that in fiscal 17-18. In fiscal 17-18, our Housing Trust Fund allocation for multifamily new construction development is $17.5 million. So my question is, if our inclusionary housing fees drop dramatically, how will we fund the types of units that the market doesn't fund? You know, notwithstanding the fact that we love on-site inclusionary and mixed income. So I'm hoping that we can. Thank you. I'm really hoping for a balance. The legislation does call for another round of analysis, technical analysis on how the fee should be set. But I do want to highlight how important inclusionary housing fees are to addressing the full spectrum of affordable housing needs in this city, because without them, we wouldn't be able to fund the important pipeline that we have right now. And we all know also, just one more thing, about decreasing federal investments in affordable housing. And there's only 2 programs at the state right now that we can use. One is the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program. Shotwell, for example, is not in no way competitive for those monies. So it's a very limited fund. The other program right now is No Place Like Home. That's for homeless units only. So it's a really important point, and thank you for the question.
Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, thanks again to all the staff, mayor's office, and the supervisor's work with this topic. I'm going to echo what Ms. Sonia Traus was mentioning about taking a closer look at what Prop C has done to the pipeline since its inception, and is it going to achieve us the goal that we're looking for? I think the eyes on the prize goal again is the most amount of housing units and the most amount of BMR units, and in order to get that, we might have to play around and include a little higher AMI counts into the equation. But how high are we willing to go with the percentages to sacrifice overall production? I think is a really important point to just take, the word inclusionary, and with the spirit of that word is, just including more types of incomes, single people, families, and overall creating a better result for the city. I do have one question for the staff relating to Home SF, and now that that's passed, is that going to have any effect on what's going on with Prop C? Is there any overlap? Is there anything going to kind of change now that Hope SF is approved?
Yeah. First of all, we're celebrating that Home SF passed, because the program will be developing 30% affordability, and we're seeing projects come forward actually proposing to do 30% affordability. So that's a really good sign for housing in San Francisco. And your recommendation, was to try to make sure that we did have a local program that could get a San Francisco-specific bonus program. So that is happening. How it interacts with the inclusionary legislation is that Home SF applies to all of the areas that we have not decontrolled for density. So all of the plan areas with the contemporary zoning, they can only do the state bonus program. So the interaction is really about, is the state bonus program still an effective program to get additional affordability in the plan areas? And that's part of the question before you today.
Thank
you. Just to comment on overall, I think the recommendations the planning department made are great, and I'd be supportive. The only one is this replacement, which I think you bring up, of rent control units. And I think I get the question of feasibility, but I think where we see it, where it's probably okay, and we would approve a CU to demolish rent control, is where you're building so many more units than, a 2-unit building on a larger parcel, that you're going to end up with a 25 or 30 unit building. And I think in that case, it's appropriate and probably feasible to add that other unit. So that's the only recommendation I would caution that we remove from the recommendations that are made here. On the fee issue, I get, Ms. Hartley, your issue of you need funding to do the units. I mean, I think we've got to push for additional funding, whether it's bond initiatives or parcel taxes, and not kind of, because we've got this policy goal of creating more units. So I think that I'd like to see the fee higher than, not quite equivalent to the inclusionary on-site percentage, to have a disincentive to fee out, and maybe it kind of gets triggered on these high-rise, more luxury style units that we know it's difficult to have inclusionary in because of the HOA fees and whatnot. So, I mean, I think I'd go with planning's recommendation to study that further and not necessarily recommend that fee go back to what we were at, but I think you're giving us a choice there to continue and do more study and add that to the tax. So that's where I would go on that. Commissioner Richards.
So I guess a couple of things. First, to Commissioner Campos' comments about slowing down production. I completely agree and understand that's a big concern. I think potentially the development community in face of uncertainty is kind of holding the cards closer to their vest and actually not trying to seek entitlements at this time. I think once we get this train out of the station and it's down the track a couple of miles, we really need to go back and look and say, what has the impact been? And we have to filter out the kind of macroeconomic conditions that maybe we're at we're in a downturn, but that's not the fault of Prop C. It's just the developers or global capital's money's flowing somewhere else where it's actually less risky and as profitable or more profitable. To Commissioner Hillis's points, I completely agree with his position. The only one I have a real issue would be number 4. This commission has, I think at least 2 or 3 times asked for replacement units to be above and beyond the BMR units, and I still think that's a good policy. And to be quite honest with you, if we're demolishing rent-controlled units and it's not feasible, well, the project shouldn't go forward. And that's just how I feel about it. If you can't put them above and beyond the BMR units, then go somewhere else.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that we're seem to be moving through this pretty quickly. This is like our zillionth hearing on this item. But I do think that it's important every time it comes before us to continue to put out our thoughts, because I do believe that some of the way this is structured, and I'm not sure, I don't know that it's a problem or not. I don't think this is going to be the end of it. It's not over. And not only because of we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but just the way it is right now, right? We already have a couple different elements of this proposal that are going to require having future study and going back, particularly the piece about having different inclusionary in different neighborhoods. So this is not over, and we'll be back here soon. So I'll just stick to some of the newer things and that we're talking about just for today. So I want to start off by echoing my strong support of what Commissioner Hillis just said about addressing the conundrum that MoCD finds itself in, both in supporting the concept of inclusionary, but also knowing that hurts its cause because inclusionary fees do form a good portion of the funds that they have for their pipeline. And I think I have a couple of converging thoughts on that hopefully will be helpful for this negotiation and also in the future when we continue to talk about this. So the first one is, in general, for MoCD's funding, I echo Commissioner Hillis that I think it's time to start talking about a more steady source of funds. I'm hearing an echo, so hopefully it's not my mic. A more steady source of funds that is also counter-cyclical, right? So we talk about a parcel tax, potentially a bond. We've been talking about vacancy taxes and other various different forms of fees that are spread out more broadly. So they're a little bit more progressive, and they are a little bit more steady and also counter-cyclical in that they don't just go away when the economy goes down. So I really think once we have a pause on inclusionary, that needs to be the next phase of conversation that needs to happen in the city before we're in another market down cycle and nobody has any money for anything. And then just to talk about on-site, so will fully admit that I have waffled back and forth on supporting on-site inclusionary over off-site or fee out, meaning, you know, how do you structure the fees? Like, which one do you want to incentivize? I'll admit that I've been a little bit inconsistent on that. And I think, but one thing I have hopefully been consistent on is my strong concern around on-site condo or ownership. I still see nothing about how we are making sure that the fully loaded costs of ownership are included in our reckoning of whether or not these units are affordable. For many projects, it'll be totally fine. But we've already seen a number of examples where and I look at the fact that we have the Transbay redevelopment plan area having to have on-site inclusionary. We've already seen a project in that area where the on-site ownership, the HOA fees, were more than the affordable mortgage. And we had to come back to the commission and change some laws and change some things so that we could have those units be off-site. Or have in lieu fee. And so I really am just highly concerned that we are incentivizing on-site inclusionary without a full analysis of what are those fully loaded costs. And we're doing this citywide, and so 90% of the time it'll probably be fine, but there's definitely going to be those neighborhoods where it's going to be a problem for those projects. And even if you get those units on site, people are going to get into them and not be able to afford it. So I think perhaps we might consider even more so looking at whether we want to incent in lieu or off-site when we're talking about ownership or condo ownership, because that's something that MOCD does very well in producing, larger bedroom count units off-site with those dollars that are ownership that have fewer amenities and not necessarily not nice, but fewer amenities, meaning that the HOA fees and additional costs are more affordable, and MOCD does that very, very well. And state law says you can't have someone not pay for the doorman in a super nice building downtown. So it's something that I'm still concerned about, and I hope people will address. Just a couple other things on specifically talking about today. We've gone back and forth on grandfather. We've gone back and forth on dwelling unit mix. So I'll just focus on one piece. In terms of, I think it's item 11, the last one, revising provisions regarding the termination and sunsetting reclusionary requirements. No, maybe that's not the one. Sorry, I'm looking at the one where... Yep, sunsetting of the entitlement. That's right. It is item 11. I still see nothing in there about clarifying the process for a revocation hearing. If we are going to be specifying, which is kind of a first in inclusionary discussions that I've seen, about saying that the entitlement goes away if you don't use it or lose it, we have to define what happens when you lose it. And right now, sort of nothing happens. It's sort of out there until an action is taken by the Planning Commission. So I want it to be specific that the Planning Commission will have a revocation hearing, because I don't see that in here.
Is that, if it's written, my understanding, Commissioner, is that if it's written into the ordinance specifically, you do not have to have a revocation hearing.
I thought
I think that was our recommendation, that the ordinance specifies that it would automatically go, that the inclusionary requirement would change to the current requirement. If the reason that that revocations come to you now is that it is not specified precisely in the ordinance what does happen. But if it's specified in the ordinance, I believe we can. Okay. I believe we can do it that way.
That's right. We asked ourselves the same question, and having it written in this way in the code makes it clear that it's automatic. It doesn't have to come back to you for any kind of discretionary action since we're actually writing it in.
Okay, no. But this is not. But just to clarify again, this is not sunsetting saying the inclusionary goes to whatever it is. It sunsets the entitlement. So you your CU or your LPA goes away.
Only sunsets the inclusionary rate. The underlying entitlement is unaffected. That would have to be discretionary.
Okay, hold on a second.
It just says you had a requirement of X back 4 years ago, and now it's going to be reset to Y because you feel,
Oh, no, I understand. Yeah. I just thought that what we were discussing was sunsetting of the entitlement so that people weren't thinking? Like, I thought that's what are we doing?
Well, no, so it would just be the sunsetting of the inclusionary requirement to make
Okay.
sure exactly that people aren't speculating and say, oh, let me get in the door years before I plan to actually build at a much lower rate. And then when I finally build the project, I should have given you an inclusionary rate of whatever percent higher than that. We wanted to just make sure that people wouldn't be able to, take advantage of that gap in time.
So if they came back and wanted to build a year, 6 months after their inclusionary sunset, but they still had the project entitlements, they would just have to build at the new inclusionary rate.
That's
correct?
exactly right.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess one further point, I should have brought this up when Commissioner Hillis and then Commissioner Johnson mentioned this on, we don't want to starve MOCD of money by pushing everything on, try to get everything on site. We want to actually have some more predictability so that you can actually have better planning years out, and rather than just trying to kind of figure out where off-site's going to be, where the money's going to actually go off-site or on-site. And perhaps at some point in the future, Ms. Hartley, we might want to consider kind of a blended tax on the tax, meaning if you choose to, you have to set aside a third of it to go to the mayor's office, and then if you want to do on-site, 2/3 goes on-site. There's ways to probably do this financially rather than be all or nothing. And I think a blended rate might provide some more stability to your efforts that the market can't deliver, clearly.
We definitely would like more money, too. So any old tax that works, we'll take it.
The tax on the tax.
I would just caution people to think about the history of bond measures on affordable housing in the city. We were very successful with $310 million in 2015, which is so exciting, and those projects are moving. But that money was spent like that, and we had multiple failed bond measures before that. Also, in the last election, there was a failed tax to serve homeless households. So it's to say we'll use other money is a very fraught sort of conclusion. But we would like to have additional resources.
So where I was coming from was if I'm a developer and I choose to do on-site, I only have to do kind of a 2/3 on-site, but I'm required to give you the other third.
Yes, that is
like that.
Really interesting, proposal. And right now, you can do a combination of on-site and feeing out, so that mechanism exists. And
okay.
I think perhaps as we do this additional calculation, we can think about that.
Consider it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I also forgot one last point. We were talking about adding on, if you demolish or convert rent-controlled units, adding it on to top of the inclusionary. And I made mention when Supervisor Kim was here about a number of measures of the state to revise or repeal Costa-Hawkins. And I would caution us to remember, and we've talked about this a lot, that inclusionary units, BMR, is not the same thing as rent control. And if none of those fixes for Costa-Hawkins pass, I think we need to really think about the policy behind this. I understand that people just want units on units, but rent control and BMR are not the same thing, and I just want to make sure that people are really clear about what they are getting. But that said, there are so many, and I'll call them opportunity sites, where we haven't maximized our zoning and we may have rent control. We've seen projects here where we have 2 or 3 rent-controlled units, and what's proposed is a 20-unit building, and I would say that's a net positive for the city. So there's some conflicting policy arguments here, and I think we need to continue to have them.
Commissioner Richards.
So I make a move to approve staff recommendations: number 1, dwelling unit mix; 2, minimum unit sizes; 3, BMR studio units; 5, specific area requirements; 6, fee and state bonus units; and not recommend to approve number 4, replacement of affordable units as staff recommended it.
And then the remainder 7 through 11
Yes.
also, which are the technical. And on 6, we were kind of given a choice, or was your plan to give the board a choice?
I'd like to do both.
Yeah, no, it's completely at your discretion. Those were 2 ideas we had. It's up to you to recommend to the board.
Do
as
one
you see
until you
fit.
have the study, and then once the study comes out, it should revert to what the study says.
Okay, so the recommendation would be at the level we had approved before while we do a study.
Okay.
Commissioner Moore?
I'm a little bit concerned that we spend a reasonably short amount of time discussing what may run counter to what the consensus legislation is trying to do. we were not privy to the many hours of what they did, and I kind of feel sitting on the sidelines throwing some confetti. While I agree with some of the thoughts, I do not have enough depth or comparison of the essence of the conversation to just say, yeah, 1, 2, 3 is fine, 5 is not. I personally cannot do that. There are certain things which I think are common sense, where, for example, the expertise on items 8, 9, 10 could mean clarify, correct, suggest, recommend, because that is the department's expertise, and that may have been something they should bring forward and bring it to the Board of Supervisors directly as a planning department. But for me to sit here and just pick and choose, that is not exactly the way I like to do things.
And certainly the board doesn't, as it didn't take some of our recommendations before, it doesn't have to take these. But I think we've had a lot of thought put into these by staff and, deliberation by us prior to this also. So
I agree
I'm comfortable making them.
I agree that staff has put a lot of work into it, has very clearly took positions one way or the other, and stand independent as professionals for what they think. However, just for me to jump in, and I did not agree with some of the things we decided earlier anyway, and it's not totally reflected here. I personally will not participate in a communal vote on the suggested yes or no's as you're proposing.
Commissioner Richards.
Yes, Commissioner Moore's point, we've been down this road now the third or fourth time. I completely understand her being uncomfortable, you being uncomfortable with not wanting to do it as kind of a package. I mean, these are suggested topics that I believe we could actually alert the board to say, have you thought of this, have you thought of that, really, rather than, hey, this is a hard and fast recommendation. And if, we could craft it that these are things that we recommend that they look at further, should they not, work out because of the consensus, well, at least we raised them.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Just so you know the process, obviously there has been a lot of work by the board into this, and they have taken into consideration your recommendations in the past. The new ideas are before you now. We have communicated the concerns in advance, and as you heard both Supervisor Kim and Safai say, they are working on some additional amendments, and they hope to make some more changes to Monday. So I think your recommendation, as always, is meaningful and important to the board, and they will take it or not take it as they see fit.
Did I hear a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
As I asked Supervisor Safai, just supporting them can be a no on the detailed recommendations here. I still completely support what they do. I'm glad they found consensus, because the citizens are sitting out there and saying a year is gone, as was said earlier, and nothing has happened. So I'd rather support consensus at this moment than taking specific items and trying to regurgitate them again. I just want to clarify my
And I think we're generally, most of the stuff that's come out of the consensus, we're supportive. I think, as technical details emerge, we're trying to tweak it and make it work as best as possible. Commissioner Richards.
So to Commissioner Moore's point, we sat in the executive and officers meeting and we were talking about actually waiving our right to even hear this, but staff put so much time and effort into it. I think it would be a disservice to staff to actually just say, we're going to support the consensus, but we're not going to give any additional feedback. So I feel more comfortable giving some level of feedback rather than taking a pass on it.
Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to adopt a resolution or a recommendation for approval.
Jacob, did you have 1 second?
I just wanted to clarify to the Commission Secretary, we had also the implementation and technical recommendations. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, we added those.
We added part of the
okay.
motion.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
So there's a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval of a modified ordinance and making findings of consistency as amended for the material modifications, eliminating item 4 and for 6, setting an economic feasibility affordable housing fee requirement as previously established while a study is performed, along with the implementation and technical recommendations 7 through 11. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Yep.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1, with Commissioner Moore voting against.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that'll place us on item 8 for case number 2015-005848 ENV at 1629 Market Street. This is a mixed-use project and a draft environmental impact report. Please note that written comments will be accepted to the Planning Department until 5 p.m. on June 26, 2017.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Hillis, members of the Commission. I'm Don Lewis, Planning Department staff. The item before you is the 1629 Market Street Mixed Use Project Draft Environmental Impact Report, or Draft EIR. The purpose of today's hearing is to take public comments on the adequacy, accuracy, and completeness of the draft EIR pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and San Francisco's local procedures for implementing CEQA. I am joined today by Deborah Dwyer, Senior Environmental Planner. Members of the consultant team and project team are also present. The project site fronts on the south side of Market Street between Brady and 12th Streets and includes 3 buildings, 4 surface parking lots, and a Bay Area Rapid Transit District-owned ventilation structure for their below-grade facility. The project would demolish the existing UA Local 38 building and the majority of the Lesser Brothers building, and would remove the existing surface parking lots. The project would construct 5 new buildings, a 4-story UA Local 38 building, a 10-story addition to the Lesser Brothers building, a 10-story mixed-use residential building, a 9-story mixed-use residential building, and a 6-story affordable housing building on Colton Street with up to 107 units. In addition, the Civic Center Hotel would be rehabilitated to contain residential and retail uses. Up to 316 parking spaces would be provided in a 2-level below-grade garage accessed from Stevenson and Brady Streets. The project would also create a publicly accessible open space, the Brady Open Space, as well as a publicly accessible mid-block passage from the open space to Market Street. Overall, the project would include construction of 477 residential units, some of which would be affordable, 107 affordable units in the Colton Street building, 32,800 square feet of open space, 27,300 square feet of union facility use, and 13,000 square feet of ground floor retail use. The project would require height reclassification for the Colton Street affordable housing parcel and conditional use authorization to permit development of a large lot and large non-residential use. The draft EIR concluded that the project would result in 2 significant and unavoidable impacts, including a project-specific impact to historic architectural resources and a cumulative construction impact related to transportation circulation. The draft EIR found that the impacts to archaeological resources, tribal cultural resources, noise, air quality, geology and soils, and paleontological resources could be mitigated to a less than significant level. Your hearing to receive the Historic Preservation Commission's comments on the draft EIR was held on June 7, 2017. I provided you with a copy of the HPC's letter. At the hearing, the HPC agreed that the draft EIR analyzed an appropriate range of preservation alternatives to address the significant historic resource impact on the Lesser Brothers building. Today, comments should be directed towards the adequacy and accuracy of the information contained in the draft EIR. For members of the public who wish to speak, please state your name for the record. Staff is not here to answer comments today. Comments will be transcribed and responded to in writing in the response to comments document, which will respond to comments received and make revisions to the draft EIR as appropriate. Those who are interested in commenting on the draft EIR in writing by mail or email may submit their comments to my attention at 1650 Mission Street, Suite 400, San Francisco, by 5 p.m. on June 26, 2017. After the comment period ends on June 26, the Planning Department will prepare a response to comments document, which will contain our responses to all relevant comments on the draft EIR heard today and sent in writing to the Planning Department by 5 p.m. on June 26th. This concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll open this up to public comment. I have 2 speaker cards, Josh Bourgeau, Gregory Santee.
And I will remind members of the public that this opportunity to speak is only to the accuracy and adequacy of the environmental impact report, not to the project itself.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Bourgeois. I'm with the Golden State Environmental and Social Justice Alliance. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm obviously not going to be able to give you the full scope of our comments. The comment letter, as the presenter stated earlier, is not due until the 26th, I believe. We're in the final stages of preparing our quite lengthy comment letter, and we did find several inadequacies with the draft environmental impact report. Again, I can't really even get into it today because of the time limit, but I'm just here simply to say that we are commenting on this and just for you to be on the lookout for our letter, and we look forward to hearing the responses to comments whenever it is that they go out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Gregory Santee. Yes, I don't know if I'm addressing the right area or not, but basically the impact, on the citizens it's horrible. It's horrible. This company that has taken over the Civic Center Hotel, they have totally let it, fall apart. They've done a little bit of construction, but it is an absolute filthy mess to live in. I went to the Department of Health. I went to the Department of Building Inspectors, and I've filed a complaint to have them come out and take a look. They've come out and taken a look, and nothing has changed. So I don't understand how a company that makes millions of dollars can come in and take control of a building and then not be able to maintain it in a proper manner, and then to go to the lengths where they would have the police come and take me to the psych hospital today to try to prevent me from coming to this hearing to let you know exactly what is going on. That is ridiculous. And so point being is if they cannot handle, the cleanliness of a small building like this, how are they going to be expected to build all these big buildings and control them with a commercial company that's supposed to be cleaning that is not cleaning at all? That is my problem. That is my problem with this company. And I realize, I didn't go to college, so I don't really have the wherewithal to have all the details down. And I might, but point being is there needs to be some addressing going on with this company. This company is tyrannical, in my opinion. I mean, and it should be stopped right now, in my opinion. I think that there needs to be some real. Somebody needs to take a look at this company and figure out what's going on with this company. They are going to try to evict people that have been living there for 20 years. There's people who have been living there for 20 years, 20 or 30 years. And so they want to evict them and try to move them into this other housing when these people that have been living there are very comfortable living at the Civic Center Hotel. That is a fact because I've talked to them. They don't want to move. They don't want to move out because they want to move or do whatever they'd like to do with other citizens in that hotel. I'm fine and comfortable living there. I was fine and comfortable living there before this company took over. They took over, and now it is absolutely dirty and filthy, and I'm not over-exaggerating. I can't seem to get the right people to do anything about it. And now all of a sudden this company's going to come into town, take over the Civic Center Hotel, and build these big skyscrapers. And then what we expected to provide housing for people that choose to break the law, use nasty drugs, and the list goes on. I don't do anything that would warrant, what I am complaining about. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Strauss.
Hi, my name is Sonia. I live at 7th and Natoma, so I'm here to comment really as somebody who lives a few blocks away. I'm really looking forward to this project overall. That block is mostly parking lot and then that one-story retail, which I know is technically old, but none of that retail is neighborhood serving. It's wholesale. I walk by there all the time and I'm like, this does nothing for me. But the Civic Center Hotel doesn't have to be torn down. There may be a decision that it is in the long term better to tear it down, but it really doesn't have to be. It's already like a 5-story building. It's on the corner of the lot. I know that developers hate building things in the shape of an L for some reason and really, really want a square-shaped lot, but there's a lot of land there. You could make a big, huge building, and a lot of people could live there, without disrupting people's lives in Civic Center. So just keep in mind, might be a good option. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on the draft EIR? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any commissioner comments at this time? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. As always, the environmental team does a fantastic job with the EIRs. We'll be reading it more closely and seeing if comments are warranted. Some of the comments seem valid on looking at project alternatives, but that's not usually the purview of the EIR. That will be for when we look at the project. But I'll be looking closely at the project alternatives to make sure that maintenance of the Civic Center Hotel, that alternative is sort of properly described within the EIR. But for now, good job, staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I looked closely at the historic preservation piece before seeing the letter that came in today. It's actually exceptionally comprehensive and accurate and well illustrated in comparison to some of previous other reports. So I see this moving into a very clear, well-prepared EIR as far as I can see at this moment.
Great, thank you. And a reminder that written comments will be accepted until 5 p.m. on June 26th.
Commissioners, we can move on then to items 9, 10A through G. For case numbers 2009.0159E, K, GPA, MAP, DNX, CUA, and VAR for 1500 through 1540 Market Street, also known as 1 Oak Street project. Commissioners, you'll be considering the certification of the final environmental impact report. Please note that the public hearing on the draft EIR is closed. The public comment period for the draft EIR ended on January 10th, 2017. Public comments will be received on the draft EIR at this time. However, they may not be included in the final EIR. You will also be considering the adoption of CEQA findings, the shadow determination, general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, downtown project authorization, conditional use authorization, and the acting zoning administrator will be considering a request for variance and elevator height exemption waiver. Please note to the members of the public that you'll be given one public comment period of 3 minutes for both the environmental certification of the final environmental impact report as well as the project. You may divide those 3 minutes in any way you would like to the to the final environmental impact report and or to the project.
Thank you, Jonas. What do we have? Mr. Perry, are you? Oh, the environmental, sorry.
I'll start then. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Diane Livia, Planning Staff. The item for your consideration is the certification of the EIR for the proposed 1500 to 1540 Market Street project, also known as the 1 Oak Street project, case number 2009.0159E. The proposed 1 Oak Street project consists of the demolition of all existing structures, a 3-story commercial building and a 4-story commercial office building, and removal of a parking lot on the project site at 1500 to 1540 Market Street, and construction of a new 40-story, approximately 48,000 square foot building with 310 residential units, 4,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 1 off-street loading space, and a subsurface parking garage with 136 spaces for residents. 310 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces would be provided for residents on a second-floor mezzanine, and 60 Class 2 spaces for visitors in racks on adjacent sidewalks. The proposed project would also include construction of a public plaza and a shared street within the Oak Street right-of-way and construction of several wind canopies to reduce pedestrian-level winds. The project sponsor has selected the variant to the proposed project, which was identified and covered in the DEIR. Under the selected variant, the proposed Franklin Street fire truck lane and the relocation of the Muni elevator off-site are no longer proposed. The sponsors provided updated details about the design for the proposed Oak Plaza from what was described in the draft EIR to conform with the Better Streets Plan and in response to input from the Department of Public Works. In response to public comment, the sponsor has reduced the number of project parking spaces from 155 to 136 spaces. Also in response to public comment, the project sponsor has revised the draft EIR project description to specify that the existing Market Street commercial loading zone would not be used for proposed project loading. In addition, the project sponsor has agreed to implement new improvement measures that would actively discourage use of this loading zone. The project sponsor has revised the Oak Plaza wind canopy design such that wind canopies would be installed in the plaza and one canopy would be installed on the corner of Market and Polk Streets to ensure acceptable wind conditions in public areas adjacent to the project site. The revised project would include 4 retail kiosks as part of the street furniture of the proposed Oak Plaza located along the southern facade of the 25 Van Ness Avenue building. The draft EIR was published on November 16, 2016, and had a 55-day public review period, concluding on January 10, 2017. On January 5, 2017, this commission held a public hearing on the draft EIR to take public comment. On June 1, 2017, the department published a responses to comments document, which includes responses to all substantive comments on the DEIR, as well as an accounting of the changes that have occurred in the project description since publication of the DEIR. The revisions and clarifications to the proposed project would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of any impacts that were not already identified in the DEIR, and therefore recirculation of the draft EIR is not required. The draft EIR identifies one impact that, even with mitigation, would be significant and unavoidable. Specifically, it indicates a considerable contribution to the significant cumulative construction-related transportation impacts. We request that the Commission adopt a slightly revised motion, which I have here copies, and I have some for the public as well, so there's quite a few there. The motion before you, which certifies that the contents of the report are accurate and adequate and complete, and the procedures which the final EIR was prepared with comply with the provisions of CEQA, the CEQA guidelines, and Chapter 31 of the Administrative Code. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, as are other staff.
Thank you, Ms. Livia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, President Hillis. Andrew Perry of Planning Department staff. I'm presenting today on behalf of my colleague, Tina Chang, who is on maternity leave, and a heartfelt congratulations to Tina and her growing family. The project before you today is 1540 Market Street, also known as One Oak. It has come before you a few times before, first in the form of a draft EIR on January 5th of this year, and next for the initiation of Planning Code and General Plan Amendment and initiation of legislative amendments on December 15th of last year. The proposed project would demolish 2 existing commercial structures on the project site at 1500 to 1540 Market Street, which includes a 47-space existing valet-operated on-site parking lot, in order to construct a new 304-unit, 40-story residential tower, 400 feet tall, plus a 20-foot tall parapet and 26-foot tall elevator penthouse, with ground floor commercial space and a subsurface parking garage containing 136 spaces for residents. Bicycle parking accommodating 304 Class 1 spaces would be provided for residents on the second floor mezzanine level, and 62 Class 2 spaces would be provided for visitors in bicycle racks on adjacent sidewalks. The proposed project would also include the following: construction of a public plaza and shared public way within the Oak Street right-of-way, construction of several wind canopies within the proposed plaza, and 1 wind canopy within the sidewalk at the northeast corner of Market Street and Polk Street in order to reduce pedestrian level winds. The sponsor will provide a detailed presentation regarding the design of the project, but first I would like to touch on a few of the policy and regulatory issues, as well as introduce changes to the motions. The case packet was originally published on June 1st. Last week, commissioners, you received updated motions. Today, we have additional corrected motions to be distributed. All of the corrections are non-substantive, and they are to correct syntax, clerical issues, reference that the in-kind agreement will not be heard today. Additionally, in discussion with the city attorney, if you look at condition of approval number 24 in the DNX motion, we need to strike letter H of that condition of approval, as the department should not direct DPW in that matter. In order to proceed today, the project requires several approvals by the Commission. First, the project requires the adoption of CEQA findings associated with the project following the certification of the EIR. Second, as mentioned during previous hearings, a zoning map and general plan amendment are associated with the project. Accordingly, the Commission must adopt a recommendation for the general plan amendment and planning code amendments. The amendments include a reduction of height on a small sliver of the easternmost lot, lot 1 of the block, from 400 feet to 120 feet, and an increase in height on a small sliver of the westernmost lot from 120 feet to 400 feet. This would result in no additional development potential. The general plan amendment includes amending map 3 of the Market Octavia area plan and map 5 of the downtown area plan in order to be consistent with the proposed zoning map amendments mentioned previously. Third, the Commission must grant downtown project authorization, including an exception to requirements for reduced ground level wind currents and lot coverage. In short, the department believes that the requested exceptions are warranted and meet the criteria established in the code. Fourth, the Commission must grant conditional use authorization for the project to provide parking in excess of a 0.25 ratio. The project sponsor has proposed providing parking for residential uses at a ratio of 0.45, providing 136 total off-street parking spaces. The department recommends approval of the conditional use since the project sponsor is proposing a robust transportation demand management plan meeting 100% of the target points rather than the required 50%. Elements of the TDM plan include bike share membership, bicycle repair services, multimodal wayfinding and signage, family-friendly TDM amenities to facilitate alternative modes of travel, provision of bicycle parking, and car share spaces. Finally, the project requires adoption of shadow findings, finding that based on the recommendation of the general manager and the commission of the Recreation and Parks Department, that the net new shadow on Patricia's Green, the Page and Laguna Mini Park, and the proposed 11th and Natoma Street Park will not result in an adverse impact of use of the park. In addition, the project seeks a variance from dwelling unit exposure requirements and active street frontages, and a height exemption for the elevator penthouse, which the zoning administrator will opine on after the commission deliberates. To date, staff has received 23 letters of support for the project and or associated public realm improvements from organizations and individuals, including the SF Housing Action Coalition, the SF USD Arts Center, the San Francisco Symphony and Opera, the New Conservatory Theater, Art Span, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, Local Union 22, and project sponsors in the vicinity, including those at 10 South Van Ness and 2224 Franklin. Staff also received letters from the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association and from the DuBose Triangle Neighborhood Association expressing concerns regarding the parking, wind impacts on cyclists, the inclusionary housing component of the project, and the public plaza. 5 letters were also received from individuals. Those letters were included in your case reports. However, the additional letters that were received after publishing are also available here for distribution today. That packet also includes a response from the project sponsor in response to the concerns raised by the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. The Planning Commission does not need to take action on the public art piece. However, the on-site public art proposal will be described as an informational item as part of the project sponsor's presentation today. And as mentioned, the in-kind agreement proposal will be heard at a future commission hearing date. In conclusion, the department supports the project and recommends approval with conditions. This concludes my presentation, and I will be available for questions. And I would now like to briefly turn it over to Teresa Yanga from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, who will discuss the agreement reached between the project sponsor and the city regarding the development of affordable housing units at parcels R, S, and U.
Good afternoon. Teresa Yanga from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. I'm trying to open up a PowerPoint. But in the interest of time, I will proceed. I can actually do overheads if need be.
Sure. All right, we'll proceed. So I just wanted to provide a little chronology about the Octavia Boulevard affordable housing that's tied to One Oak. Essentially, we've been working with Build Inc., the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, since late 2014, early 2015, about the development. They were originally proposing I should step back. They had applied to OEWD's RFP for parcels R and S on Octavia Boulevard. They won that particular RFP. They came to us to potentially develop those as 100% affordable, and in conjunction, potentially build our parcel U, which was a Central Freeway parcel from the redevelopment agency that got transferred to MoCD as successor housing agency. So to develop all three parcels as 100% affordable. We reviewed their proposal. We had some concerns about it. So we ultimately, in December, or about mid-2015, we requested that they instead, that we issue an RFP for this development to a nonprofit developer. Ultimately, Build Inc. Canceled their exclusive negotiating agreement with OEWD for R&S, which we were very happy to accept, because now that we could develop all three parcels at 100% affordable, to us it's far better for economies of scale, because parcel U, I'll show you a description in a second, is really small. So just a little facts about what would be on RSNU. When Build had designed some initial concepts for us, they had anticipated about 72 units of below market rate housing. Of those, there were about 16 that were going to be for transition age youth. So the community has always anticipated some transition age youth housing on the redevelopment agency's parcel U. At the request of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, we're now anticipating about 30 transition age youth housing units on at least one of those parcels, including units for parenting Tay. And Build is anticipating to be contributing about $18.8 million of the inclusionary housing fee, and rather than building them on site, as well as the required Market Octavia and Van Ness affordable housing fees. All told, that's sufficient housing for us to be able to get those 72 units built far sooner than we would anticipate. And as you heard, because of the impact of the inclusionary housing fees and the amendments to the ordinance, getting these fees with this particular project in the time frame that they're proposing is far better for us. And then what we have come to an agreement is that we will then take those fees and directly benefit the development of RSNU. So just a little site orientation. It's all within less than a half a mile from One Oak, those three parcels. As to describe RSNU, very small, of course, T's in the middle.
But right now, U is what is the city-owned parcel from under MoCD's control, and then we will be transferring RNS to our control in the near future. Just a little bit in terms of
Yes.
easier for me. Existing conditions. So these are just some proposed designs that Build had developed when they were originally going to develop all the parcels. We could accommodate some 1-bedrooms and 2-bedroom units on those small parcels. Parcel U being of the larger of the three. We're actually anticipating that to be the site for the transition age youth, because not only do the transition age youth need, although the units are small, we really need support services space, as well as 24-hour desk coverage in those. So it would be a mix between TAY as well as some small family units. The key thing for us was project timeline. So we actually are anticipating issuing the request for proposals for RS&U tomorrow, coincidentally. And we expect to be selecting the developer for those 3 parcels in early 2018, only because we're issuing a number of RFPs this summer, so that we'll have a very busy season for all the development community. Assuming that we get the impact fees from One Oak when they get their entitlements approved and their first construction documents permits pulled in July of 2018, we're hoping to get Planning Commission approvals for our parcels by October, because since all 3 sites were anticipated in the Mark Octavia EIR, we are hoping that we could get a community plan exemption or very short environmental review timeline. If all goes well and we're able to get all of our financing together, like low-income housing tax credits, we could actually start construction by July of 2019. And again, if all goes well, we could actually finish around the same time as One Oak. So that would be a very good deliverable in terms of being able to deliver those units at the same time as One Oak's luxury units at One Oak. So that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yonga. Project sponsor.
Excuse us, Commissioners, we're just getting the PowerPoint set up. Apologies. Commissioners, good afternoon. Michael Yarney, I'm a partner at Build, local Hayes Valley developer. We're happy to be here today. I have with me an army of folks on the project: Nick Rader from Snøhetta, Strachan Forgan from SCB, Steve Kuklin, our senior project manager from Build, Aaron Kennelly from the Mark Company, and Mary Murphy from Gibson Dunn, our CEQA and Land Use Council. So if any of you have detailed questions, we can also draw on those folks. So I'm going to try to go very fast, and I'm actually going to focus on the design as much as I can, because I know there's a lot of policy issues, and maybe we can get at those with questions. First priority for us has always been community engagement, and I do want to say on this project, I think it sets a new record. We've had over 88 separate meetings in the community, 2.5 years of hard work, and as I always say, these meetings are essential. You don't always get what you want, but you usually get what you need. I think someone said that once. And on that note, particularly with HV&A, We have engaged repeatedly over 2.5 years, almost 7 meetings by our count. And I think what you'll see today is we've really tried to meet them and address their concerns. And that doesn't mean that we solve we have a perfect outcome, but I think a great outcome is pretty good. As I like to say, this project is a history of breaking the wind. Eight years of this Section 148 Planning Code wind tests, multiple iterations in a wind tunnel, first up in Davis and then later in London. There's a long story here. The first architect basically failed to satisfy Section 148 standards. The story here is that after almost 2 years of wind tunnel work, and we had a great team with SCB and Snøhetta, we were able to, in 2017, finally design a building that passed the wind test. Key to that design was an elliptical form, and what you see here are some sort of abstract images of how we got to this shape. And I think what's really great about this tower, it is a direct reflection of the environmental conditions that we had to satisfy, specifically not causing any new wind hazards. In addition to the wind and to that elliptical form, we had a great interest in creating a facade that was worthy of such a notable intersection and also plays off the Civic Center, the Beaux-Arts architecture, the masonry tradition. And particularly, we really have played with this idea of a faceted precast system that captures light and a material that has solidity and feels residential. Our design is modest, too. It doesn't try to shout at you, but it has a real lovely complexity to it. You can see here an image of the window systems, and I know it's a bit washed out here. And by the way, I have a model, not a scale model, a much smaller scale model of that window system that shows the faceting. And it comes together in this pretty remarkable, and Jonas, I don't know if I'm happy to pass that around if that would help the commissioners. This system comes into a larger composure spread throughout the facade, both the base and the tower. And the complexity of this facade really is a reflection of what's going on inside, the bathrooms, the kitchens. This is an honest building. It doesn't dress up itself with the jazzy pattern. The pattern that is generated is really coming from the residential use. The tower itself, we hope, achieves the goals of that intersection, which is to have something iconic, but again, not too loud. Our tower is primarily white and masonry in look, although it has a substantial amount of glass fenestration. We think it's a great neighbor to 25 Van Ness. We think the two buildings really play off each other. We have another beautiful neighbor at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music, and we think these buildings, modern and old, really play well together. These are other perspectives, both looking down south, down Van Ness on the left, and looking eastward down Market Street, the back of the building. Oops. Excuse me. Also important to us, and really almost, and frankly, I would say even maybe more important than the tower form, is how does the ground floor of the building address the street? And our goals have been twofold. On the roof deck, to create a beautiful private roof deck for the residents, but at the ground level, to have a truly civic, transparent, and public ground floor. These are just some images of the roof deck. There's been a ton of thought into making that a livable space for the residents. But more importantly, I'd like to dwell a bit on this extraordinary opportunity to create a 16,000 square foot plaza. Our emphasis is hyper-transparent and hyper-activated, if that's a word. We have a lot of retail presence as early in the morning and as late as night as we can achieve. We have the green, our residential and or institutional lobbies. This will be a place with a lot of eyes on it. And this is one of our renderings that's just been released. If you haven't seen it on Socket site, here you go. There is a shared way. The idea is that from building face to building face, this feels as a single public room. And those groovy-looking canopy structures are actually a public art sculpture. And I'm going to try some high-tech stuff here. Oops. So you are witnessing a secret, what do you call these things? This is a study done by 2 NASA artists that we commissioned. And our goal with the canopies is to turn the invisible wave energy of wind into visible kinetic sculpture. And so we've had this extraordinary partnership with the Arts Commission and these artists. And what we're excited about is you will actually want to come to this plaza when it's windy. Because the idea is these things move slowly, but in a rhythmic wind-like pattern, and they only move when you have sufficient wind. So you'll want to be here when it's sunny and calm, and you might want to come here when it's windy. This is a perspective on Oak Street looking toward Van Ness and the future BRT station, and you get a sense of that urban room, active micro-retail plugged into the 25 Van Ness facade, and on the right, our future residential lobby, and you can see a mix of pedestrians, bikes, and automobiles, yes, automobiles, on the shared way. And then our dream is at night you actually want to get off at this Muni stop. And I know there's an opportunity for replacing the donut shop in one of the micro kiosks, so don't worry, you might still be able to get donuts. But the idea here is a well-lit lantern, a place that you actually get out and you might look in. And in the morning it could be for coffee, in the evening it could be for cocktails. And there's the Muni elevator. We kept it in place. We're going to reskin it and hopefully power wash it. But this would be an attractive place to land. We do have a code-complying baseline plaza. What's before you today is the code-complying plaza because we're coming back, we hope, in a few months with the in-kind agreement for the enhanced plaza. This building has 50% 2 bedrooms or greater. We are exceeding Market Octavia standards. We're very proud of that. We do hope families live in this building. As a result, we have some challenges with parking. I'm not going to dwell a ton on this, but because I don't have a lot of time left. Needless to say, we talked a lot with staff, with the HVNA, with all sorts of different stakeholders. This is a hard issue. We have, I think my letter lays it out, we have certain financing realities. As I like to say, we're not here to promote the private vehicle. We're here to build a beautiful building. And we think we've done about everything in our power to set a positive precedent, not only for the lowest park condominium tower greater than 25 stories that we're aware of in San Francisco, but also the precedent of net new. This building would not be adding more than 70 net new spaces, which is actually less than 0.25. Yes, it's 0.45 via the planning code. I could go on and on about all the TDM measures, but I don't have time. We have Green Trip Platinum certification from Transform, an independent nonprofit. And finally, we have adaptive design. Our garage has been built with flat floors and elevator lifts so that one day when the economies change and network and self-driving cars are the thing, this garage can be converted. And I think that's a really important consideration for the Commission. I feel that our partners at MOHCD have covered this topic about affordable housing. I could talk forever about that as well. I do want to say, to the best of our knowledge, we've never been in a site with higher affordable fees than this site. We will be paying $86,200 per door just in our affordable housing fees. To give you perspective, when you add in the infrastructure and the art fees, this project will be paying about $135,000 per door just in impact fees alone. That is not CEQA, that is not building permits. And I just want to say that's fine, but that's a lot of money. Thank you. And of course, I apologize. We are, of course, available for questions and look forward to any comments, concerns, questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Yarney. I'm sure we'll have them. We're going to open it up first to public comment. I've got a number of speaker cards. Please line up on the screen side of the room if I call your name. Tess Wellborn, Adrian Simi, Catherine Roberts, Karen Fishkin, Robert Anderson, Tom Radulovich, and Jim Warshall. And you can speak in any order. Welcome, Ms. Wellborn.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Tess Wellborn with D5 Action. In many respects, we residents and tenants of the Market Octavia plan support this project. The tower, the plaza, along with the much-needed affordable housing. We want to see that memorialized in the agreement that that money is going to be used for the housing built on Octavia Boulevard. Market Octavia plan calls for affordable housing to be built in the Market Octavia plan, not just luxury housing. You've gotten many letters of support for this project. I call your attention that many or most of those letters support the plaza, not necessarily the exception on parking. etc. I and a great many other residents of the Market Octavia area participated in years of planning. We voted throughout the development of the Market Octavia area plan to add thousands of homes and apartments to our neighborhood with the provision that the existing parking ratio of parking to homes be maintained. The current developer proposes 0.45 parking ratio with some questionable math, which is considerably above the 0.25 ratio in the Market Octavia plan. Since this area on Market and Van Ness is one of the most transit-rich locations in San Francisco, it's also one of the most heavily traveled intersections by automobile as well as transit. We want to keep that ratio 1:4. I'd also point out that the Planning Department proposes to approve up to 9,000 additional housing units in the newly named neighborhood, The Hub, and ask you to consider cumulative impacts here. The developer has provided you with a memo from the Mark Company implying that luxury 2- and 3-bedroom condos would have to have lower than market pricing, and they speak of developments that produce industry-leading returns. Well, I respectfully remind you, you work for the residents and citizens of San Francisco, not for the developers. Your mission does not include producing industry-leading returns. Until developers open their books and show their profit margins, don't rely on any assertions. Developers in most cities are happy to get a 10% return, but it is said that developers in San Francisco make 20 to 30% return, so that they're not exactly poor. Please approve the One Market project plan with the Market Octavia 1:4 parking ratio. The developer has a choice of 100% for sale units, 100% rental, or some combination. Please keep the Market Octavia plan intact. We worked hard on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, President Hillis and Commissioners. Adrian Simi, Carpenters Local 22, and we're happy to be here today to speak for this project. I think at the top of our list, some of the ideas that come out are that this is going to provide about 700 construction jobs, with over 300 of those alone just being for carpenters. So Carpenters Local 22 has a big stake in this. It's going to put a lot of folks to work for 2.5 years. It's going to provide numerous other chances for opportunities for permanent jobs in retail as well as restaurant. It's going to contribute about over $26 million to the city for affordable housing. It's going to expedite the building of Octavia BMR project. That's over 72 units. And it's going to fund over $6 million for other affordable housing projects. It's also going to contribute about $15 million in infrastructure fees to fund schools, child cares, parks, street improvements, transportation, and other public infrastructure, some of which should be going to the improvements at Oak Plaza. And with that, we'd hope that you would adopt the CEQA findings and approve this project today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simi. Next speaker, please.
My name is Robert Anderson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for allowing me to speak on this. I have some real issues with the increase in the request for parking. I live about 50 yards from the building, so I'm actually a resident that really is within a stone's throw of the project. The area itself now is completely congested. I look out over Van Ness Avenue from my apartment, and it is all day long. It is nonstop, like a parking lot. There isn't any space or any room for any more cars in the area. I think the history around the development there is well spoken of as far as the Market Octavia plan and the community itself being involved in trying to develop something that's livable. As a person that intends on dying there, I want to make sure that people understand that there are people that are living there and then I want to try to have some impact on continuing to make it a livable area and not an anthill. Because at this point, from what I'm hearing of all the development and 8,000 new units and more cars, and I mean, the area is going to become so congested and so packed that it really isn't going to be very livable. There may be lots of nice spaces up in the air, but as far as the ground itself and the stuff, with the amount of people and the amount of congestion that's going to be there, I think it's important to look at the overall picture. And I think by increasing parking, you're setting a precedent for the other buildings, because there are multiple storied buildings that are going to be coming into that area. And I think that it's an important time now to stand your ground on what the community has decided as far as a 0.25 and not a 0.45. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Catherine Roberts. I don't live in Hayes Valley, but I did work on all three campaigns to tear down the Central Freeway, and was great friends with Patricia Walkup, and was very happy when that freeway came down, and we came up with a collective plan for livability in that neighborhood. And one of the key components of that plan, as you know, is limiting parking in that area. So I am very, very, very concerned that this developer is going above what was really supposed to be maximum amount of parking. It can be anywhere from 0 to 0.25. And 0 right next to that transit station would be a really good number as far as I'm concerned. And instead, it's above 0.25. I'm not opposed to the project. It's much better than what's there now. I like the idea of the plaza. I'm fine with building more housing. But I'm wondering what it would take for San Francisco to build a building that had no parking. And, there's Trinity right above the Civic Center BART station. Like, the sign right next to the entrance to that station says parking available now, and I'm just wondering, who needs parking if you're living? I mean, it's a dream to live right at one of those subway entrances. The point is that you don't need parking, and to have that be in conflict with, the way, the way transit works in the city, and also with the transit first policy, is a serious problem for me. As I said, I don't live in the neighborhood. I live in Upper Haight. I'm a multi-unit property owner, a rental property owner in the Upper Haight, and I live in the property. I bought my building in May of 2003, and it has no parking. And every realtor I worked with, every salesperson, everything told me, you need to put in parking because, you're not going to be able to resell it, you're not going to be able to rent it. Well, I can count the number of days on one hand that I've had an empty unit in that building in the last 14 years. And, I don't drive. I've never owned a car myself. How I've managed this, I have no idea, but somehow I've managed to live in the city for upwards of 20 years without parking myself. And, I have units on the ground floor instead of parking. And my building recently got assessed as being worth more than double what I paid for it over 13 years ago. And the rents that I get are consistently way above, I'm halfway ashamed to mention this, but way above what's considered the median rents in San Francisco. I'm doing quite well. So all of these scare tactics that people have about building housing without parking here, really, please reconsider them.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you.
Mr. Udulovich.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Radulovich, Executive Director of Livable City. We are based in Hayes Valley and worked a lot on the Market and Octavia plan. The HVNA really needs to be applauded. There's a lot of neighborhood associations in this city, but rarely do you hear one that says, we want density, we want contemporary design, we want more affordable housing, and we want less parking. So we're here to support them, and we're here to support a project that actually is going to be an amenity to the city, not just to the residents of this project. So before you are two actions. One is you're supposed to certify an EIS as adequate and complete. So we talked about last week, it's not. It says, all right, if you ignore everything we know about transportation, everything that's been presented to you for the last few years about how parking affects transportation, then it's adequate and complete. But unfortunately, you have the burden of knowledge. We know through the Transportation Sustainability Program, we know through the Transportation Demand Management Program that more parking means more trips. So you have to make a CU finding to put the additional parking in. I actually have made copies of the CU criteria. This is actually right out of your planning code. This is not anything I invented. It's section 303T, or I believe U, of the planning code. So you're supposed to demonstrate the necessity and desirability, and additionally, you're supposed to find that all of the 6 criteria that I'm going to hand out to you have been satisfied by this project. I would argue that you can't do that. So the first is necessity. Is it necessary to put excess parking in to fulfill the mission of this project, to create housing in San Francisco? We know that's not true. There are hundreds of thousands of units, and at least over 100,000 units in the city, tens of thousands that have no parking spaces. Those units are sold. Those units are rented, some for a lot of money. Secondly, we're on to then desirability. Is this desirable? So when we're thinking about necessity and desirability also, it's not from the point of view of the project sponsor. Of course, they think this is necessary and desirable. It's from the point of view of the public. You're here to protect the public. This is conditional use. This is your discretion. So you're supposed to demonstrate that it's in the interest of the public to grant this additional parking. But unfortunately, we have evidence that increased parking results in more automobile trips, which is going to be more pollution, more greenhouse gas emissions. We know that. These are facts. It's going to result in more traffic congestion, transit delay. Tens of thousands of people are on Market Street on transit or on Van Ness Avenue on transit. These are 2 of the most important transit streets in the city. Increased danger for pedestrians and bicyclists out of one of our cities, what is already one of our city's most dangerous intersections and most important for cyclists. It's going to make these units more expensive. So that's not something that's necessary or desirable in the city. Housing's plenty expensive. And doing things that will just upscale it, make it more luxury, isn't in the public interest. So we'd ask you to look at those specific criteria. Can you satisfy them? Can you argue affirmatively that all of those things have been proved? If you can do this.
Mr.
Otherwise,
Radulovich, your
don't.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Karen Fishkin. Excuse me. I'm on the Senior and Disability Action Board, and I'm here representing that agency, its membership, and seniors throughout the city. Basically, our concern is wind. And the project evidently had some concerns about wind because they're putting awnings over the plaza. They're putting an awning over a sidewalk. I don't hear anybody concerned about the effect of wind on people crossing that very large, very congested street. So I'm here to speak for people who have mobility problems. There's nothing to hold on to when that wind hits. I don't know what you can do about that, but I think it's something you need to take into consideration, not only in this project, but as we start going higher around the city, you're going to have more wind tunnels. For elders and people with mobility issues, many of whom negotiate this area to shop and utilize public transit, cabs, paratransit, etc., the wind can spell disaster. Falls are a leading cause of fatalities and serious injuries among older Americans. Many seniors are frail and vulnerable to heavy winds. One of our organization members recently injured due to a fall caused by heavy wind gusts. She spent 2 weeks in the hospital with an injured knee. This needs to be a part of your discussion and your consideration on this project and future projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Tony Robles, Senior in Disability Action. I just got wind of this myself. No pun intended. The area does have great gusts of wind. I cross the street, okay, and I'm a young guy, okay, and I find myself having to fight, beat back very strong gusts of wind. I know that with the seniors that we work with at Senior and Disability Action, that's an issue. Last speaker spoke on a senior that fell and spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I happen to know her. We went to visit her. We have people coming out of that Bank of America, going over to Walgreen. I do know that with these high buildings, because I spent a lot of time in this area, that the wind really kicks up. Part of what we do at Senior and Disability Action, which is so important, is transit safety, pedestrian safety. The crossing times in many intersections are not long enough to begin with, and then when you kick the wind into that, it can spell disaster. We're concerned in terms of the congestion that more cars are going to bring. With our organization, we've had folks that have gotten into accidents who have been in wheelchairs, who have to negotiate crossing the streets with walkers. So again, this is a very real, very tangible issue because many of us use these streets, particularly that intersection where this development is going to take place. So I'd like you to really weigh that in your decisions and your analysis because it's very, very real, and we see mishaps from time to time with seniors and folks with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Denise Laws, and for whatever it's worth, I'm a third-generation San Franciscan. I do agree there's some major wind factors here in San Francisco. I'm here because the support and outreach of both Build Inc. and Arts Band, I've had the opportunity for temporary art studio space. And it's been really great, and I think it's a perfect model for other developers to act upon, to raise that bar as far as having their space available for nonprofit organizations and communities that otherwise would not have a space to work out of. So I just want to say it's been a great experience for me on that level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson.
Hi, my name is Jim Warshall. I'm here today representing the Van Ness Corridor Neighborhood Council. It's a group including Cathedral Hill Neighbors, Golden Gate Valley Neighbors, Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, Lower Polk, Middle Polk Neighbors, Pacific Avenue Neighbors, Pacific Heights Residents, Russian Hill Community, Russian Hill Neighbors, and Western Soma. I hope you all received our letter as well, even though it wasn't mentioned. At any rate, my comments. Change is rapidly occurring, and more parking looks backwards. It will not be needed. The article that I've just had distributed was one actually that Commissioner Vice President Richards read the salient points into the record, and I believe it was an earlier discussion of this very project. There are so many major trends that are very clearly laid out here that this is a very compelling discussion of why we certainly could be looking at 0.0, but anything above 0.25, which is the as of right, is completely unacceptable. Affordability is reduced. You build the spaces. You're building $100,000 to $200,000 of cost into every unit, or every space rather, for which you provide a unit of parking. And to say that, oh, well, if we don't need them, we'll just get rid of them and repurpose them, I think is disingenuous. To be honest with you, we've been told by the developer that 0.25 could work if it were a rental, and if that's the case, I don't know why that's a problem. More people seem to live in the rental buildings. A lot of the condo buildings seem to be bought as pied-à-terres or absentee investors. Mr. Yarney also said that it's an iconic building, and we quite agree. This is really the point where you need to stand up for the Market Octavia standards of 0.25 or lower. It's critical, especially here, because this is the first of what will be many, many more large buildings at the hub. All the things that have been said by Mr. Radulich and Tess are things that I wholeheartedly agree with. We need to look forward and figure out how we're going to handle TNC, the home deliveries. These are the things that are the future. They are not build more parking, add all this expense for something that will not be necessary. I have many more points, but thank you so much for hearing these. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warshall. Next speaker.
Hi there. My name is Allison Snopek. I'm the program director at ArtSpan, and in support of this project, I want to just speak to the partnership that we've had with Build over the past couple of years. We started working with them in 2015 to provide space to artists who are now able to have 20 artist spaces at the building at 1540 Market Street. It's a thriving arts community there. Build really went above and beyond to provide that space to the artists and allow ArtSpan to offer them affordable working space. We've also beautified the building, that big bird mural that you see on the corner there at Market and Van Ness. That was our organization that put that there. We worked with Build to make it possible. We're working with them on other projects, the Dogpatch Arts Plaza, which is something coming up at 1660 to 1680 Indiana Street. Just want to tell about these projects that we're working with them on to just show our support for a civically minded company, community-minded. We've just had a great time working with them. They've been incredibly generous. We're excited about working with them further. We're excited about what they're doing at the Oak Plaza as far as having public art, using it as a space that is for the performing arts institutions that surround it. And just speaking to our partnership and what they've done for the community at ArtSpan and other nonprofit organizations that are currently in that space at 1540 Market Street. You heard from Denise, who's one of our artists who spoke earlier, working out of that space. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll call some additional names. Gail Baugh, Marlene Morgan, Nina Rizzo, Jim Haas, Pam Duffy, and Ted Olson. Go ahead. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. I did not have a card, but my name is Alita Lee. I am a part of the Arts Commission. I work with Jill Manton, who is the Director of Public Art Trusts and Special Initiatives. She's also involved with the Civic Design Review Committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Arts Commission. She wasn't able to attend this meeting today due to the Americans for the Arts Conference, but I will be reading a letter of support that she wrote for Oak Plaza and the art installation. On behalf of the San Francisco Arts Commission, I am writing to express our enthusiastic support to date for both Oak Plaza as well as a large-scale sculptural art installation that are being proposed by Build, the project sponsor and developers of the One Oak residential project. The Civic Design Review Committee was established by city charter to ensure the quality of the design of any structure placed upon public property. Build Public Snøhetta and Build presented conceptual plans to the Civic Design Review Committee on November 16, 2015, and schematic plans on July 18, 2016. The commissioners voted to confer Phase 1 approval of the project's schematic design and look forward to viewing the progress of design when the project returns for Design Development Review Phase 2 later this year. The Visual Arts Committee oversees the city's public art program. As part of the One Oak project, the project sponsor has requested to meet its 1% for art in private development requirement by creating several large-scale sculptural art wind waves within the proposed Oak Plaza, and you've seen it in the presentation before. This is an excellent example of a functional sculpture which is unique and dynamic public art project while providing necessary wind reduction under Section 148 of the Planning Code. Over the past 2 years, I've been in regular communication with Build Public artists David Delgado and Dan Goods and Build relative to the art project. The artist's design was presented to the Visual Arts Committee on July 20th, 2016, and March 15, 2017, where the art concept and schematic/preliminary designs were enthusiastically and unanimously approved. So if you have any additional questions, feel free to contact Jill Manton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sophia Lee. I'm also a resident artist at the Journal Building, which is right now sponsored by Artspan and Build. And they have enabled emerging artists affordable space to work. So in support of that, I like to say that arts program is really important to the city and the culture of the future, as it's growing so fast and artists are getting pushed out of the city. Affordable spaces are hard to come by, especially for younger artists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Todd David here on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. I want to build off something that Tom Radulovich said earlier. Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association absolutely should be cheered for walking the walk and talking the talk. I mean, they do. They're for more density. They're for what's it called, affordable housing in their neighborhood. And they have this, they worked on this 0.25 parking. That all sounds great. And I think that they are absolutely in their right to question why this is happening. I think that there's really good answers as to what happened with parking in this particular situation. The question of can this project be built? Can it get financing is a legitimate question. Right? Like, let's be clear. We are talking about 375 units of market rate and affordable housing, right? And I feel like I'm having one of those like quintessential San Francisco moments where we're in agreement, everyone's in agreement on 90% of the issues, and then one issue can derail the whole project. And I think that we need to take a moment and say, like, from a process point of view, like getting to 90% agreement is pretty freaking good. And that, yes, there is this issue around parking, and I think that there's this healthy dialogue going on about it, right? I also think that what we as urbanists, what we as public people who care about transportation, we need to ask the question is that, do our old models of transportation still hold up? The way that we think about trip generation, the way that we think about, right, we have on-demand car service. So it used to be, yes, agreed. Historically, if you built parking, people would use their cars. Do we know if that's true anymore? We know that the past, that is absolutely true. But now, how many people who have cars, like I live in Noe Valley, I have 3 children, I have a car, but I take car shares or on-demand car places. I don't have to deal with parking. I don't have to worry about tickets. It's so much easier now. So I just say that, like, I think that kind of the old thinking of like building a parking lot or putting a parking space bad, not building good. I just think that is probably a little too of a blunt point of view in this ever-changing and ever-evolving issue around cars. So I think that this is an amazing project. I think it's going to really transform the Civic Center area, and I hope that we're able to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Hodgen. I am the executive director of the new Conservatory Theater Center at 25 Van Ness. I apologize, there were no more blue cards when I got here, so I jumped in line. We are at, as I said, 25 Van Ness at the corner of Market Street. Since we are in the basement of that space, the One Oak project will be both next to us and above us. So I suspect we will be sharing more geography with One Oak than anyone else. We've been at 25 Van Ness for more than 30 years. Our founder, Ed Decker, likes to say we've watched the neighborhood grow around us. We are proud to be an anchor organization of the Civic Center Arts Corridor and a magnet for patrons who come to Hayes Valley to dine, shop, and enjoy the arts. As such, we would like to add our endorsement to the One Oak project. We're excited about having a welcoming plaza that serves as a gateway to the Civic Center Arts District and enhances the experience of our patrons and students alike. We welcome a family-friendly building that meshes with our mission to bring theater education and performance to young people and families. We are enthusiastic about the plans to utilize the plaza as a place for public art events. As denizens of the basement, we are delighted to see the prospect of having a plaza with outdoor public seating where our employees can enjoy their breaks when I let them go. We are very happy about the plans to increase public safety in the area. We would also like to encourage the Planning Commission to support the higher ratio for resident parking. As anyone who has tried to navigate Civic Center area parking, especially during, for example, the holiday season, when Nutcracker, holiday concerts, our production of Avenue Q, and all of that are in full swing, street parking is nearly impossible. Fewer residential parking spaces will simply push more cars out onto the streets to battle for a rapidly diminishing number of spaces. And while many of our patrons do utilize public transportation to get to and from the theater, we attract audiences from all over the Bay Area for whom public transportation simply isn't an option, making available parking a key factor in their decision to come to New Conservatory. I can't speak for the other arts organizations, but I can extrapolate. We appreciate the care this project has taken to hear and implement concerns from the many cohorts that will be affected by this project. And we look forward to having One Oak as our newest next door and upstairs neighbor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hodgen. Ms. Baugh.
Hi, my name is Gail Baugh. I'm president of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. I'm here to support the building of this One Oak development. This development includes thoughtful building design and outreach for innovative sidewalk and street activation on Oak Street. The Market Octavia plan calls for both of these development qualities, and this project will provide leadership for other developments that come to the hub. The use of car stackers will decrease the impact of cars coming in and leaving this development. However, requesting more car storage within its envelope weakens the entire structure of the Market Octavia plan. One of the basic principles of this Better Neighborhood Plan is the recognition that places for cars displaces other human activity. Even the car companies are planning for a time by 2030 when car ownership will drop by as much as 40% compared to what is owned today. We've heard the argument before from other developments, Buchanan at Market, a condominium project, and Guerrero in Market, a market rate rental project, that financing wouldn't be possible if the requested parking storage wasn't approved. Those developers did not get the extra parking, and they later came to us and admitted that their parking went unused even though the buildings were fully occupied. The argument has come up again for this project. Please do not approve the 0.45 per unit. We must plan for the future, not cling to the current paradigm when we all know, including this developer, and we've had conversations about this, that a 0.45 per unit will not be utilized by the condo owners. The collective impact of each new development, especially this one, will bring thousands of cars to the central part of our city for which there is no capacity to absorb on the streets. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Marlene Morgan, President, Cathedral Hill Neighbors, and member of Venice Neighborhood Corridor Alliance. First of all, this beautiful architecture, beautiful plaza, wonderful housing, and we really support good quality jobs for our construction workers and permanent workers in San Francisco, all a positive. But speaking as someone who's been working on the transit issues on the Venice Corridor for 12 years, starting with the CPMC Hospital in 2005, and the Planning Commission and Department have supported our efforts on Venice Corridor, which has a 1-to-1 parking ratio, to voluntarily reduce parking in every new building that's been built there in the last 10 years. So we're making so many strides, even on a voluntary basis, as we're going towards the hub. For instance, with the approval of the Commission, We took out 400 parking spaces for the hospital and the medical office building. We've taken one-to-one housing down from the Marlowe to the Rockwell to 0.75 to 950 Golf to 0.45 to 1001 Van Ness, 0.40, and to 830 Eddy at 0.30. So we're working towards market, and with the Market Octavia plan, they're at 0.25. So to us, 0.25 seems like the perfect nexus. We're working towards reducing housing. We've worked so hard in the Van Ness corridor to prioritize transit, on Polk Street to prioritize bicycles, on widening Van Ness to prioritize pedestrians. The idea is this transit risk, pedestrian risk, bicycle corridor should be a leader in our city for future development about taking down these single occupancy vehicle trips. So we certainly hope the Commission supports great transportation planning, futuristic thinking, and the efforts of all the neighbors and the other project sponsors all in this area to bring it down and to make this a leading example of good transportation planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You just need to speak in the mic.
I'm giving the clerk a letter and a handout to share with you all.
Thank you.
Is that low enough? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nina Rizzo. I manage Green Trip certifications at Transform. We're a nonprofit dedicated to transportation and land use solutions. One Oak achieved our Green Trip Platinum certification, which is based on quantifiable criteria of a project's transportation benefits. Green Trip certification recognizes multifamily developments that reduce traffic, parking, and greenhouse gas emissions. The Platinum level recognizes exemplary projects. One Oak is the first project in San Francisco to achieve Platinum status. To date, only 3 out of 34 projects in the Bay Area have achieved Platinum. One Oak is also the first condo project to get certified in the whole Bay Area. One Oak will have an unprecedented low parking ratio for a new high-rise in the city. Our evaluation demonstrates that One Oak meets Green Trip Platinum standards in the following ways. A parking ratio of less than 0.5, specifically 0.45, not to mention the net 2.3 by eliminating 66 surface spaces. 2 traffic reduction strategies, including unbundled parking and car share memberships. Long and short-term bike parking that meet our standards, plus additional strategies worth over $18,000 per unit, which far surpasses our standard of $3,000. Over the course of 40 years, they are contributing over $6 million to these traffic reduction strategies. Future One Oak residents will have additional amenities to encourage alternative transportation choices, including 1 bike share membership per unit, annual bicycle tune-ups and an on-site bike repair room, a real-time transit info screen, family transportation storage room, multimodal wayfinding signage, a tailored marketing and outreach to residents on transportation choices, and a new Muni elevator enclosure, as well as the pedestrian plaza improvements you've heard of. We respectfully recommend that the Planning Commission support this groundbreaking project. The Green Trip Platinum certification is granted conditionally until a project is approved and built with these strategies in place. Thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, I'm Jim Haas. I live at 100 Van Ness, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Civic Center Community Benefit District, which includes the properties of One Oak. We sent the Planning Department a letter in January endorsing this project, which I do hope finally got to you. We've been interactive with One Oak for some time, and we heartily approve the project. Market and Van Ness should be the prime intersection in San Francisco. Unfortunately, it is a tawdry one, not just because of the aesthetics, but because many people find it unpleasant if not unsafe. And I have met several people who refuse to use the transit station at night because of those conditions. Now, we all know that that area needs to be worked on, and you have the hub project to do so. And we also know that there's not a lot of public money to do this, so we're going to have to depend upon private projects. And One Oak is the first of those. And it is one which, as all of you we've commented on, has an extraordinary streetscape plan. The previous developer was going to leave the donut shop there as a carbuncle on that intersection. When Build Inc. took over the property, the first thing they did was buy that piece of property. It cost more than $2 million, and if you look at the parcel map, most of that property is going to public open space. That is an enormous contribution to improving that area, and a very expensive one. Our letter endorses the in-kind aspect of this, which you're not dealing with today, but I want to note that because to accomplish all the things we need to do to improve that intersection, this project and other projects are going to have to engage in this in-kind arrangements to help pay for things which the city does not have the resources to do. So we endorse that. I want to make a brief comment, personal comment about parking, because it's not addressed by any of the people who make comments here. Civic Center is a regional performing arts venue. At its capacity, 20,000 people can come. The legacy organizations there get patronage from the region, and many of those people are old and drive. Since 2006, over 1,400 off-street parking spaces have disappeared, and that is an issue that has to be factored in when you're talking about parking. Not just people who live in the building and what they do, but the area and the effect on the arts organization. Many of the arts organizations feel threatened by their subscription base leaving because they can't get there by car.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pamela Duffy. I'm with the law firm of Cobblins, Patch, Duffy, and Bass. And my brief comments are here on behalf of our client, the San Francisco Conservatory of Music, one of the many arts organizations that has a broad regional and we think probably international base. The proposed project shows skill, thought, and incredible perseverance. 8 years is a very long time. And the San Francisco Conservatory of Music would like to join among those who support the project. But today we're not quite ready. Well, we are hopeful that our concerns will be resolved, and we are very close to doing so. We are across the street. They are not yet done, and I would be remiss if we did not, for the purposes of the record and encouraging the resolution of those matters, raise a couple of issues that are of concern to the Conservatory today. Those relate to the analysis of the impacts of the project in the context of this complex traffic, circulation, loading, parking interaction in such a unique and unusual cultural and transportation hub with odd and unusual scheduling conflicts and methodologies, all packaged up with the changing nature of ride-sharing, ride-hailing, delivery. Who knew everyone would get dinner delivered? So our concerns about that and the adequacy of the analysis and some of the documents before you arise out of our immediate adjacency. And we're very hopeful and optimistic that we'll be able to solve that. But we want the record to be clear that we think those issues need additional examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Director Rahm, my name is Randall Klein. I'm the founder and artistic director of SF Jazz, right down the street from this project. And I just want to speak in full favor of the project as they're proposing it. Some of the issues I know are a little thorny, parking being a big one, and I think the developers have proposed something quite reasonable, somewhere in the middle of what everyone would like there. I know a number of the arts groups in the area would like to see more parking. We're happy actually with what's there, and I think what they're proposing seems quite reasonable. If has been argued previous to me that it turns out that all the residents don't use the parking, I want to be the first in line to try to rent those spaces. Should they be, they'll go to good use to somebody, certainly if they don't get used, but I doubt they won't get used by the people occupying the building. Anyways, building's been a great neighbor. They care about Hayes Valley. They understand the Market Octavia plan, of which we fell under when we built SF Jazz. What they're proposing is consonant and transformational to the neighborhood. That is going to be the portal to our performing arts district. We plan to make full use of any kind of improvements that happen around public transit there, particularly the metro station there, which a number of our customers use frequently, as well as the BART station a little bit further down the street. I can't see anything that's not great about this project for us as a neighbor in Hayes Valley, and I think for the city of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Next speaker, please.
Other person online. Hi, PK Cummings, resident of Hayes Valley. Nice to see you. So I am in favor of this whole development. They're fantastic. They're great. I think the parking request, I think they should go for it. 2.5 isn't quite enough. Maybe 4.5 is too much. So, they're asking for a modest thing, but I'm going against the grain. I'm going to get a lot of daggers in my back for this, but I support the increase in parking. Good talk.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olson.
Commissioners, Director Rime. My name's Ted Olson. I'm a third-generation San Franciscan living for 40 years within a dozen blocks of this development. My son's family lives even closer now. I'm one of 3 original continuing members of the MOPCAC and one of only 2 members who is a native San Franciscan and father of children raised here. My children attended the adjacent school campus, so I'm very familiar with this location. I'm on half a dozen city planning committees, and today I speak here only for myself. I reluctantly voted for the MOPCAC's unanimous resolution to prohibit more parking CU exemptions. Regretting my error, now I try to correct such objections. There's a reason for CUs: discretion. Without such discretion, there's no need for commissioners. Discretion allows you, as a body, to resolve honest differences of opinion by concerned citizens. The plaza is a creative, new, and beautiful purpose without the city having to pay for a recreation area. This offers a wonderful opportunity for the 5 schools adjacent to this plaza and others to perform here. The novel shops in the adjacent arches support small businesses, and a new cafe will encourage more to enjoy the plaza. The curbside parking and that provided by the building mitigates vehicular queuing. The parking solution in the basement with stackers is also impressive, as is car sharing and secure cycle storage with electric charging. The argument for the building's parking being required for the financial feasibility of the project is persuasive. Without that, this project cannot survive, and BMR units cannot afford the HOA fees here. Usually, I'm an advocate for inclusionary BMR, but this distinct intersection will have similar buildings at all 4 corners, becoming a portal for both Market Street and Van Ness Avenue. Since the city has developed several other alternatives to inclusionary BMR, it is not required for every building. Indeed, such buildings yield greater city tax revenues, compounding faster. Approving this development funds the Octavia BMR project, exceeding MOP goals, while building the One Oak project itself. This development meets many green standards. It meets the city stringent and wind standard and manages to have minuscule shade on adjacent parks. By using low flow and energy efficient utilities, I hope that it will recycle water and waste where possible. This development not only calms traffic for cyclists, but assures a pedestrian safe site. I commend BUILD for its public spirit in listening to many community suggestions. Its project is creative. They inspire neighboring developers on other corners at this intersection, multiplying their influence to improve the city. Please consider how many developers have done as much for the city. Very few. They set a precedent for others. Finally, Do not sacrifice excellence to well-meant complaints for better solutions.
Thank you,
Instead,
sir. Your time
do
is up.
adequately compensate this developer for the win-win solutions they've created.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff. We've seen this project a few different times in various schematics of the hub, in the EIR process, and now we're looking at the project. So we've had actually collectively a lot of time to think about this project. So for a moment, it seems there's a lot of things to really love about this project. There is an affordable housing being produced off-site. There is open space that's going to be produced through an in-kind agreement, which again is not part of our discussion here today, but I always think those are fantastic. And this is a great project on that corner, which will be a complement to the other buildings. 100 Van Ness is already there, but some of the other buildings that will be coming up, and it's exactly what we want along this corridor. We want residential density. We want people on Market Street. We want to really create neighborhoods in this area, and this project will help to do that. So it sounds like we've got, high bedroom counts in units in this building and a proportion that we've been talking about. There's a lot of things to check box here. So for a moment, I'm going to jump on my soapbox about parking, and then, because it seems like it's one of the only things we're talking about here. I appreciate the person who handed out the article from Edward Church in the San Francisco Chronicle about how we're not going to need parking garages anymore, and the timeline that Mr. Church put in there was around 15 years. I agree, although I think in the next few years there will be at least one company that will have autonomous vehicles, and they will have a fractional ownership type of business model, and I will be the first customer. And so I think that's where the world is going. I agree. But I have said before with other projects that we have discussed, we are not there yet. And unfortunately, we have to make decisions in real time. And I think my position on this, and we'll see where other commissioners are, is that we need to make sure that we are planning for adaptive reuse of these spaces. This is not something that's in the far, far future. It is coming. These buildings will be well into their infancy in terms of their useful life, when it will be time to think about what to do with parking. And it's going to be a citywide conversation, not building by building. So if anybody has walked by a home that has a carriage house, I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore, but there used to be a time period where that was like a thing, right? And I feel like parking for cars as we know them today is going to be the same. So as long as projects that come before us have planned for what that adaptive reuse will look like, I can be okay with the parking, and I think that this project has done that. And sometimes we don't see that, and then it becomes a problem. There are flat floors, there are high enough ceilings, the 2 floors of the underground parking are connected by an elevator, which makes this that you can imagine that space will likely not be ADUs or residential because it's underground, but it could be storage for all of those delivery services that will run our lives. It could be the satellite parking for all of the fractional ownership autonomous vehicles that people will have. It could be stopping areas for shared ride companies, right? There are a number of futures that you can consider if the space is properly planned. And there's also stackers here. So, I think there's an efficient use of the space. So, and why does it sound like I'm making myself okay with all of this? Because I think that there is a reality we have to consider that people who finance these projects aren't there yet. They believe that they have to have parking to justify a high enough value per unit to get to the money that they're willing to lend to construct the project. So it's not the developer's mind that we have to change. You got to go to the banks, right? And the funds that are funding these projects and get them to change. And they're not going to change until they actually see it happening. So I think we're a few years away from that tidal shift, and I think it will come where we won't be talking about parking anymore, but we're not quite there yet. And I think this project does a good job of planning for that future, even though there's little drawings of cars in the schematics today. So I think I'm okay with the CU for the project, and I would love to hear if other commissioners may have other questions or issues about the project.
Thanks, Commissioner Richards.
I guess we're going to be certifying an EIR as well as these other host of approvals. I wanted to at least focus on the EIR first. Mr. Radulovich, can you come up a second? You spoke last week about concerns you had with the EIR. I'd love to hear those one more time before we go ahead and proceed. Then I'll get to the project in a second.
Right. Well, I had a few concerns about the EIR, EIS. One is that when you do an EIR, EIS, you have an obligation under CEQA to look at a range of alternatives, all the viable alternatives. And since transportation is one of the impacts under this, one of my concerns with the EIR, EIS is they didn't even look at an as-of-right alternative. So, if you were going to say, okay, well, let's understand parking and circulation and how these, a different range of alternatives, all of which are feasible, would affect that, you'd look at a zero parking alternative, you'd look at an as-of-right, and then you'd look at maybe what the developer had requested, which is double the as-of-right. So the EIR, EIS just said, well, we're only studying the non-conforming project, right? We're only studying the project that has the excess parking up to the maximum allowed under CU. There was no zero parking alternative, no as-of-right alternative. So I think sometimes like zero choices, or like one choice is no choice, right? So and that's the basis for your decision under CEQA. Is, were there possible mitigations, right, in some of these other projects that would have reduced the impacts on the transportation system? Those weren't studied. And that, of course, feeds into the CU, which is, really in order to understand, make the findings that are in that CU, you'd really need to have a project to compare the excess parking alternative to, right? So what would an as-of-right alternative project look like? What would be the impacts that it would generate on the transportation system? Could you find affirmatively that there was an absence, which is criteria number 5, of impacts on walking, cycling, and transit of this project relative to the base case project?
Sure. You mentioned something about old data last week.
Well, an old methodology. So the way that the CEQA methodology works right now is it says the automobile trips generated by a project are fixed and invariable, that they really are generated by a certain number of units or a certain square foot of non-residential use. They have absolutely nothing to do with the provision of parking in the project. So that's the CEQA methodology that in the response to comments, they say, well, we're not doing TDM, we're doing our CEQA methodology, right? Our old school CEQA methodology. As I said in my comments today, I believe that has been debunked by all of the data that was presented to you as part of the TDM ordinance. What that data found is the TDM measures that you take in a project, the most effective of which is reducing parking, actually do affect travel behavior. So that if you do all of the TDM measures, zero parking, bike share, car share, all of that the number of automobile trips in that project would decline and the number of trips by sustainable transportation modes would increase. So that's what all the data tells you, and that's the foundation of the downtown plan. That's the foundation of the TDM ordinance, right? If you remember the TDM ordinance, the point systems, you want to reduce the automobile impacts in your project, get to that magical number. And you do that by changing those things. But if you look at the CEQA analysis, it is saying none of that matters. And in the response to comments, very roundabout way, they did tell you, yeah, we're not doing the analysis of different types of projects because none of that matters.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Maybe staff can comment on Ms. Gibson or...
Commissioners, Manoj Madhavan, Planning Department staff. So with regards to the CEQA alternatives, I'll actually address that first. We do have a CEQA code compliant alternative that we assessed. And Mr. Radulovich is right that we're actually looking at trip generation rates per land use options. So the code compliant alternative actually looks at smaller parking spaces, or lower parking spaces. It's about 64 versus 160. But the 135 parking spaces, 160 that we did study did not result in any significant impacts. So as far as CEQA goes, we've actually covered the worst case scenario.
Okay. And so...
But I do want to also qualify that there is actually the fact that there is a relationship between parking and VMT, which is our new way of analysis. We're not disputing that. We are actually studying that as part of our transportation impact analysis guidelines update. So as far as like new developments that are coming in, we're actually like on this data collection effort right now, which we'll be completing by September, and hopefully we'll have a better relationship that's actually like.
So let me try to summarize what I thought I heard you say. You said under the old method, 130 parking spaces, odd spaces, did not have an effect. So therefore, anything under that wouldn't have an effect either.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's okay. Then the second thing is you recognize the fact that there is an alternative methodology that we're looking at, and this project would still, given its TDM, meet those objectives.
Yes, the TDM will actually further reduce any kind of impacts with regards to, it's actually a positive.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Interestingly enough, I, with Ted Olson and several other folks in this room, started working on the Market Octavia plan several years after it got off the ground in 2004, 2005, after I think it started in 1999, then went dark for probably 4 or 5 years. So I have a real intimate knowledge of what the plan objectives were, what we're trying to do, why we had this whole Van Ness, upzoning, and what it was supposed to deliver. For this project specifically, it's a civically minded company. It's local. I served on the Market Octavia CSA with Mr. Vasquez. I've dealt with Mr. Yarny on other projects, and I have a high amount of respect for them. I think it's an incredible design. I love the plaza. It's platinum LEED. The support for the arts organizations, ad nauseum, this is a good project. I think it's a great leap forward in terms of what we want this intersection and this hub to look like, and we will have a development there. Couple of questions that kind of remain unanswered for me, and I guess I need to fill the gaps in the narrative here. This whole issue with the mayor's office not wanting building to construct the affordable housing on BMR units on the parcels R and S. I'm still not sure why that is. I get the fact that they didn't want to do it, but I didn't get why. And then why was the development rights just given up?
Sure. So it's Teresa Younger, Mayor's Office of Housing. Key issue for us was that Build Inc., they said that they would turnkey the residential development, but they wanted to retain rights to the ground floor commercial. And to us, that's kind of a non-starter, because we would love to be able to utilize that commercial revenue to help subsidize the housing. Mm-hmm. So because they wanted it to be essentially condo-wise, they argued that they could actually find the financing to help build out that commercial space. We said, economically, we want the whole thing.
Okay, got it. That fills in the gap. One other question while you're here.
Sure.
So the 72 units that we're going to be achieving through this dedication, these direct dedication of these funds, is this a density bonus project?
No, not currently. 72 units is as of right.
Okay. Would the city like to see a density bonus
Sure.
project?
We would actually, in our RFP, we are proposing that if the developer should pursue that, if they should so desire, especially because of the economics of the building, we looked at it just cursorily internally at our office, and we think we could generate maybe another 30 units potentially.
Wow. Okay. And
with
so,
the density bonus. So.
Sure, the financing for those additional 30 units are dependent on money that you already have, dependent on the developer's financing. Where would that money come from? I'm just curious, because I'd love to see 30 more units.
Sure. I mean, we definitely would be using every single dime that is generated from One Oak. We ideally would love to be able to get more money. Because the state financing that's available for these type of projects is drying up or is non-existent, as you heard our acting director Hartley said, it's either for places that not qualify for. I mean, fortunately, Parcel O down the block did qualify for the ASIC funding, but that funding is now becoming less and more scarce. And then there's the housing money for homeless, which this project could qualify for. We've had some concerns from the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing about the high service needs for those particular households, especially for TAY. So we'd have to strike a balance.
Sure. So one of the issues that I saw in many of the communications from the constituents and the stakeholders was that the BMR units get built in conjunction or on the same roughly timeline as the project itself. Now, the fact that we haven't maybe figured out that there could be a density bonus here, could actually delay the start and the construction of this because we don't have the money?
Yeah, because the way it's as of right, because it was under the Market Octavia plan, it'll help expedite the environmental review. Okay. So we know that we will likely our hope is that we would be sitting down with planning staff immediately after our developer selected so we could figure out a path forward to be able to prioritize this project.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think the other thing, now, the biggest issue is parking. And as I sit here, I kind of went, so why in God's name in 2008, 2009 did we sit out in that audience and we argue for 0.25 and then 0.5 with the CU for this very area with the upzoning, and nobody said to us, hold the phone, we would never be able to build a building with less than 0.5 or 1. So that's a great leap of faith for me as to why I didn't hear from the development community that these numbers were pie in the sky and that they weren't even, we never thought they could be achievable because we didn't even have autonomous cars or car ownership going down. So that's a real disconnect for me with how we got to this place today. So we're hearing now years after, those numbers don't make sense still. The other thing is, I do realize that the amount of fees is being paid in an absolute dollar amount is high. However, the value recapture we had from Market Octavia is roughly half of what we're getting for the Central SOMA plan, because at Market Octavia roughly was 0.35, 35 cents on the dollar of impact, maybe to 40 cents, and the Central SOMA plan 65 to 70. So I do get that it's a lot of money, but the effect of the development on the environment and the impact is still not being met. The fact that we're allowing additional parking confers extraordinary benefits to the project, and I'm just trying to understand, given the criteria that Mr. Rudulovic had given to us, and I think staff had some comments on that, if you can please refresh our memory on the 5 standards.
Sure. 480, Assistant Zoning Administrator. Just to clarify, the standards, the criteria that Mr. Rudulovic submitted is actually for when projects are proposing parking in excess of what could be permitted as accessory. So what would be principally like publicly accessible parking.
Okay.
So those don't apply to this project because even though a CU is required to go above 0.25 and up to 5, all of that parking is still accessory to the residential use. It's not like a public parking garage. That's not what they're proposing. So those criteria wouldn't apply to this project because they're really asking, like, why do you need to have a public parking garage or public parking lot here?
So what are the criteria?
So 151.1 F has some criteria, but those criteria only apply if the rate you're proposing is over 0.5. So those criteria technically don't apply here either, although I believe the motion still addresses the criteria and determines that they meet those criteria even though they're not required. We can go over those in more detail. But so technically there are no specific criteria beyond the standard CU criteria that apply to the excess parking here.
Necessarily compatible. Okay. I guess question for Mr. Yarney, since we're now on the parking discussion. I met with you. We talked about this. I got the Mark Company memo, and then we heard more about financing. Do you have a proof from your financier that we just aren't going to give you the loan, or is it that you haven't gone out to the market yet to get the money, or where does that all stand?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this because it is a little complex, and wouldn't it be great if the world was simple, black and white? Well, it's not, and so I wanted to say one thing, if I can, in response to that. First of all, if we actually could underwrite this project as a rental, and I think we've included this in the CU voluntarily, we are more than happy to cap this project at 0.25. And you might ask why. The reason is we do not have a pro-car agenda. I don't even own a car. I often bike to work. Our sole reason for asking for this request is the feasibility of the project. And I respect Tom Rudulovic and all the work he's done on transit advocacy, but I would suggest that necessary and desirable does involve feasible, because to have something is better than to have nothing. So the only reason that we're here is that right now, given the cost of a 40-story, what we call super high-rise building, the rental model doesn't work. So we have been underwriting this as a condo. And what happens is our analyst, the Mark Company, is constantly having to respond to our lender and to our equity partners. And the report you saw, that memo, which, by the way, we debated releasing, because like all things private.
I appreciate having it.
And I think it's good the commission has it. And, one member of the public said, there was some wording in there about, industrial, top industry returns or something. Well, the world we work in is we have to generate a return to our equity. I wish it was our equity. It's not. It's someone else's money. Sometimes it's pension fund money. It's a lot of people's money. And so the challenge we have is the challenge the Mark Company has, which is they have to read the market, look at buyers' behavior, and say to the underwriter, to the person who's looking at the equity investment and the debt, I can back this project up. I can tell you that their absorption rate, the rate of sale, the number of units per month, and the values are realistic. And so that's the dilemma we have. And I appreciated Commissioner Johnson's comments. Here's the awesome news. We are getting there. Another member of the public from, I think it was Cathedral Hill, said, look at this, we're getting lower and lower ratios. Absolutely. And, I think it was Mr. Davis, the hack, Todd Davis, who said, hey, we should be celebrating this. It's the classic San Francisco glass half empty, glass half full. We're going to set a benchmark for high-rise condo if approved. And that's our dilemma. We've lowered it as much as we can.
So is the money that you gave up from the development rights on parcel R&S included as a credit to the fees that you need to pay?
It's not.
It's not. So that was above.
It's above and beyond, and and we did that as an act of faith because none of this was approved.
Right.
We relinquished rights that we won in a competitive RFP process for parcels that were supposed to be market rate.
Right. So if you were to go out in the open market and sell those rights, you would have received some type of value.
Absolutely, and we have an estimation of that value.
And it was $2.6.
It's about $2.6 million of foregone value.
So I understand you're saying this is kind of a cutting-edge project. It's 0.46. It's the best we have for a big tower like this. What about the thoughts that we hear from the neighborhood, the Van Ness corridor folks, that this is a bad precedent?
First of all, I really appreciate their concerns, and I hope it's clear to the commission members that we've tried to meet halfway. So the response to that is we think it's a great precedent, and I'll just name the reasons. One, the platinum Green Trip certification, the doubling of the TDM measures that were otherwise would not be required to do that we voluntarily have taken on. And then I would make this point, and I know it's caused some controversy. Some have called it funny math. When you're looking at net neighborhood parking, it's extremely important. We don't build projects in isolation. We look at what's there and then what we're proposing. We are eliminating in total 66 existing surface spaces. 47 of those spaces are in an attractive surface parking lot right when you get out of the Muni Metro. Mm-hmm. So we are taking a fair amount of parking away and then, yes, proposing 136 new spaces for a net gain of 70 spaces. And if you do the math, that is about 0.23 net new parking ratio. That is not how the code calculates. We're not pretending that, that this is a 0.25 application, but I do think that that is important information.
So I guess the $64,000 question for me is, with additional parking available, we heard some speakers say there's available at Trinity, et cetera, why not just give people the option to have a parking space somewhere else in the neighborhood with a long-term lease instead of building this parking, because it's going to cost you a lot of money?
That is, first of all, thanks for the question, because we did try that. And frankly, here's what happens. You saw today, a whole bunch of arts and cultural institutions come up and say that they support the project. And I do want to say as well, we are about this close from addressing the concerns of the Conservatory of Music, and really respect that they're here today. But they all share the same concern. They all do not want us cannibalizing what they view as their lifeline, the few remaining parking lots and parking garages left. Mm-hmm. So here we are. We're trapped between a rock and a hard place. If we go and we try to grab all the parking from SF Jazz and from the Symphony and from all these organizations, we're hurting the people, we're hurting the institutions that make this city or this part of the city so special. So that is our dilemma. We tried, we looked at it. It's highly problematic. And here's the one final word, if you can let me just add this. Several people have said, wow, I don't think this parking is going to be used. And we've had great conversations with members of HV&A about this, and I appreciated them bringing this up. And, at one point somebody said, Michael, I've heard at the Four Seasons, half the spaces are empty. And I said, you're absolutely right. And they looked at me sort of shocked. And this is a really important point for the commission. We do not believe that everyone buying a space, because remember, they're unbundled, is going to use it. But that is not the reason we're asking for the parking. the problem is at this point, and I hope in 5 to 10 years it's different, buyers will not buy a unit without the option. So what they're really buying is an expensive option. And this is good news because this means that the garage should not be packed to the gills. But the irony or the paradox is that you take away that parking, we cannot finance our project. That's the dilemma. So I think this is good news because I actually think the impact of this parking is going to be minimal.
Sure. Okay, thank you. I guess, I do have some concerns around wanting to use the density bonus for the additional parcels RS and U. And as a child of the market Octavia, and I'm probably still a child, I do have concerns that we went down this road with these pie-in-the-sky numbers that really didn't make any sense then and still are hard to justify now.
Being the parking ratio numbers?
Right.
Well, frankly, I think they're good. I mean, the whole point of having a CU process is to give the commission discretion. Several people have said you're betraying the market activity plan. No, actually, the market activity plan is working. You guys have to deliberate. We have a difficult decision. That's why you put it there. I support the plan. I think it's a good plan.
Let's just classify it right now as heartburn. Maybe I haven't.
Sorry for the heartburn.
We haven't eaten lunch yet. Okay, that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you. So just a couple of comments. One, when I moved here to San Francisco for the second time, we were all talking about the Van Ness Market intersection and how important it was and what great potential it had. Zim's was still there. That was the high point. And it's been the high point since. It hasn't gotten much better since Zim's closed. Maybe a little worse. When we celebrate Rite Aid or Walgreens coming to a great corner like this, we know we're kind of in trouble. So, I think it's wonderful that this is finally happening. That we're seeing a project come forward that I think all of us agree is a great project and is going to do wonders for that corner. The plaza is great. I think the design is exceptional. What you've done to the ground floor in activating that and getting rid of the parking lot and the donut shop, but keeping the reskinning the Muni elevator and building the plaza, I think is great. Because as an aside, we should push the city. I don't know why at 25 Van Ness we have offices on the ground floor when there used to be Bulls. I remember going there fondly also. We should talk the talk too and walk the walk and have ground floor retail, because we dead in that corner with a city office building that has, I don't know what's on the ground floor there. I think you get your residential parking permit, or you used to there, so that should change. But so I think we're all in a great space on this corner, and I think the project is great. And Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, I commend for all the work they've done over the years. I also kind of started with the city and worked on the Market Octavia plan. I don't know. I think it was a little more of a heavy lift than people give, the 0.25 and the 0.5. I still was there when developers were saying we need one-to-one to finance. I think that existed when we did the Market Octavia. And Market Octavia was probably the lowest parking ratio, even lower than Rincon Hill and some downtown areas, as far as kind of what's as of right and what you can get for a CU. So it was ahead of the game, which I think is important and critical, and I think we've done a lot. So I commend this. But we are talking about 60 spaces, not a ton of spaces. What is the difference? It actually has not an impact on the design of at least what most of us will see on the design of this building, whether it's 136 spaces or 76 spaces. The design to the person on the ground floor and walking around this neighborhood does not change. There's still a garage going in. It's really, we're talking about 60 spaces in this project. And I agree with Commissioner Richards. It gives me a little heartburn. One question for you, Mr. Yarney, is why not do rental? And avoid this. You agree you can do 0.25 on a rental project.
Yeah.
So why not do a rental?
Yeah, and I actually just want to point out that we were at the commission, I think 5-6 months ago with 830 Eddy, where we did, I think it was 0.36 or it was 0.3. It was very low ratio rental project. Here's the issue, and it's referenced in the Alan Mark memo. We're greater than 25 stories. So what does that mean in San Francisco? We jump to the highest standards of the building code, and we go to peer review. So all of our structural systems, our elevators, our fire safety, the costs go way up. And so the problem is with construction costs being still at this astronomical level and increasing 8% per year still, we are basically priced out of rental on this project. And you might ask, and we ran some numbers, and I know this was a question. We actually did a 386 unit, a super high density version, smaller unit sizes, 40% two bedroom, 0.25 parking, and the underwriting that the rent we would need to achieve per square foot on average was $790. To give you a sense, that's about $6,700 on average per unit. What is that? How does that compare? We got some numbers just a couple days ago from Transbay and SOMA. The highest grossing building at SOMA, the Transbay is $399 Fremont, $6.23 a square foot. That's the highest. The average is around $550. SOMA, the NEMA is right down the street from us. A comp is $560 a square foot average.
How about the 100 Van Ness?
$588. I hope this is, I assume, publicly available information. It is. It is now. But my point is, $790 a square foot is what we would need to convince our lenders and our equity investors. That's our dilemma. Now, if this was a mid-rise project, like a 10-story or construction type, less expensive, well, then you start to get into that zone where you can underwrite it. And I can say confidently, and it's in our CU, and we're happy to back up. If someone shows up here later with a rental project and wants 0.5, we believe that 0.25 is viable for rental, and that's the situation.
Right. Okay. You're doing how many 2 and 3 bedrooms?
We are doing 50% 2s and 3s combined. I think, if I recall, about 44% 2s and 5% 3s and 1% 4 bedrooms.
And we've been seeing, people at the 40%, but not necessarily exceeding that. Why are you choosing to do higher?
Again, we work arm in arm with our marketing experts. The Mark Company has advised us that this sort of reasonably compact 2 could do well. And one of the things that's great about this location, I think it's obvious to everyone on the Planning Commission, this is the first high-rise at the foot of a, quote, real neighborhood. And this is not to diminish Rincon Hill or Transbay, but they're emerging neighborhoods. This is the front door to the traditional low-rise, intimate, fine-grained San Francisco neighborhood. So we think families in particular are going to be interested in this location, not to mention you're right next to some extraordinary schools and cultural arts institutions. So that's frankly why.
Yeah, okay. And I think that's a legitimate issue. Again, I use this example. I have twins in public school, and I've surveyed all the families in their class to see who does not own a car and kind of what the car ownership ratio is. And there's some 50-odd families. There's one family who I think must have stock in Uber who don't own a car. But that's how their kids get to soccer practice and whatnot. They send them on Uber. So I think the issue of, because I am concerned about who actually lives in the units we are building, and we're saying they're 2-bedroom and they're family friendly, and somehow just because we're building 2 bedrooms, maybe with the washer dryer, that's going to somehow get families to live there. But I think the car ownership ratio for families is well above 1-to-1 if you count their units in. And I do have concern we're building kind of these high rises and there aren't families in them, even though we're kind of claiming we're building family friendly units. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think we've ever done the analysis to show who does live in the new residential products that we're building. But my guess is it's not even close to what we think we're building for families. And this notion that we're somehow doing families a favor by building two units is, 2 bedrooms, it's not necessarily taking shape in that families will need parking. Maybe there will be a day you can get to Mini Lovey Playground somehow easily on transit to drop your kid off to soccer practice, but it's not today, so that kind of puts me a bit over the top on, your design. We're not designing this building around the parking. The fact that you're doing 50% 2 and 3 bedrooms, and that this is for sale, and if it was rental, we'd go down to the 25%, kind of gets me over, I think, the shared heartburn I have about approving a project with parking that exceeds the 0.25 to 1. A question for Ms. Young again about the inclusionary or the fee, because this is somewhat unusual that we're doing. Is it guaranteed that the funding, that the in lieu fees and the Market Octavia fees will go to RS in U, or is that kind of the hope of MOHCD?
No, that's the commitment we made. We actually issued a letter to Build to that effect, that there's conditions that they must meet before we will direct those fees, such as CEQA approval and the Planning Commission approvals and actual collection of the fee. So until such time that happens, we planned for it. I mean, it's currently not anticipated in our budget until we get the dollars. But we're planning at least to be able to issue the RFP and get the project started.
But as far as our emotion, it's not.
No.
We can't guarantee
It's
that, because I think
discretion.
that is important. I mean, again, thinking back to the Market Octavia plan and the Octavia Boulevard plan, there was this real commitment to have.
Right. The other thing to bear in mind is the Market Octavia fee, affordable housing fees, we must use those in the Market Octavia area. So to that end, once we construct parcel O and then U, the only other parcel that we have to be able to use those fees is parcel K.
Okay.
So.
And you've got between the so it's the Market Octavia, just the housing portion of the fee, which you must use in Market Octavia.
Yes,
and then
exactly.
you're adding on the
in lieu fees, and
which
then
you don't have to use in Market Octavia.
Correct.
But you're committing to do that.
Yes.
As part of this agreement. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And does that funding get you to with the other tax credits and things you have, get you to enough funding to build?
We hope so, assuming that construction costs don't continue to rise. But the way we calculated it based on the amount of subsidy we've typically put into some of our affordable housing, we're thinking that the amount of fee that Build will pay in will be able to get us there.
In the parcels, the RNS, which weren't MOHCD, they weren't redevelopment and then they weren't MOHCD,
Right.
Those the city will transfer, or whomever has title
and
to
then
those.
the other, bear in mind that we are, as part of those fees that we'll be collecting from Build, we still have to pay the actual acquisition cost. That's our MOU with OEWD and real estate, because there's a certain amount of fees that are the revenue that was anticipated from the sale of RNS still needs to go into the Market Octavia infrastructure funds.
So you have to pay.
We still have to pay
Market rate for those?
Well, at least what was the agreed upon price that Build was going to be paying.
I'd negotiate harder on that. as someone who was around
who was
the
around
Market
at the time,
Octavia,
yes, Mr. Hillis, yes.
Because there's that true up too.
Yeah, exactly. There's a whole true up,
I
yes.
try to get the parcels, especially if you can't finance them.
Right. We hope that's the case.
Yeah, I'd negotiate hard on that.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks. Director Ram?
Thanks. Just briefly, I think that a couple of points. I just wanted to kind of talk just 2 minutes on why the department is recommending the parking, because there was a lot of public testimony to the effect that this is inconsistent with our previous positions, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit. I mean, it is true that this whole issue of parking requirements has been a kind of baby step process, right? We've gone from removing minimums to putting maximums and then ramping down the maximums over time, and it partly is in reaction to the market. I mean, I remember the project at Market and Buchanan, which is now the Linnea project. They were arguing for, I think, 0.75 or 1 at the time, and it was a big deal to go down to 0.5 when that project went. Now we're talking about 0.25, and I do believe that in 5 years or 7 years or 8 years, we will get to a place where condo projects can support less parking. But I think, as someone said, perhaps it was Commissioner Johnson, we're not there right now, and a condo project simply, and it is true, condo projects simply do require more parking, and this has been consistent across the city. So from the department standpoint, the reason that we recommended approval is the fact that the developer has committed to say that if this does come rental, they will do less parking, number one, and number two, the fact that they have agreed to fully comply with the TDM ordinance, 100% of the points required. That's an important thing. This is an ordinance you just passed. And that, I think, is an important part of the precedent here. People talk about the precedent. That precedent is that they are meeting 100% of the TDM points. that any other project would have to meet. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. And I just wanted to tell you that as the reason that shifted our thinking a bit in supporting this somewhat higher parking ratio.
Okay. And I think, one thing I was going to add too is I think Supervisor Wiener is hammered this. We've got to invest more in transit. I mean, we the getting rid of parking is one side of this, but we also, the transit infrastructure, we're somewhat relying on car share to, get us down to these levels. And we see that with the enormous demand for a car share. But until we fix some of the mistakes, like stopping the underground in Chinatown and not going all the way to Fisherman's Wharf, we've got to invest in that. And that's, I think, until we're going to get, and that's not coming in 10 years, but I think that's going to be required in order to get us down to this zero parking. Commissioner Moore.
If previous building proposals on this side had me worried, then it was the additional material that Mr. Yarny sent out last night, I think, that convinced me that this building is a right building in the right place, making the right place. And I think that is one of its very strong points. I would agree with Mr. Haas that it, in a kind of wonderful way, complements the Civic Center itself and the Arts Institutional District because of its high quality. And I think it's a very important point. We've seen a lot of buildings, and many of them don't quite create as large a sweep of a message as this one does. And I'm getting back to many discussions I had on 1500 Mission Street, making place in the hub, which is almost an impossible thing to do. The hub is so void of space and concentration. It's kind of, as I said before, staring into the hole of a donut. And it somehow feels as if this building starts to address that. I want to make a leap forward. I printed this map from your website, and it is the boundary of Market Octavia, and how the hub is a much newer idea which has been grown alongside realizing in a very strong and committed manner what we're doing in Market Octavia. The hub has its own dynamics. It's a kind of a logic that in scale and forward movement is very difficult to tie to the to all of the principles of Market Octavia. But while Market Octavia in its strengths as a plan still drives what we do, I want to remind ourselves that other projects in the hub, such as 1500 Mission, as well as a project as we looked at this morning, the EIR of which we looked at this morning, all come in with 0.5 parking. And that's partially the reason because they are on the other side of the street. However, they're still part of the same idea. And I'm not trying to increase parking as value, as a ratio, but I believe that the effect of the Market Octavia plan having us rethink parking on all scales of density, including tall buildings, including office buildings, including mid-rise new buildings sprinkled in other neighborhoods adjoining to Market Octavia, has us on the right track. I do believe that Commissioner Johnson's comment was kind of a visionary comment saying, well, what are we doing? How are we thinking about reassigning, remissioning garages or parking spaces in the future? I think that is a challenge that this project can meet on its own when we are at the point, and I think I'm repeating what Commissioner Richards said when he said, we are on the way, but we're not quite there. But there's a built-in idea for anything we do makes me less rigid about the 0.25, which I would uphold in all in other form. But in this particular project, I think that using the power of the Commission to think about it differently is within my possibility of looking at this project. And I'm weighing the pros and cons because we have few projects where as much is being done and served up all in once as it is here. And that is quite persuasive, I have to be very honest. It's not just like, well, we have a site and then somebody will do some inclusionary or below market there later. Here's a concrete plan of how to move forward. And I assume we can consider ourselves perhaps constructive supporting it in hope that that particular part of their negotiations will be resumed as soon as we're making a decision here today. When we can't condition this, we were told that earlier, we can only hope that we're sending it on its way with wishful thinking. And then the only thing which I have to ask Mr. Yanni, I ask that to everybody, when are you ready to build this project?
Great question, somewhat long response. Assuming there are no appeals, and assuming that we have a speedy adoption of this modest tower adjustment ordinance at the Board of Supervisors, it is our intent to move full speed ahead. What does full speed ahead mean? It would mean in the best case scenario, we break ground and start digging in a year. A project of this scale is 32 months of construction. I'm sorry for everyone who lives in the neighborhood. But so if you flash forward, I believe it's if I recall, it's Q2 2021 is when it can be fully occupied. That, by the way, corresponds with Teresa's, the Octavia BMR project.
The reason why I'm asking this is an exceptional project to the extent that I feel we are taking a certain risk ourselves, given that we normally wholeheartedly and 100% support Market Octavia in all of its subtleties. And unfortunately, we have worked on a number of very important projects in different parts of the city very intensely for many, many months. We were able to entitle the project only to hear 6 months later that the project had been sold. I don't want to use the word flipped. I hate that word. And this is a thing where I would be devastated if something like that would happen. And so would probably everybody in the room here who has spoken in support of the project.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, and I can't emphasize enough how important the parking ratio is, because we're out there on the market right now, Commissioner Moore, talking with the investors. Build would love to build this project. But that being said, in the worst case scenario where something went awry and we went bankrupt, the LLC was taken from us. The good thing, and we've worked with John's staff on this, is all these promises are not just feel good. All of those items, the TDM measures, the 100% TDM compliance, the 0.25 if it's rental commitment is in writing. So I want you to know it's our intent to build, but if the worst case happened, these promises don't disappear.
I have one last question, and that is, could you give a little bit more detail, if at all possible, about Ms. Duffy speaking from the Conservatory of Music, because I had assumed that you had crossed all I's and T's.
Yeah, I appreciate Pam Duffy being here today, and I actually, out of respect for the Conservatory, I can't speak for them, but I can give you an idea of how we've been working together. The issue that I believe Ms. Duffy's referring to is we've had a 2.5-year negotiation with them about how do we address their parking issues. And we've come up with what we think is a really creative solution. Frankly, we hit a little bump in the road because guess what? Helping them solve their problem involved, guess what? Another parking lot somewhere else. And there's another owner, and they've been also terrific. But we're about one scintilla away from resolving that issue. And you might ask, what are we doing? Well, we're helping to make sure the Conservatory has a place for its guests, visitors, and students.
Thank you.
Just to piggyback on, because they use the existing, they use the lot that's there.
That lot is literally right across from their lobby, the lot that we own behind the donut shop.
And they've got exclusive use for it?
No, but they don't. But it's one of the primary lots that their folks use. So it's a big hit for them to lose that parking lot.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, thanks again to staff. Great work on the EIR. Taking into consideration Mr. Radulovich's comments from last week. Appreciate the heads up, and went through the response to comments with a fine-tooth comb and think that staff did a really good job. I'll be voting in favor of the certifying the EIR today. I'm looking at this project, and it's not just on Market, and it's not just on Van Ness. It's on Market and Van Ness. And there's one BRT from the aerial view, and there's going to be a second one coming up shortly. And I didn't have my mind made up today, and I was really just taking into consideration the people that walk across this intersection, the people that bike across this intersection, and the public transportation riders. I wanted to see how public comment went today, and I myself was overwhelmed by the testimony from the neighborhood groups. Just not looking at Market Octavia plan and the buy right figures, but Bicycle Coalition, Cathedral Hill Neighborhood Association, Haight-Ashbury, Walk SF, Sierra Club, Middle Polk, Livable City, Hayes Valley, D5 Action, and Civic Center groups, all wanting very little, if no, parking. That was very overwhelming to me today, and so I'm going to be leaning towards the lower parking rate today.
Commissioner Richards.
Just one last thing before we kind of, I guess, wrap this up, given what I'm hearing. Ms. Baugh, can you come up to the podium more quickly? So you've heard everything that's gone on in this room the last couple of hours, the fact that if we don't allow the parking, we won't have a project here, and we probably could be years and years and years before we probably see another one. All this might be thrown away. Or if we try to go to the 0.25 with a rental project, it's pretty much infeasible because of the square footage per square foot costs. Yeah. And it feels like we kind of have a bit of a gun to our head from the transportation, the parking issue, and some of the other things. Right. Any closing thoughts when you're head of the neighborhood association?
I've lived in the neighborhood since 2003. I was part of the whole Market Octavia negotiation. I sat in this room while the Planning Commission and later on the Board of Supervisors debated many of these issues. And, the issue of financing a building by the amount of parking really didn't come up.
Right.
It only came up as we were talking with all of the developers in our neighborhood. And by the way, we have probably 5 developments either under construction, built, or planned, including one affordable of the Parcel O, which will be car-free. So they're already here. It's not like they haven't been built. In all cases, none of them mentioned the financial issues about a car-free development. In this particular location, I think even if it's not used, to me, why waste the money? Build it for something else now rather than require the condo owners to now foot the bill for converting them to something else. We've heard the comment about financing being the reason why they needed more parking. And in each of the cases, it didn't turn out to be the case. They were able to get their funding with the 0.5 in the case of Linnea and the one on Guerrero where Whole Foods is. Both of them wanted 0.75. They had to stay with a 0.5. They did get their funding, and the project moved on. This is clearly a much bigger scale project. That's true. I just, from the point of view of the Neighborhood Association, we have a very strong point of view about the value of space that is devoted to cars, that doesn't enhance the neighborhood at all. And having a big sign on a building saying we're able to get what we needed and disregarded all the planning and the work we know that's coming where cars are not going to be so important. So why build it?
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Okay. Thank you for that. Only minor soapbox for just a moment. I think nothing is free, and there's always a trade-off. So the projects that were able to get away with a lower parking ratio, even though they started off saying we can't finance it, there was a trade-off. It just wasn't visible maybe to most people. And I think with this project, when you start talking about this scale, it makes a material difference. If they if it's not feasible to build this project, you start knocking stories off this building left and right to get it to be smaller so that it's a smaller, more feasible project. And we talk all the time about trying to maximize the ability to provide more housing units, and so this is a way to do that. And I think in this case, the scale of the project means we have to, we have to sort of believe the reasoning, the argument the developer is making about why they propose what they have, and the evidence that I've seen thus far. I haven't seen that we're being misled, but I wanted to acknowledge HVNA, and again, I'm on with my first soapbox. I'm on there too. Like, I want better use of space. I want to not be walking by so many buildings that are parking, and I'm hoping again that the city we're able to have a broader conversation soon about how do we transform these spaces so they're not just ugly blights into all time. So, just wanted to make that.
Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. So I'll just be brief. I gotta say, I love this project. I love the way it looks. I can totally envision what it will do to that corner, and I want it to be built. So I also heard, as Commissioner Koppel did, the policy arguments that we have been talking about ever since I've been on this commission about lowering parking. I don't think that this project is quite the same as the building where the Whole Foods is, farther up the street. I think it's pretty unique. So I am very impressed by what Transform did and the Platinum certification. I think it's a really good thing. I want to be clear that I don't think the gun to our head is from the transit stuff. It's from the underwriters of the financing, and I hate being put in that position. I think that it's also what they say when we talk about building more affordable housing, that the return for the investment is not feasible, when you make us do more. So I do think that we here do push the envelope in San Francisco on issues of affordability and environmental stuff, and I think that that's a good thing. However, I am trying to balance that with wanting something on that corner that has been, as you stated, just such a sore corner for such a long time, and it's really the gateway to San Francisco. So I think what does it for me is unbundling the parking, and that it is on the Market Octavia corridor, yes, but it is also part of the performing arts zone. And so I'm a chorus mom. Both my girls went through the San Francisco Girls Chorus, and nobody came up with that, but they have that Canbar Center just on Page. And I know how tough it is to have parking for performances for the symphony, for the opera, for the conservatory, for the chorus, and then we're also going to have the School of the Arts there someday. So, that is part of our plan too, is to have a performing arts area, center, around the Civic Center. And I think that, I'm convinced that Christine is right, that someday these parking spaces will be useless to the residents of that building. And I think that we will be able to use them otherwise as we build out a performing arts area there. Because even though everyone should take part in Muni, I know a lot of folks who live in Marin who won't, and they still are going to come to the symphony and to the conservatory and to do all of those things. I worked in that area for a long time, and I consider that guy who works in that parking lot a friend. He remembers my birthday. So he, I think that we do need that. And I know that we are losing surface parking, but I think that we are gaining something too. So I will be supporting the project.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess a couple of things. First, we're going to be seeing 8,000 more units in the hub, many more buildings, very tall towers coming, and I think this will set a precedent that we're going to be looking at lower parking, especially for rental. So if somebody comes and says, I can't get financing at 0.25, I think this commission really needs to recall this day and make sure that we heard it is feasible. Additionally, it's going to require, I think, an extraordinary project with extraordinary benefits for us to even consider 0.46 in the future. We're looking at lower. And I think the other thing is for the Mayor's Office of Housing to please make sure that you use the density bonus on those parcels, because I think it would be an opportunity squandered. Whatever you can do to do that would be, we're very, very welcome.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I do not believe this is precedent setting, that we need to approve, because I think we haven't. We've approved projects with less parking than what's as of right. I mean, I looked up 8 Octavia, the Sadowitz project actually parked, we approved half to one on that. I think we're continually evolving in our parking discussion. I think what's got to catch up truly is the transit service, which hasn't. And we all squawk about Uber and Lyft kind of jamming up the streets, but until we actually get better transit and commit dollars to better transit, we're not going to get there. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Yarny, you were asking under 10G, and I have to ask that for an elevator height exception, a waiver.
Correct.
Could you explain that?
And actually, knowing that might be a question, I have a slide that can be helpful.
If possible,
I'm sorry, I just want to
prefer not to have the height of the elevator there.
Yeah. So what I've put an image on the screen here, which I hope helps. Our dilemma is twofold. We are trying to buy. We're shopping around with our contractor for the most efficient, modern elevator system we can get. And what we're being told, and we've looked at, I think, 4 or 5 different providers, that this overhead-mounted system is the most compact, has the least impact on the core. And I know, Commissioner Moore, having worked in design, you're constantly managing in these high-rises. If your circulation core starts eating up too much of the occupiable space, you lose the efficiency. And then this is a 9,000 square foot floor plate, or 9,500 square foot. And so what we ended up with was not being able to find an elevator system that would not protrude that additional 6 feet. But I want to share with you the policy reasons that I think this unfortunate circumstance is not what you might think. We did both. We had our shadow guys run another model, and we had our wind folks run another model. And we cannot, from any public viewpoint, see the penthouse, the extra 6 feet that you see here, which is about 14% of the surface area of the tower, is not visible from any point. So, and neither does it affect any of the shadow studies or the wind studies. So the good news is, from the public's perspective, which is what matters here in my mind, this 6 feet of mechanical stuff, unlike NEMA, for example, will be invisible.
Are you forced to do an additional elevator because of the height of the building for fire?
Yeah, I believe we have, and Steve, you can correct me, I think we have 4 elevators, and we're required to have 1 double-sided freight elevator. And if we drop below 4 elevators, we have significant issues. We have 2 stairwells as well. We literally the core of this thing is massive.
But you are not yet set as to whether or not you can find a lower profile.
Well, let me tell you, we always plan for worst case. So that is why we're making this request.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Richards.
So just before we, I guess, get to a motion, I don't see anybody else on the roster. I know we're looking at all things car and parking is something on our action item list. That's number 1 or 2 or 3. I really think that we should also consider looking at parking ratios, especially given the light of new information we have today on what's feasible and what's not. So, and we're hopefully look at that citywide. I know it's not going to be out anytime real soon, but time will catch up to us, and I think we need to really consider that. So I make a motion to adopt the findings of the EIR.
Second.
You mean to certify the
Certify.
Second.
I haven't had lunch yet.
Thank you, Commissioner. On that motion to certify the final environmental impact report, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously.
So we can entertain a motion on items 10A through 10E.
F.
They can be made.
Oh, F, yeah, and then the zoning, and then the, wait, are we doing F too? Yeah, 10E through 10F.
I would just, before we make a motion, I think we wanted the project sponsor agreed to include in the CU that the parking ratio would go down if the project became rental. Do you want
That's
to
in
add
the
that to
motion?
CU?
That's in the existing motion?
Is that in the existing motion?
Mr. Perry, is that in the motion? What it was?
The CU motion, let's see. That specific language is not in the conditions of approval, but we can add it to the conditions.
Let's do it.
Certainly.
All right.
Want to make that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
It's a motion of intent.
No.
No, it's a motion to approve.
Yeah.
No, it's just add, approve the conditional use
Commissioners,
authorization.
it should be, it was submitted weeks ago, so I'm
I think it is in there, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Perry, this is like.
That's all right. We can just make the motion with that in there, and if it's in there, great. If it's not, it's added by this motion.
Right, okay, so we'll make that as one of the modifications, and hopefully we're double counting it. So make a recommend approval of the general plan amendment, zoning map amendments, and make a motion to, well, do we have to, can I do one motion on all this?
Yeah, 10A through 10F.
Yeah, 10A through 10F, approving the downtown project authorization, CU, and adopting shadow findings,
As was amended by staff.
as amended by, with modifications.
Second, Commissioner Johnson. Oh, that was you. Commissioner Moore.
We haven't gone through CEQA findings yet.
That's part of this motion.
That is part of that
Yeah,
motion?
that's part of
Okay.
this motion. We adopted that.
Oh.
So this is
Certified
part of this.
EIR.
It's part of our approval motion. That's 10A.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve items 10A through F as amended by staff, including parking ratios being lowered if it becomes a rental project, if it's not already included in the conditions of approval. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
No.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
I'm sorry, this is.
For the project. Yeah, it's all the project authorization.
Whole thing.
Okay, aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Koppel voting against. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
I will close the public hearing for the variance and the height request and intend to grant each of them with standard conditions.
Thank you. Through the chair, we'll be taking a break.
Yeah, we'll take a break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, June 15th, 2017. Commissioners, we left off under your regular on your discretionary review calendar. There seems to be a little trouble with the project sponsors team for item 12, so we'll be taking items 13A and B out of order. For case numbers 2016-010343 DRP at 2523 Steiner Street, discretionary review, and 2016-010343 VAR at 2523 Steiner Street, the assistant zoning administrator will consider a request for variance.
Sorry for the switch.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. Elizabeth Waddy, Assistant Director of Current Planning. The item before you is a request for discretionary review of a building permit to construct horizontal rear additions to the rear of the third and fourth floors and to infill 2 notches at the front of the fourth floor. The existing building is a 4-story single-family residence at 2523 Steiner Street in the RH1 district between Jackson and Pacific Streets in the Pacific Heights neighborhood. There is no expansion to the existing building's footprint, number of stories, or height as a result of this project. However, seeing as the existing building is non-complying as it relates to the rear yard, a variance is required for the horizontal rear expansions at the third and fourth floors, and the zoning administrator will opine on that variance request following the Commission's deliberations. The DR requester, Mr. Kirk De Niro, owner of the adjacent 5-unit apartment building to the north, has expressed concerns about the project's impacts on light and privacy to several units in the building. He has also noted his opposition to the new rear decks and generally finds the existing building to be already too large for the lot. The Residential Design Advisory Team has reviewed the project and supports it as designed for the following reasons. The addition is within the existing building's footprint and is set off the side property lines by more than 5 feet. Although the project is seeking a variance, the proposed massing and siding of decks are contextual, as the DR requester's property is also non-complying, located within the rear yard, and has similar decks within the required rear yard. The depth of the third and fourth floors would be no deeper than the building's depth of either adjacent neighbor, or the building depth, excuse me. The proposed decks are minimal in size, providing additional usable open space for the property, which has no at-grade usable open space. To date, the department has received 8 letters of support and 6 letters of opposition to the project, including opposition letters from San Francisco Apartment Association, Pacific Heights Residents Association, and the Cow Hollow Association. With that, the department recommends that the Commission not take DR and approve the project as proposed, as the scope of the project does not create or contain any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances. The project does not create any unusual adverse effects on the neighboring property's access to privacy or light, and is contextual with regards to its massing, scale, and setbacks. This concludes the department's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waddy. Mr. De Niro, the DR requester. Welcome. You have 5 minutes for a presentation.
Would you please turn the projector on and keep it on for the presentation? Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kirk De Niro. This is an overhead view of the project site at 2523 Steiner. It's a key lot and also adjacent to a non-complying corner apartment building at 2525 Steiner that has just a 3 to 4 foot backyard. The apartment building is mine. It is the only property I own. I have lived in the apartment number 5 for over 18 years. I now live with my wife and son. The tenants, who are also my neighbors and friends, live in the other rent-controlled apartments. 3 apartments, including ours, face the project site. The project lot is over 1,000 square feet, which is less than half the size of the standard lot. The existing building is already over 2,300 square feet per the variance application. As you know, the average size home in San Francisco is 1,500 square feet. This is the view from our deck. The only space available to our unit. The project is entirely in the required rear yard. The block blocks us off from the mid-block and creates an egregious invasion of privacy. This is the view. This is the view from the apartment number 3 where Dan and Grant live. Again, this is the only space this unit has available. This is the view. This is the deck that is accessed by a glass door from a bedroom. Glass doors that will have to be permanently curtained to prevent a project occupant from peering right into the bed itself. This is the view from the deck at apartment 2 on the ground level where Katie and Christina live. Again, this is the only open space available to these tenants. The doors and windows on this deck provided the only direct light from most of the apartment. On the projects at 60 Russell and 2783 Diamond, you noted that small buildings are appropriate for small lots and their adjacent conditions, including legal non-complying homes, must be taken into account by the project. You reduced the depth at 60 Russell on 2 levels and pulled the deck back, and you removed the deck and floors on Diamond Street. Those projects didn't need a variance. This one needs a variance. I don't see how the 5 required variance findings can possibly be met. The sponsor states in their variance application that the project will not have, quote, any negative effects on the adjacent properties. This is clearly untrue, as you can see from the 3D views. The project will place a wall in front of 3 apartments, remove significant light and air from our unit, most light and air from apartment number 3, and almost all the light and air from apartment number 2. The private impacts on these 3 units are not just a bother, they are outrageous and will mean that not only will our open space be unusable, but curtains will have to be in place 24 hours a day to protect bedrooms from deck occupants who will be just an arm's length away. The sponsors state that the variance is needed to create 3 bedrooms for a family. First, the history reads as a spec home. Zillow shows the sponsors purchased the property for $2 million in 2013, and less than a year and a half later, they put it on the market for $4.5 million. They didn't get their price. They lowered it several times to get to finally $3.6 million. They finally took it off the market, and now that's when the project started. It is also not credible that 2,300 square feet building cannot be remodeled on the inside to accommodate 3 bedrooms. On the ground floor, the building is proposed to be expanded into the required rear yard to accommodate a bathroom and additional storage space, not a bedroom. On the second floor, a small bedroom that doesn't meet exposure requirements is being removed to create a common area that takes up the whole floor. This whole floor is larger than my apartment. On the third floor, 1 bedroom will have 1 bath, with 1 bath is being expanded into the required rear yard to accommodate 2 bedrooms over 200 square feet, each with private bathrooms, and 2 hallway closets, as well as a rear deck on all 5 feet from our decks. On the 4th floor, an office is being turned into a master bedroom and expanded into the required rear yard so it can have a bathroom larger than any room in my apartment, and can have another rear deck looking right into our homes. The master closet on the floor is larger than a bedroom in which my son sleeps. And all this is proposed for a very small lot that means to accommodate a small, affordable starter home. If people are wondering where San Francisco affordable housing is going, they don't need to look beyond this project. The sponsors have taken the most affordable unit, not on our block, but the entire part of this town, and want to turn it and yield a $2 million profit at the expense of the light, privacy of rent-controlled tenants, neighbors, and my family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this up to public comment for those supporting the DR requester in opposition to the project. I have 1 speaker card, Greg Scott, but others are welcome to speak. You can line up against the screen side of the room.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Greg Scott. I'm the treasurer, the former president of Pacific Heights Residents Association, and I'm also the treasurer of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. We have a long-standing position in Pacific Heights of opposing any expansion of a non-conforming use. When Mr. Passmore was the zoning administrator, he was kind enough to stop an expansion of a non-conforming use in the building next to mine on Jackson Street between Fillmore and Steiner, a similar expansion of a non-conforming use where they wanted to expand a 4th unit in a building that was zoned RH2. So we feel very strongly the planning code and the building code should be adhered to. They clearly call for not expanding non-conforming uses. This use should not be expanded, and this variance should not be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Chen. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of my father, who owns 2521 Steiner Street, which is on the southern side of the project site, shown here in graphic 1, circled in red. Oh, yep, it's on. Sorry about that. Okay. The first problem for our property is that the site plan is incorrect to a significant degree. It shows our rear bay window as about 2 feet from the property line. Were this bay window to actually be only 2 feet from the property line, one might conclude that the impact of the project in the required rear yard is minimal to our house. The bay window is in fact about 7 feet 6 inches from the property line. That's a substantial difference. Here's a photo from our backyard looking towards the project. You can clearly see, the distance between the bay window at the far right is not just 2 feet from the rear property line. Let's see. On my father's behalf, because he often travels out of the country on business, Kirk brought this to the planner's attention not one time, but over a dozen times, 4 times in writing, in the DR application, which you can read on page 1 of the DR continuation, and in 3 emails. The planner continued to resist acknowledging the error, and so Kirk sent her this photo and referred her to Google Earth as well. Evidently, she said it was not her job to verify plans, that it was the architect's responsibility. Again, on my father's behalf, Kirk did the only thing he could think of, which was to hire an architect to draw the actual configuration and dimensions of the rear of our building. We'll be handing the corrected plans and letter from the licensed architect that made the measurements and states that the previous site plans are wrong. If we can get graphic. So this is an overlay in pink of the actual configuration of the dimensions of our building. 2521 Steiner Street on top of the architect's site plan in gray. The discrepancy is clearly substantial. Move on to 5. This is the view from our bay window now on the left with the project on the right. Okay, number 6. This is the view on the stair out to our yard in relation to the project. Graphic 7. Oh yeah, back to 1 again. Okay, as you can see from the original overhead, our yard is small and already walled in on the east by a non-complying building. With this project...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Sure.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Luann Lee. I have a petition here of over 140 signatures of neighbors who support the DR and oppose this variance. Oh, could you please turn on the overhead? Here's the signatures of the people. I also have over 50 neighbor letters that oppose this project, including one from former Mayor Frank Jordan, who visited the site. There are also opposition letters from Pacific Heights and Cow Hollow Association, the San Francisco Apartment Association, the Coalition of San Francisco Neighborhoods, the city's largest neighborhood group, the San Francisco Tenants Union, and the Neighbors United. They all oppose this. It shows the prevailing sentiment against this project, one that seeks to benefit one owner at the significant expense and detriment to numerous other neighbors. A typical RH1 FAR is well under 1. This one is already over 2, far too large for its lot. This project will bring the FAR to almost 3. Planning has proposed that it would require a hearing for any code-compliant FAR over 1.2. This is a starter home on a small lot. There's shrinking inventory of affordable homes, and this will make the home even less affordable. A variance is supposed to meet 5 findings, one of which is there's no meaningful negative impact on the neighboring properties. This is a burden of the sponsor to prove and not the neighbors, but they have ignored the negative impacts to numerous neighbors. In their response, the sponsors cite numerous changes they made before they even submitted the plans to us, but it's hard to believe that the project was even worse. But to reward them because they say the project is not as terrible as it once was is not a justification for a variance. I hope you will please deny this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
May I please have the projector turned on and left on? Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Kate Wells, and I live on the ground floor apartment 2 at 2525 Steiner, right next to the project site. This is my floor plan. The outdoor deck, my only outdoor space, and which provides my only access to sun, is boxed in on all sides at my level and on 3 sides at the upper levels. You can see the only window is the larger bedroom, or the only window is the larger bedroom onto the deck. The primary window of the smaller bedroom is onto the deck, and the only other window faces a 3-foot or so rear yard already boxed in by 2523 Steiner. The project will box in a whole new level, making my deck feel like a complete pit. The only sun I'll ever get is when the sun's directly overhead, which occurs only in midsummer and only for about an hour a day. The primary sun I get now angles down over the rear roof into the existing building, and I get it only late morning through early afternoon, almost or all year round. So in other words, I will lose all sun from both bedrooms and the deck. So this is the view from the deck now, and you can see what the project will do to it. It'll take away the sun and will allow project residents to look directly onto our deck and into the larger bedroom directly as well. The other bedroom gets its light through the deck and this other one window that faces our tiny rear yard. As you can see, the small amount of light, direct and indirect, this bedroom gets will be 100% blocked by the project. I cannot sell my unit for a quick $1 million and move to Atherton. I don't own my unit. I'm a tenant struggling to stay in this city. Why is the city making it so hard for me to do that? Why does the city favor wealthy property owners time and time again? The rear yard rules were meant for a reason, to let apartments like mine keep their rear yard, sunlight, and sky that they have. What is the point of even having these rules if the city will let anyone they want out of them? Please disapprove this variance and remove these rear decks. Thank you.
Do you mind turning the projector on and keeping it on throughout my presentation, please? Great. Commissioners, my name is Grant Johnston. I live in apartment number 3, which is on the second floor of 2525 Steiner, facing the project site. As you can see here, our deck, which is the only open space we have, directly is facing the project site. All of our windows look out onto the project site as well, and we don't have a common backyard or any access to a yard. As you can see from this view, the project will pass right in front of my deck at my eye level and also one floor above my level, and will add decks facing me at both levels. This is a view directly from my bedroom window. At my level, the project deck occupant will be 4 feet away from my porch railing, close enough to touch. Please understand this is our only open space, which is also the case with the residents of apartment 2 and apartment 5. The residents of 2523 Steiner, however, already have a large front-facing deck. This is one of the views the project residents will have when I am not on my deck, right into my bedroom. I will never be able to use my deck, and I will never be able to have my bedroom curtains open again, which I guess makes sense because the project will completely block out the sun. This is the only bedroom window that does not get its light from the deck, as seen here. It looks over the rear yard and will be blocked out, so my sunlight will be directly blocked, and instead I'll get people looking right into my room. The rear yard rules are created to prevent this from happening, and I don't understand why a proposal like this got beyond an initial conversation with the planning department. As you can see here, this is a floor plan of my unit. The only light, air, and sun both bedrooms get is facing the project's rear yard over the existing second level. This level and the level above it will be blocked, and so I'll no longer get any southern and western direct sunlight that streams over the existing third level open rear yard. Please disapprove this project and let the owner sell it for a mere $1 million profit instead of the $3 million they were looking for. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm reading for Dan Wolf, a tenant who lives in apartment number 3, who could not take off work today. The owners allege their plans were modified to satisfy all the neighbors' concerns, yet I was not included in the mandatory neighborhood meeting. So while I am one of the neighbors that would be affected the most, my concerns are not reflected in the current plans because I was not given the opportunity to be heard. My small rent-controlled apartment is a few feet from 2523 Steiner. The proposed two-story expansion would significantly reduce my light and privacy to my apartment, and in particular, my bedroom. I would be able to shake hands with a person on one of the 3 proposed decks. People would have a direct, invasive view into my bedroom and the bedroom of my roommate, as they would be a few feet away. This is much too invasive, and it is not a comfortable way to live. 2523 Steiner is currently more than 3 times the size of my apartment that I share with my roommate. I believe the owners can find a way to remodel within their existing envelope while not injuring others. The owners want a variance for a spa tub in their penthouse master suite bedroom. My apartment does not even have a tub. The owners state the project will not have any negative effects on adjacent properties. That is clearly untrue. It will greatly reduce privacy and block access to light and air from 3 units in our adjacent rent-controlled apartment building. Some of the worst impacts will be our apartment and the unit below as apartment number 2. When we pointed this out to the planner, she responded by saying, "Nobody needs to worry because the project has been reviewed by her and the RDT," as if the tenant's review and the impacts of the tenants meant nothing. I ask you to consider this from a tenant's point of view and the view from the adjacent properties, because I don't believe the planner or the owners had taken the time to do that. I respectfully request the denial of any plans to expand 2523 Steiner because of the permanent negative effects on my apartment and the other homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm reading for Christina Wells, who's a tenant from 2525 Steiner apartment number 2. Thank you for your time, commissioners. I took off work for the zoning hearing, but was told by the planner at 10:30 in the night before that it was canceled when it was merely continued. I work very hard and I cannot afford to take off of work, and I'm sorry that I cannot be here today to address you. Our light comes from above over the rear yard of 2523. It's clear from the pictures that the new massing will block most of our sun. Their proposed decks will make our deck and windows unusable. The sponsors say we feel our project should be approved because the simple variance, and it is code compliant. First, 95% of this project requires a variance. And second, the variance is not simple. To us, tenants, it is devastating. As noted, our deck and our only open space is surrounded on 4 sides. The next level up, there's only one side open, and it's right over the rear yard of 2523. The project will take away a lot of the little sun that we get, and it will take away all of our privacy. Both of our bedrooms get our primary light and air through this deck, and the back bedroom gets its only light from the deck. The sponsor may say it's not our problem you have so little light, but I believe you have always said, as a commission, that projects should be taken in context. Our context depends on the rear yard being kept open on the upper levels. This would be true even if a project didn't require a variance. The fact that it does expands the importance of context exponentially. The proposed decks will allow not 1 but 2 levels of people to look directly into our places at very close proximity. The owner's advocate and friend is a known cigarette smoking addict. It would be terrible to have my only bedroom so close to the constant smoke, and I would not be able to open my window. Please help to preserve my privacy, light, and air. I cannot afford to move. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Britt Bachner, and I own 2521 Steiner Street with my husband George, next door to the project site. I raised my family in this house. I oppose the expansion of 2523 Steiner because it is too intrusive and it greatly reduces the light, air, and privacy to my home as well as to all my neighbors around me. The proposed rear 3rd floor comes right up against my bay window. The 3rd level deck looks right into both my yard and my windows. The proposed rear fourth floor includes a penthouse master bedroom suite with a spa tub. An occupant of 2523 Steiner Street getting out of their spa tub will be able to look directly into my home. 2523 Steiner has already added 4 front stories to the previous investor and flipper that has permanently blocked my air and light. The previous 4-story addition went up in front of a small cottage, destroying a beautiful English garden. There is no longer any green space there. They have adequate space to remodel in the current envelope without hurting all these neighbors. From raising my family here in San Francisco, I know it's possible to live comfortably within the square footage they currently have. Their house already has 2,300 square feet per the plans on a 1,000 square foot lot. Their house already includes square footage by way of non-conforming rear 2-level structures that should not be there in the first place per the San Francisco Planning Code. This already exceeds what is reasonable. I respectfully ask you to remove the rear 2-story addition and decks along with the 4th floor property line window and will further remove from my privacy. I thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Phil Lalonde, and I live at 2475 Pacific Avenue. My home is across the street from the proposed project. I have lived in my house for over 25 years and raised my family there. While I have strong reservations about the proposed front build-out and my reduction in privacy by the expanded front deck, I am writing to object to the proposed 2-story expansion to the rear. I remember the original carriage house that occupied the back half of the lot at 2523 Steiner. The previous owner replaced the front greenery that the neighborhood enjoyed with the current 4-story home you see today. That 4-story build-out reduced large amounts of air and light to our neighborhood. I now see that the current owners wish to further reduce the light, air, and privacy even further to the rear. The current owners are asking for a variance to zoning laws that are used to stop this very thing from happening. I have reviewed the plans, and I agree with a large number of neighbors that have signed the petition that the proposed 2-story expansion would be materially detrimental to the neighborhood. Planning Code Section 101 explicitly states that one of 5 purposes of the code is to provide adequate light, air, and privacy. The proposed variance does not provide light, air, and privacy, but in fact removes it. There is no exception or extraordinary circumstance per the planning code that justifies a 2-story expansion on a 4-story home that has already taken away the neighbor's air, light, and privacy. I respectfully request you prohibit the 2-story expansion, including 2 decks that require a variance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Commissioners, my name is Glenn Hickerson. My wife Jane and I live directly across the street at 2510 Steiner in a 1860 Victorian, of which we're the 4th fortunate inhabitant family. The house across the street was built 10 years ago on speculation by a builder architect, and we were shocked that it overbuilt the lot to begin with. And the very idea that someone would now come in and request a substantial expansion and addition of 2 balconies after already having really circumvented the building codes of San Francisco in the first property, it seems extraordinary. There is no yard or open space between the building and the street or its neighbors. It's really unbelievable that a building like this would be seriously considered, and we respectfully request that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Smith. I've known the De Niros since they moved on to Pacific Avenue. I used to be a resident there as well. I agree with the other speakers and the DR applicant in believing both the massing and the decks in the required rear yard are inappropriate, but want to use my speaking time to address just the decks. The sponsor or staff may say the rear yard decks are needed to comply with the code. It is very important for you to understand this is not true. The existing usable open space on the property consists of decks in the front and rear on the top floor. Together, these two decks cover about 260 square feet. The usable open space requirement in RH1 is 300 square feet, but if you legally have less than that, you do not have to add more. You just can't reduce what you have. If you allow a large top floor addition to remove the existing open space, then you would indeed force that sponsor to put the open space somewhere else. The only other place left is the required rear yard. Here is the thing. The existing open space is tolerable. Relocating some of that existing and required 260 square feet of open space to the required rear yard is not tolerable. So we all ask that you do not allow an enlargement of the top floor that would result in a required and existing open space to be moved from the top floor to the required rear yard, where it will severely affect the surrounding tenants at 2525 Steiner and the De Niro family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Rimdahl. I'm at 2509 Pacific, which is 3 houses down from the corner where this issue is. I've been there for 30 years. I've seen every house bought and sold on that block. I think this is just another case of avarice and total disregard for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional public comment in support of the DR? Project sponsor? You have 5 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan, and this is my wife, Tina. We are the owners of 2523 Steiner Street. We purchased our house about 4 years ago in 2013, and since then we've had some life changes. We had our first daughter. She's almost 2 now, and we're expecting another one in October. So when we kicked off this project about 1.5 years ago, we had 2 things in mind. The first was fix a lot of the issues that we have with the property, and the second was come up with a usable floor plan that would allow us to expand our family appropriately. So throughout this process, we've done our best to include the neighbors, lots of outreach, lots of meetings at their houses, lots of email exchanges and phone calls, and we've taken as much of their feedback as possible with the hope of a really positive outcome for everyone. And as this is the first project that we've really gone through in San Francisco, we wanted to make sure that we brought in architects who have a lot of experience, and that's why we have Butler Armstrong over here. So I will introduce you here to Louis to run you through the project.
Thank you. My name is Louis Butler. I'm the architect, as was explained by Jonathan. I want to address the discrepancy in dimension. I believe that this has been corrected. We've been looking very carefully in the back. If there is a discrepancy remaining, it must be very slight, and I don't think it should affect the outcome, but that was an issue in the past, and I do believe it was corrected. The subject property is right there in the middle of the screen. It is absolutely the lowest, narrowest, shortest property, not only on the block, but in the area. Let's go to the next slide, Dave. Here you see that's fine like that. Here you see a view from the aerial view from the west. The subject property is there. Right here. All of the properties on Steiner are 100% lot coverage, virtually 100% lot coverage that you see in this view. Just virtually the entire length of Steiner, almost all in the backyard. This house right now has actually got the least amount of protrusion into the backyard. And so all of the immediate surrounding houses extend further west. And where we are placing the addition is in that last remaining pocket that has not been used by the last remaining house that has not used it. Next slide. This is a neighborhood lot map. The blue lot, of course, is ours. This lot is 1,037 square feet. A large lot in this neighborhood is 9,000 square feet. An average lot is 5,000 square feet. So this lot is actually smaller by a lot than virtually everything around it. The closest lot is the one to the south, and you've heard speakers from that property, which is actually 30% larger. So we are the smallest lot. If I expand this map to include 8 more blocks, the results do not change. So what we're dealing with here is not only a small house, but a very, very, very small house, which right now does not extend as far west as most of the houses around it that are larger. So we're simply asking to take a modest amount of space in the rear yard setback to add a bedroom for this house. And it's I think it's a small ask, but I do want to highlight the hardship of not a small lot,
one that is proportionally much, much smaller than everything else around. Next slide. This slide shows I'll do this very quickly. Existing plans are on the left. We don't need to focus a lot on those. Pan to the right now, Dave. We had two reductions in space. The reduction in red is a voluntary reduction, and that was 110 square feet. That area was taken out between our neighborhood outreach meeting and the permit filing, would then further reduce the size of the addition with the RDT, an additional 45 square feet, and an addition of interior space, an additional 45 square feet of deck.
Mr. Butler, could you please point to those things because I don't see any red here, at least not on my screen.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry
about that.
Speak in the mic.
This is the voluntary area right here and right here, and then this is the additional area, the blue, that we did with RDT. Is that clear? I'm sorry. So at the neighborhood outreach meeting, we had an addition that was this big. Before we filed the permit, we reduced it to here and also took these two small deck additions off the front off to.
But the other blue, just to clarify, the blue section was on the floor beneath, because you couldn't, it would be just hanging there.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So the blue section's on the floor beneath, but we also took the deck above that off too.
Got it. All right, take another, I mean, I think we were asking you questions here, which we don't typically do, so take another minute to finish up.
That's
please.
fine. And then also on the upper left, actually bring this down a bit. Another change we made with the participation of the neighbor to the direct west is we added planting here and obscured the railing. And that was a nice set of meetings that we had with her, and she was very happy with that result. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is the neighbor map. This is just an outline of people that we've talked to. I realize that you've heard from quite a bit of opposition, but if you look at the immediate map, we have opposition in the form of the DR directly to the north of the lot. Although a tenant in that building is a supporter of ours, we have opposition to the south, that lot 1B that you've heard from. That house has been rented for 4 years, and the tenant also wrote a letter of support. So we've worked very hard to talk to all the people on this map and have made compromises that have created at least non-opposition in many cases, and I think my client has done a very good job of that. And the next slide is just a quick synopsis of all those emails. Is that my final?
That is.
Okay, great. I'll say the rest for rebuttal. One thing is you will see our supporters come up next.
Your time is up. You can
Okay, they're going to come up
finish
as
in
a group.
rebuttal.
Okay.
So we'll open it up to public testimony in support of the project and opposed to the DR.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eugene Spector. I'm in 2525.
You can stay lined up, sorry, against the wall. It's the easiest. Sorry, Dr. Spector.
That's okay. Apartment number 1. And not to take your time, but I would support the project that they would like to, that they are proposing.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
What I intended to convey is that rather than have everybody else come up,
Oh, okay.
we are simply
I apologize.
telling you that we have all these people in support just in the interest of being efficient.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So they weren't intending to speak, just a
That's correct.
show of support.
Show of support, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll move to the DR request, or you've got a 2-minute rebuttal.
An exceptional circumstance for a variance might be a 600 square foot house on a 1,000 square foot lot. But a house already over 2,300 square foot on a 1,000 square foot lot is exceptional only because it already exceeds what is reasonable. And because of that, it cannot be considered a hardship. It is a benefit this owner has, most others do not have, by having the non-conforming section. The variance must be proven not by the materially harming the neighbor's properties. Planning Code Section 101, which must be met in the variance, is to provide adequate light, air, privacy, and convenience of access. The 3D drawings prove that neither of these variances findings are met. Commissioners, on a 1,000 square foot lot, the Borders rent control apartments, which already are limited by air and light, this project is wrong. What we ask is you deny the rear yard construction, including the rear decks, remove the fourth floor window that will look into the side window of 2521 Steiner, and allow a 4-floor addition as long as it does not reduce the required 2,600 square feet of existing required open space. Commissioners, we understand when a project like this is so poorly reviewed come before you, you often send them back for redesign. But I have also seen from watching a lot of videos that staff allows it to come back with serious changes. We ask you to decide this issue today. If you cannot decide this issue today, we ask you to clearly to vote the opposed individual comment that the rear massing and deck must be removed. And commenting a little bit about the neighborhood support, the tenants at 2521 have given notice, and they knew they were going to leave when they wrote their letter of support. So yes, their communication, they will not be affected. Dr. Spector told me at the zoning, right before the zoning administration, that he is moving out this summer and selling his practice because he owns a home in Florida. I asked him why is he supporting this when so many tenants are against it. He says it doesn't affect him and he wants housing prices to go up. Basically, this is a small lot. It needs a small house.
Thank you, sir.
Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
We believe that we have a code-compliant project. I'm showing you again the slide, the aerial view that shows how this house now sits with the neighboring houses. This project has been to the RDT twice. It's been gone over very, very carefully, and we have the support of the department. I believe we have worked hard with the neighbors and certainly immediately affected neighbors and have gotten fairly good results. Well, obviously, we haven't gotten 100% results, but we certainly have put the energy in to achieve that. And in those efforts, we have tried to reduce the addition both voluntarily and with RDT in a way that works best with the neighbors. And even when we're done, we are not going to be a particularly aggressive house in terms of rear yard setback. We are simply going to be very similar in profile to what is on that edge of the mid-block open space right now. So we're simply coming to where the norm is. We're not asking for anything beyond that. The original house was actually quite badly constructed, and we've kind of uncovered a lot of problems as we've gotten into this process. So we are looking forward to being able to add modestly to the back of the house and bring this house into 100% compliance, not only from a building code standpoint, but also from the standpoint of the RDT, who has, again, looked at this carefully. We should be in what I would feel is 100% planning compliance, too. I certainly would like to be available for any questions and do hope that you will see this project and the work that's gone into it the way that we think it should be seen. Thank you.
Thank you. That will close this portion of the hearing. I think in this case it would be good, Mr. Teague, to hear from you, because this is a bit unusual. Not everything, most of everything that's being added to this home is in the rear yard, and would typically, or the required rear yard, and would typically come to you for a zoning administrative hearing. I realize this is also being DR'd, but I think given that and that you deal with these, it would be good to get your thoughts and opinion on it before we start talking about it.
Sure, I'm happy to give some initial thoughts.
Because this could go to you alone, right? I mean, it was DR'd, but if this project wasn't DR'd, it would still come to you for decision on the.
It would. It would require a variance, require a zoning administrator action. One of the required findings that have been mentioned a few times is essentially, does it do any harm on adjacent properties in the immediate vicinity? That can include a number of factors, but one of the factors that is always part of that is the design review, and if we feel it is contextual and meeting the residential design guidelines. So we obviously do that review in the department in-house, but that matter is also before you here today. So I think we'll be looking to each other a little bit there, because it can be challenging to support a variance meeting that finding if the Planning Commission has determined that that design does not meet the residential design guidelines. I think a couple things that are interesting that have been pointed out is that it is a very small property, but it's not just a matter of area; it's also a matter of width. And the reason that can be relevant is that even though it's small in terms of its just overall size, only being 21 feet wide, that means all your stair corridors and whatnot have an even bigger impact in terms of squeezing you more skinny and long, right? You don't have as much room within that width to get some of the livable area that you need. And it's one thing that we'll definitely be looking at in consideration here. I think there is some discussion to be had specifically about the top floor, and I'm happy to hear the Planning Commission's thoughts on the fourth floor addition and also some additional comments from the sponsor, because I understand the impetus for the proposal and adding more livable space. Obviously, the addition at the fourth floor does achieve a new bedroom. It seems
floor.
to have the fourth
floor.
The fourth floor. It seems to have maybe a little bit extra space that can be discussed, and we can talk about that in a little more detail.
Okay, Commissioner Richards.
So I always bring my example here. House I previously owned was on a 25 by 35 foot lot, clearly a key substandard lot. 680 square feet was what I just looked it up on the property information map. My house was 1,058 square feet, and I wanted to expand it. And I talked to my neighbors, and I talked to planner, did a pre-project meeting, and it came down to my house was 1.55 FAR. This one's already 2. For me to expand it, it would have hurt my neighbors. I would have been in a long fight like this, had to get a variance, and would have been really expensive. So I moved 6 doors up the street. A young couple bought the house that I was in, and they had a child. And literally just last week, they decided that the house was too small for them, and they moved. And I look at my experience here, and I look at what this is, and I actually see this is a larger house on a smaller lot by FAR standards. It is, and it's a chosen thing that the project sponsors bought. However, it's 20-some hundred square feet already, and expanding it is really benefiting the project sponsor at the expense of many in the neighborhood. So I clearly think that something needs to be done here. I don't think the project as is approvable. I think we need to take DR and talk about what we want to do with this project. I'm initially inclined to say I just want to disapprove it, but that would be, to me, a starting point. I think, as the zoning administrator said, the existing square footage could be reconfigured to be more efficient and accommodate the programming needs of the family without having to impact so many neighbors, and I think this is really, really impactful.
Mr. Butler, if I could ask you a question on I think I would agree with Commissioner Richards in the zoning administrator on the fourth floor. It's not getting you much, but impacting the neighbors, and it's in the rear yard. The third floor, your addition is adding a bedroom, although there seems to be a lot of space there being used for closets and other items. Thoughts on how that could be? Well, do you have a picture there that you can show?
Yes.
Kind of how that impacts the apartment building, the DR requesters building? If you can.
I'm not sure I have the exact picture you're talking about, but you're talking about the top floor where the bathtub is in the bay?
No, I think the zoning administrator somewhat opined that he would lop that off. I think we would probably agree.
Okay.
So I think then we move to the third floor, which your addition is adding a bedroom, right? You're getting a bedroom. I realize you've already come in from the apartment building 5 feet 9 and some odd inches,
Correct.
Right, from there. Do you have a view from that kind of that if you're standing on that terrace to the apartment building?
I don't know that we have that view. So you want the view directly to the north and what the proximity would be like there?
Correct.
So an actual perspective view, similar to what you saw from the other side? I can show you profiles of our north elevation.
I mean, what's there? It's showing the deck. I think we heard from the
yeah.
person who lives there. And then how wide is that deck? And then when do you hit building there.
So you're
Is that deck open air to the top? It is,
You're
right?
talking about
Okay.
our deck or the?
No, their deck, the adjoining, the neighbor's deck.
Yeah.
DR requesters.
I've been on that deck, yeah. At the top floor, that deck is open air to the top, but I believe there's also a small deck on a floor below. But the owners of that building can certainly be more accurate about that.
Ms. Waddy says on 8.3, there's a photo. A 0.3, Ms. Waddy? Oh, yeah, 'cause, I mean, you could see it, it's photo
Okay, here we go.
4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there actually shows it quite well. Okay, so there's our pitched roof. You have to understand the fisheye angle is difficult, but there's our roof
Right.
in the foreground. There's their deck.
Right.
But there's an additional deck up at the roof level, right at the very top right-hand corner of that photograph.
Above that white wall.
Exactly.
That the neighbor's deck is there.
And then you see that lower deck I referred to with the railing there at the lower right-hand corner.
Right. And that's the one that bedroom addition would kind of, I mean, that's the perspective they showed with that bedroom addition.
Correct,
there.
yes.
And so you've come back 5 feet from your property line, and that pitched roof gets flattened, right? You put a deck out there.
Right.
And then you've got an addition there for the bedroom.
Correct.
And your addition comes off 5 feet, 9 inches from that property line.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Could you go, I mean, is there, I think that's, I get you're trying to add a bedroom to that space, so I'd like to see you be able to do that, but maybe in a lighter way than you're doing.
So I think what you might be asking
is how far can you come back? I mean, if that terrace goes away on that side, to give some breathing room to the neighbors, and you can come back a couple more feet there.
We could come back, not quite a couple, because then it would be hard for us to get into that room, but I can see a foot or a little bit more working there, if that helped.
Okay.
Along with the deck?
I mean, that would be, I'd be inclined to
I'd
kind
have
of
to-
allow that addition, allow some addition there to get a bedroom, but try to give some more breathing room to the neighbors, to DR requester.
I would have to verify that with my clients, but I can do that quickly.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to talk for a moment about your Commissioner Richards' experience, which I found rather interesting and applicable. We often have small lots where we're trying to maximize an envelope, yet with the very specific idea that whatever we're doing has to stay contextual, not impacting neighbors. We had alleys in which we're doing it. We had properties all around the city in all neighborhoods of all stripes and colors. What is of concern to me here is that we have to focus on the rental building, a rent-controlled corner building, where individuals who don't have the ability, because it's just affecting one part of my house, it's affecting the unit in which they live. That's all they got. And I do believe that the building, for the lot size on which it sits, taking the consideration of the type of occupancy on the next lot, is just trying to do too much. And it does it to the detriment of the people to the north, which is a corner building, as well as to the south. That having been said, I believe that the building, if we even want to try to doctor it back here, has to do more than pulling back from the property line. It has to really take a very, very candid look at spaces which are seriously over-designed and oversized for the size in which this lot occurs. I looked at it, and I'm not questioning how people live, but I'm to figure out of how a reasonable expansion could happen within what the lot itself requires you to do. It is a tiny lot. It is 1,000 square feet. So that given that, you can't make it more just because the other guy is larger. The other properties are larger. The other properties are wider. They're significantly deeper. So you can only take the common demising lines, but the building has to be designed from within. And I have to really be very honest, Mr. Butler, when I look at your proposed ground floor, when I see, and I know it's in the back of the building, there is a huge space that you call a storage area with a powder room off it and a closet that just seems to be adjacent to your garage. Here, I'm starting to look a little bit more closely at every level, and at every level I have a couple of questions. I come up to 2, I come up to 3. The entire expanded second floor is basically kitchen, dining, living. That's a lot of square footage. Coming up to the third floor, which I assume are the bedrooms for the children, I see 2 huge bathrooms for each of them, hallway closets, balconies left and right, and I'm starting to kind of say there's just too much here. And I have to just honestly say, if this particular applicant has that need for that space, which I can respect, then it may have to be a building in a different neighborhood. You do a lot of expansions in Pacific Heights.
Yes.
They're all very large. I've seen them. We had them in front of us. And on large lots, even there we sometimes discuss what the consequences are, but there are the consequences are somewhat bearable given where you are. In this particular situation in Lower Pacific Heights, we just have a very different situation. And it's for that reason that I cannot just really say, oh, we're going to take a couple of feet off here or there, and it has to be discussed with the client. I just don't think it works. And so for that reason, I just basically at this moment have to say that I cannot support the project. And I make a motion to disapprove. That is the only thing I can do.
Second.
I'd like to make one point, if I can, which I think is directly in response to...
I'm sorry, there is a motion at this moment.
Go ahead, Mr. Butler. It would be good. I think, given the motion is to deny.
There's only a light available to make bedrooms legal in terms of light and air on the top 2 floors of this house. So you can't really go down and start putting bedrooms down unless you want to do bedrooms that are mechanically ventilated.
I was not suggesting that. I am fully aware of the code. I'm just saying there is a lot of extra space, your home office or your TV room or whatever. Just to call that storage with a powder room just sounds a little bit ingenious to me. I'm sorry using that word. I don't have a better one. But there's something amiss here, and that's kind of like really wanting to understand where we are. And that is, I think, important to the majority of the commission here.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to take DR and disapprove this project. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Hillis?
No.
That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Hillis voting against. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
I will close the variance public hearing and take the item under advisement.
Very good, Commissioners. We took this item out of order, so we will go back to item 12 for case number 2014-000599 DRM at 1228 Funston Avenue. This is a staff-initiated discretionary review. However, I do believe Commissioner Melgar has a request.
Yes, I'm requesting to recuse myself from this item.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to...
Can I understand why?
I am a personal friend of the owners.
Okay, thank you.
Make a motion to recuse Commissioner Melgar.
Second.
On that motion, then, to recuse Commissioner Melgar, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0.
Commissioner Moore, did you want to talk? Your name was just up from the last one, right? You didn't want to talk on this? Oh, sorry. That was for the motion. Got it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good
Hi.
evening, Commissioner Hillis, members of the Commission, Laura Aiello, Department staff. The proposal before you this evening is a staff-initiated discretionary review of a building permit application proposing to legalize work that was completed without permits. Projects involving additions on single-family homes are typically handled by department staff, but in this case, the applicant is seeking to legalize work that cannot be approved by staff. As you know, the city has a process for development review that requires meeting minimum standards and, in certain circumstances, providing neighborhood notification and review. Projects that include facade changes to historic or potentially historic buildings require review by historic preservation technical specialists, and in some cases require completion of an environmental evaluation application prior to building permit submittal. You also know that the Planning Code establishes development standards such as setbacks, maximum building height, massing, and so forth. This does not mean that all projects can build out to the absolute maximum standards. Each project must be evaluated on a case-by-case basis with surrounding neighborhood, mid-block open space, the proximity of adjacent houses, and other factors in mind. In this case, a single-family home in a two-family zoning district, the applicant applied for a building permit for an addition and no facade changes. The project was reviewed by the residential design team, and instructions to reduce the size of the addition were given. The applicant did not revise the project, but instead proceeded to construct the addition and also made facade changes that would not be allowed under the building code. The exterior alterations that were made without permits are as follows. 1, a 3-story addition at the rear of the building. The addition includes a 2-story deck and spiral stair. 2, front entry, front facade, window, and trim changes that eliminated character-defining features. 3, demolition of a 20 by 25-foot shed located at the rearmost portion of the lot. The applicant has agreed to restore the facade windows and trim, and this is supported by the department. The department also supports removal of the large unauthorized shed and can support a smaller addition. The addition that was made to the home does not conform to residential design guidelines and is larger than what would be approved by the department. The department has a proposal that would allow a rear addition that is more sensitive to the surrounding neighbors. The recommended modifications consist of 1, reducing the mass of the addition to match the depth of the adjacent building to the south. That's the nearly identical building. There's 3 in a row in this case. 2, incorporating a 5-foot side setback on all of the upper floors. And 3, removal of the deck and spiral stair. No public notices other than the 10-day DR hearing notice have been made, so neighbors have not been mailed the usual 30-day notice. Section 311 notification will be mailed to neighbors after a project which can be approved is provided. Regardless of neighbor support or opposition, the department must take the long view in any project with preservation, design, and neighborhood compatibility in mind. Approval of the project as proposed by the applicant reinforces a problematic citywide trend where buildings are altered without permits in ways that would not receive permit approval and require the department to accept design compromises in order to legalize. Further, it would set a precedent that rewards disregard of the planning code and the CEQA process. Staff recommends that you take discretionary review and approve the project with modifications as proposed by staff. As noted in the executive summary, the project, if modified per staff modifications, would meet all applicable requirements of the planning code and would not require further environmental review. If the project is allowed to be left as illegally constructed, it would endorse and reward the practice of working without permits. This concludes my presentation. I will be available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ayala. Project sponsor, you have 5 minutes.
Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Elena Asturias, San Francisco native and project sponsor. With me is my mother, Dr. Carlota del Portillo, recently retired dean of the Mission Campus City College, and my aunt, Catherine Echevarria, recently retired from Stanford University Hospital. This home has been in our family for over 50 years. My grandmother, Luz Delia Conde del Rosario, purchased this home in the 60s when she came out from New York. It has been a family home. We've spent many years there. She passed away at the age of 94 there about 10 years ago. And so since that time, we have made a number of upgrades. The project has been, it has been stood there empty for 3 years. And we have lovingly remodeled it, and you'll hear a little bit about that process from the experts. At all times, did we rely on our consultants who presented all of the documentation that was required by the city and who worked with the different city departments. So we would ask the architect to come forward and discuss that with you now. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Dave Irwin. I'm a designer actively working toward getting my licensure to be an architect in the state of California. I'm here to speak briefly about the family unit within architecture and specifically how it applies to this project. This is a project that was pulled from the city archives, looking at the front facade of the building. This is the building current day. Now, if we move to the back of the building, you can observe a couple things, including a spiral stair and the decks coming out from the back. What I just want to also show is the relationship to the neighbor next door, which is such you have roughly 10 feet between the back of the building and the front of that building. I said I wanted to talk about the family unit, and I'll show you why. You can observe here is that there's a 9'6" request from the planning department to remove of this building. Now, in many cases, if you remove 9'6" off of something, perhaps it's there's not much that happens. But in this case, what you can observe is this being that line of 9'6", this being the original outline of the previous building. What you're removing is the family room. What you're also removing is the kitchen. Now, if this were to move forward and to have this part of the home removed, I'm not quite sure of what the benefit could be for anybody living in that home. And it would obviously be quite a substantial amount of work to be done to put that home back into a state in which the architecture works for the family. Thank you very much for your time.
Commissioners, Rodrigo Santos, a structural engineer. Something a bit unusual occurred in this project. The permit tracking system showed that the planning staff had released the drawings to the Department of Building Inspection. The Department of Building Inspection had the opportunity to review the entire package, not only structural architectural drawings, but mechanical as well as DPW and BSM sidewalk drawings. The site permit was ready for issuance, and CPB, which is a central permit bureau that releases the permit, realized that signature from planning had not been issued. So it was taken back to planning and the project stopped. So the entire time, the team and the project sponsor were quite confident that the proposed extension was going to be approved, and more importantly, it was an extension that was not requiring a variance.
Mr. Santos, your time is up, but you will have 2 minutes. Or no, I'm sorry, this is a staff-initiated DR, so there's no rebuttal. You might have questions, though.
Thank you. We'll open this item up for public comment. I have one speaker card, Gary Teal.
Good evening. My name is Gary Teal. I live next to 1228 Funston. I've been there since 1949, 68 years. Living next to a construction site is not always pleasant. Eduardo and his crew were very polite and professional, not difficult at all. I used to work in construction myself. I enjoyed watching the progress of their project with great interest as it developed into a thing of beauty. If you decide that this must come down, it would be a travesty. To ruin this masterpiece. I'm not looking forward to more disruption in my life right now. Look at the big picture. This house makeover very much improved our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if there's any additional public comment, please line up on the screen side of the room. Mr. Karnilowicz.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Henry Karnilowicz. I'm speaking as a public person, and this particular property, were it not for the building that is there now, the one adjacent to it, that is within the rear yard setback, so it's actually an existing non-conforming structure. Were it not there, then this particular area where at the back where they've sort of bumped it out, where it's sort of been cut back, wouldn't be an issue, and planning would have approved it. So really what's happening is because of this building at the back, that this requirement is to have a setback, I believe, that 3 feet or so is sort of bumped in. And thus, as I say, if it were not for that building next door where this owner just spoke about right now, we wouldn't be discussing this particular portion of it. So I would urge you not to take DR and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and open up to commissioner comments. Commissioner Moore.
Since this is a staff-initiated DR, I think it is our obligation to very carefully hear staff's presentation, very good presentation, Ms. Ayalo, and I'm very concerned that I see drawings here that apparently have a licensed engineer's stamp on it, who is indeed capable of designing a building like that, and have an unlicensed architect present the design. Not the worst design, but as an unlicensed architect, you're not qualified to do this kind of work. And on top of that, having indeed non-compliance with the permits that were issued and something else got built. I think my hands are completely tied to the extent that I can only support staff's recommendation, take DR, and approve with the modifications outlined by staff, and I'm making that kind of a motion.
Second.
Commissioner Richards.
So, you know, we get Georgia Shudish and people from Noe Valley coming here, and we get accusations of building permit violations, serial demolitions, and the list goes on and on and on. And as I look at this, I mean, Mr. Santos, I looked up the website where your organization, your business, you've been in business 25 years. I actually hired you in 1995 to look at my first house that I bought here in San Francisco to check the structural soundness of it. I think hiring an unlicensed architect, but with your 25 years of experience, I think you should know better that we have residential design guidelines. There are things that could come up if it does come back to planning, and that construction should not proceed. So, I'm sorry. I wish I had more faith that that this was just an honest mistake. I just don't believe that it is. I looked up this house on Zillow as well. Ownership longevity, the position of the person in the community has nothing to do with whether you get a permit or not, or follow the rules. And we're being harangued here every week by people in the city saying the rules don't apply to certain people, but they always apply to me, and that's a travesty. And you know, I'm with those folks. So, house was listed at 6616 for sale, 2,675,000. It sold 7/12/16. 2,675,000 was withdrawn on in September. So, you know, this was a house for sale. It's not to be lived in. It's, I guess, waiting to be sold, because the picture that she even used had a for sale sign hanging out front, which clued me into looking at why there's a for sale sign out there. So I completely have to agree with staff. The rules need to be followed, and everybody needs to follow them. And my hands are tied too. There's no nips and tucks here. It's got to be put back, and it's got to be put back according to the residential design guidelines, which we hear every week here on DRs. So I absolutely support staff's recommendation. I don't see any other way to go about this.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to take DR and approve this project with staff modifications. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 4-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 14 for case number 2016-000017 DRP at 43 Everson Street. Please note that on April 6, 2017, after hearing and closing public comment, this item was continued to May 18th. By a vote of 6-1, Commissioner Johnson was against. On May 18th, without hearing, you continued it.
Hold on, Jonas. We've lost the quorum.
We certainly have. Thank you.
Okay. Go. Sorry, we're back. Thank you, Commissioner Melgar.
Great. Good afternoon, President Hillis, members of the Commission. To refresh your memory, this project is a discretionary review of a building permit to construct a 3-story horizontal rear addition, make interior renovations, and remodel the front facade of a single-family home at 43 Everson. Since the April 6th hearing, the project sponsor has been in discussion with the DR requester. The project plans in your packets have been modified in response to the DR requester's concerns. However, they did not reach a mutually agreed upon final design. Since the April 6th hearing, the plans have been revised to include a lowered height of the rear addition / main level by 2 feet 6 inches to better align with the DR requester's lower deck. A reduced massing of the western elevation of the addition by 5 feet in height and depth adjacent to the DR requester's property. A setback western deck guardrail by 5 feet from the building wall to improve privacy. Installation of a planter on the southwest corner of the roof deck to improve privacy. Changes to the rear fold-up glass door to a 4-panel sliding glass door wherein 2 of those panels are fixed. And lastly, the sponsor has engaged Salter and Associates to prepare a sound report, which has included recommendations to reduce sound transmission from the recreation space. Since the last hearing, the department's received an additional 4 letters in opposition and 1 in support. In conclusion, the department does not find the project to create or contain any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances to warrant further modifications of this code-compliant project and recommends approval of the project as proposed. This concludes the department's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Waddy. So we've heard this once before, so we'll have 3 minutes for the DR requester and the project sponsor, and we'll have 1 minute public comment. DR requester.
Can I have the computer, please?
SFGov, can you go to the computer, please?
How do you want to do this? Okay. My name is David Calford, the DR requester. I live next door at 49 Everson. At the previous hearing in April, there were 3 concerns raised, the massing being the most significant for the basketball court. At that hearing in April, the Commission appeared interested in the suggestion of Mr. Buskovich that the basketball court be located further into the hillside, and I agreed to continue discussions with the sponsor along those lines. But we discovered quickly that many things were out of bounds, and so these conversations were not fruitful. The biggest sticking point continues to be the overall size and impact of the basketball court. The plan as proposed does look suspiciously like the do not build from the design guidelines, and have always been looking for something that looks more in line with the residential design guidelines. The context of surrounding buildings is supposed to be a guide and strive to not leave neighbors feeling boxed in or cut off from the rear yard green space. Here you can see a very consistent rear yard green space, and this is going to be severely broken if this goes forward. There's a lot of strong neighborhood sentiment against this project, and I'm going to let Ryan speak because I want to have you hear what he has to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. This project is not approvable in its current form. Planning Code Section 317 requires a conditional use permit to remove a dwelling unit. If I can have the overhead projector, please. The project sponsor has already demolished the building's second dwelling unit. This is a photo of the first kitchen. This is a photo of the second kitchen. And this is a photo of the project as it currently stands demolished. To his credit, the architect shows the second dwelling unit on the plans. The department, however, did not have proof that it was occupied. And if I can give to Mr. Ionin, these are two sworn declarations from two neighbors attesting to the existence and occupancy of the second dwelling unit until 2015 when the project was sold to the project sponsor. A third neighbor is here and can testify on that subject as well. We've spoken with one of the tenants of the second unit. His name is Mason Lee. He still lives in the city. We're happy to give his phone number to the department so that they can further investigate and confirm this information. Mr. Buskovich.
I'll go quickly. We left with the instructions to either flip the design or lower the floor. Our very first meeting, that was taken off the counter. No concrete work was going to be allowed. No work in the retaining wall, no lowering of the concrete floor, even though this floor hadn't been fully permitted. At this point, all the changes were on the edges. We asked the project sponsor to put Mason Lee's unit back in. That was who was living there. Put the basketball court in the backyard where everybody else's basketball court is. They don't need the extension.
Thank you, Mr.
Focus
Buskovich.
on the unit.
Project sponsor, you have 3 minutes.
There's speakers.
We'll just take public comment after this.
Okay, very good.
In support or opposed.
Hi, my name is Andy Rogers, project architect. Thank you for listening to our presentation. And I'm sorry that we're here because I feel like we have made numerous substantial concessions to Mr. Kaufer that have directly addressed all of his stated concerns. I would like to go through those quickly if I could. Number one is that we substantially changed the front of the building so that it was set back further from the street and no longer requires a variance. And that was one of Mr. Kaufer's concerns. So it has been addressed. Number two, toward the back of the building, we made all of the guardrails clear glass so as to reduce the massing of the project and to allow the passage of natural light. Secondly, we brought the west guardrail in by 5 feet from the edge of the building. Thirdly, we agreed to make the clear story windows frosted instead of clear to address privacy concerns. And then we also eliminated the garage door, which seemed to be a concern, not just from the neighbors, but from commissioners as well, and went with a 4-panel sliding glass door where only the middle 2 panels are movable. So we've effectively reduced the area of the opening by half. Next, we reduced the height of the building, as was already mentioned. We reduced the height by 30 inches. And this is particularly significant because when we met with Mr. Buskovich and talked about the flipped plan that was his idea, the end result of that on the outside of the building was in fact to lower the overall height of the horizontal addition. And the whole objective was to get our client's living level deck down to the level of Mr. Kaufer's lower deck, and we were successful in doing that. So, what's that? Oh, okay. So that's substantial. And then the next thing we did, so as to address Mr. Kaufer's concern about the massing and the height of our west wall from his rear yard, is we created a 5-foot by 5-foot notch in the west edge of our client's building. He still had concerns about what it would look like from his side, so we created a full-scale mock-up. And that's pretty significant because we were able to go out to the site, and fortunately Commissioner Richards was able to join us and to look at exactly what we are proposing now versus what was originally proposed. And the height of the wall at the west edge of our client's building has dropped almost 8 feet. And we think that that's a pretty important concession. Furthermore, our client agreed to move the west guardrail in an additional 8 feet.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
There was one more concession that's important, if I can add that.
Go ahead, quickly.
Okay. Quickly, at this meeting, our client agreed to move his south guardrail in by 3 feet so as to address sightline concerns from his deck.
The south wall 3 feet north.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll open this up to public comment.
Good evening, Mark Brennan, 50 Everson, across the street from this the property. I support the DR and would urge you to also take DR on this. June 1st, we were here for a meeting. We spoke before it was continued. We had a 2-hour meeting on RH1, RH2, on what constitutes a demolition. Commissioner Richards, you talked about an 8,000 square foot home that the commission denied because it was going to be for 2 people. We've got a 4,000 square foot home, 6 bedrooms, that's now going to be 6,000 square feet, 1 bedroom with a basketball court for a man that lives 100 feet away at 2 Everson. I can tell you there's 2 entrances to this building. There was more than 2 families, well, at least 2 families living here. Everybody on Everson knows that. This is no longer a single-family home. This is going to be an event space, and this is not what we want in Everson. There's so much construction going on. Ed Sweeney was here on June 1st talking about what a demolition is, talking about getting rid of the foundation. That's happened here. That's happened at 21 Everson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none. Commissioner Richards.
So, a question for Ms. Waddy. This issue of the second unit, can you illuminate us on exactly what we're looking at?
Sure. So the property was not legally a 2-unit building. There was a notice of special restrictions that was previously placed on the property declaring it as a single-family home. So the issue really is whether or not there was an unauthorized unit that was removed from this property. There was a permit pulled on April 1st of 2016 to remove a kitchenette. April 1st predates the rule in Planning Code Section 317 that would have otherwise required a conditional use for the removal of an unauthorized unit.
What date was that?
That became effective on April 10th, 2016, so 10 days shy of the ordinance being adopted.
Okay. So it's interesting, I did go out and did do a site visit, and I stood from the perspective of the bottom, the ground floor of the subject property's yard looking up. We went into Mr. Kalfer's on his deck. We actually stepped a few feet into his bedroom to see what the sight lines were. And I found that the project sponsor himself was very amenable to whatever it would take to alleviate any issues that Mr. Kalfer may in fact encounter. And after hearing the dialogue back and forth, I realized that there was a really strong good faith effort on the project sponsor's part. Now, that all being said, this commission needs to put into perspective that willingness of that with the public testimony of having this not exactly read as a single family house. So, I saw the dialogue. I'd love to hear the rest of the commissioners weigh in on what they believe this.
Commissioner Moore.
Taking into consideration what Ms. Waddy just said, that this house is a single-family home. Just earlier today, we do have people who strive to have a large single-family home in the range that this one is in its current configuration. What concerns me here is that the proposal here attempts what is a factual change in use. It is becoming an entertainment space. It's becoming a basketball court or a semi-sized basketball court. And somewhat the comment here that we were expecting an acoustical report from Mr. Salter is somewhat disingenuous. if there is indeed an attempt to prove that this is non-impacting on others, then I have not seen that. I believe that the roll-up door or the sliding door don't make a bit of a difference when it comes to playing basketball, leaving the door open, and even playing at night, hearing the constant dribbling of the basketball. I believe that the transformation of a large single-family home in an RH1 to an entertainment venue like this is inappropriate, and I cannot support it.
Any other comments? Commissioner Koppel.
Thank you to the project sponsor for the clear presentation on with the visuals, three-dimension visuals of the sequential moves that you've made. If the DR requester could come up for a second, what more are you looking for as far as concessions from the project sponsor?
Right. So again, we were a little rushed in the presentation, but when we left this chamber before, we were expecting, based on Mr. Buskovich's suggestions to this commission, that we either push the basketball court into the hillside or drop it into its current footprint by doing some excavation. And both of those I would have said yes to in a heartbeat. We were not permitted to go there in the discussions that we had with them. And, we're chipping away at the edges is what it feels like when you go into, you saw the photo, you go into the rear yard and you're just confronted with a wall. And this is the challenge that I have.
Thank you.
So for me, I think that wasn't necessarily, thank you for your comment. I think Mr. Buskovich's suggestion of pushing the basketball court back wasn't something I recommended. I think it was something that was probably infeasible. I think there's issues about this. We don't know, but we don't necessarily decide what happens in people's homes. I don't know what happens in Commissioner Richards' homes. I don't know what happens in Commissioner Moore's home, whether people sleep in bedrooms, or they sleep in living rooms, or they play basketball in bedrooms. So, it's odd that we have, I think everybody can agree that we have kind of a basketball court in someone's home, but I've seen swimming pools in people's homes. I've seen other uses. I'm not about to say what you can or cannot do in your home. We're concerned about massing and how this building looks and feels. It was code compliant before. I think the changes that were made address a lot of the concerns that I have. I think, if we were looking at this massing and it was your typical bedroom layouts, would you be concerned? So I think there's extraordinary circumstances here, and that it's an unusual layout of a single-family home and a use in a single-family home. But it's a recreational use that we see in single-family homes. So I don't see anything we can do on this project. I think the architect and the project sponsor have responded and made appropriate changes to the massing to mitigate the concerns of the neighbor. So I'm fine with the changes. Commissioner Moore.
I still would like to hear, you seem to be trending towards wanting to approve the project. I believe this project requires an acoustical study because indoor basketball courts are not part of what we normally do in single-family homes, not inside. It's different to have a hoop in the garden and you play during daytime.
It's louder.
It's a hell of a lot louder having this one.
Commissioner Melgar.
I'm just worried about a slippery slope here, because I agree with Commissioner Hillis. I don't know that would we require an acoustical study if they were going to play bocce ball, or if they had a kids playground, because kids make noise. I just that it's unusual. It's not not permitted. So I'd be wary of requiring something just because
It says it here in the report.
It says what?
They're saying that they're offered to engage Salt and Associates to prepare a sound report which will recommend measures to reduce sound transmission from the recreation space.
But because they said that they're willing to do it, I do believe that this project sponsor has gone out of their way, but it's different than us requiring something. So anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's analogous to my neighbor's band plays in their garage. You know, what I do is I don't require acoustic study. I ask them to turn it down. And I'm sure, you know, hopefully we'll all be neighborly here and they won't be playing basketball at midnight or they'll close the doors. Mr. Rogers, did you want to add anything to the acoustic discussion?
I apologize, I didn't get to this earlier because I thought I might have 5 minutes and it was 3. But we did have a full sound report done by Salter and Associates specifically for a basketball use, specifically for this site. And it actually was submitted to Ella Szymanski. I'm sorry if it didn't go out to the commissioners, but I do have copies of it here for anyone that wants to see it. The executive summary is that the basketball use does fall within the allowable sound decibels for San Francisco in a residential neighborhood, whether the doors are open or closed. It falls barely under, but it still does fall under. And so that's the report from Salter. And again, I'm happy to share that. But it was very important to us to address that concern from Mr. Kaufer, and that's why we brought Salter on board.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
So, seeing everything I saw there on Tuesday, understanding that Mr. Salter did do a report and the good faith efforts of the project sponsor to try to alleviate all the potential conditions or annoyances, I move to approve, take DR.
Second.
So, take DR and approve the project as proposed, the new proposal?
It's with the
modifications.
As modified.
With modifications.
With modifications.
Thank you.
And there was a second by Commissioner Koppel.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. And on that motion to take DR and approve with modifications, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1, with Commissioner Moore voting against. Commissioners, item 15 was continued, so that puts us on our 5 p.m. calendar. For item 16, case number 2013.1383 ENV-02 at 3516 through 3526 Folsom Street. This is an appeal of a preliminary mitigated negative declaration. You will hear from staff and then a 10-minute presentation from the project sponsor.
I'm sorry.
Wait, Jonas, we're doing, this is a DR. Oh, no, we're doing the.
You were doing the appeal of the environmental, of the preliminary mitigated.
We can do 5
first.
minutes from the
You-
project sponsor?
You can do
All
however
right,
you
because
like.
we've heard
5
this,
minutes.
we've heard this project numerous times.
So 5 minutes for the project sponsor.
Commissioners, I wanted to introduce you to a new staff person, if I could. Did you? Sorry.
Sure, we allow that.
Justin Horner. Justin Horner has been with the department for a little over 2 years. Prior to coming to the department, he worked on land use and climate policy with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and he worked as an aide in the Oakland City Council. So we welcome Justin to the commission.
Welcome, Mr. Horner.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good evening, President Hillis and members of the Commission. I'm Justin Horner, Planning Department staff for the environmental review of 3516, 3526 Folsom Street. Joining me is Joy Navarrete, Senior Environmental Planner, Rich Sucre from the department's current planning division, and members of the project sponsor team are also present. The item before you is an appeal of the preliminary mitigated negative declaration prepared for the project. The project site includes 2 lots along the west side of an unimproved Paper Street section of Folsom Street, the Paper Street itself, and a portion of Department of Public Works property between the subject lots and Bernal Heights Boulevard. The project site is currently undeveloped and vacant. The proposed project involves the construction of 2 single-family residences on the 2 lots, the improvement of the Paper Street segment of Folsom Street, and the construction of a stairway between Folsom Street and Bernal Heights Boulevard. The PMND was published on April 26, 2017, and an appeal was timely filed on May 16, 2017, by Kathy Angus for the Bernal Heights South Slope organization. The appeal letter states that the PMND fails to adequately address a number of issues. The Planning Department maintains that the PMND did adequately analyze the proposed project's environmental impacts with respect to shadow, stormwater, construction-related nuisances and impacts, geotechnical and seismic impacts, and concerns related to trash and compost collection, and determined that the impacts would be less than significant with mitigation. Our detailed responses to these issues can be reviewed in our written response. The appellant's letter also states that the San Francisco Recreation and Park Department was not consulted about the impacts of the proposed project on their facilities or on the presence of hummingbird sage, a locally significant plant present near the project site. Department staff visited the project site with Rec Park staff on June 1st, 2017. It was determined the proposed stairway does not impact the hummingbird sage that is present on Public Works property north of the project site. It was also learned that Rec Park did not want the stairway to be located on their property for maintenance reasons, so the proposed stairway has been realigned onto Public Works property similarly away from the hummingbird sage. The stairway is subject to Public Works approval. The appellant asserts that the PMND did not adequately analyze the cumulative impacts of the proposed project, since it did not analyze the 4 other undeveloped lots near the project site. There are no current applications on file for any of the other lots, and they are not under the ownership of the project sponsor. Therefore, development of the lots is not considered foreseeable for purposes of CEQA. Any future development at these locations is subject to environmental review under CEQA. In the view of the department, the main concern of the appellants and of others who have submitted public comments is a fear that construction work related to the proposed project would result in damage to PG&E Natural Gas Transmission Pipeline 109, which runs under the project site, and that any such damage could result in an explosion. To address concerns about the integrity of the pipeline and any impact from construction equipment, the PMND includes a construction vibration mitigation measure. The mitigation measure requires monitoring of vibration levels and includes limitations on material storage and any construction activity within 20 feet of Pipeline 109, as well as the development of a vibration monitoring plan and its approval by PG&E and the Planning Department prior to the issuance of any building permits. Many public comments also expressed concerns regarding the reliability of PG&E and its ability to comply with regulatory requirements. Despite evidence of prior mishandling of pipeline safety in San Bruno, contentions that PG&E would be negligent in the regulation of this particular project are speculative, as are contentions that indirect environmental effects would occur as a result of such negligence. Under CEQA, indirect environmental effects must be analyzed if they are reasonably foreseeable effects of the project. The department does not consider indirect environmental effects that may result from possible negligence as reasonable foreseeable effects of the proposed project. This is not to say that safety is not of paramount concern, only that indirect effects that could result from negligence are, in this case, not required to be analyzed under CEQA. Per CEQA Guidelines Section 15063B, an environmental impact report is prepared if there is substantial evidence that a project either individually or cumulatively may cause a significant adverse effect on the physical environment. The appellant does not provide any substantial evidence that would indicate that the proposed project would have a significant, unavoidable impact necessitating the preparation of an EIR. Rather, the PMND provides substantial evidence that the proposed project would not result in a significant impact. Therefore, preparation of an EIR is not required. In conclusion, for the reasons above, we do recommend that the Planning Commission adopt the motion to uphold the preliminary mitigated negative declaration. This concludes the department's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, project sponsor.
President Hillis.
So this is on the EIR, right? And you have a
Yes, on the
5-minute
EIR. President Hillis, members of the Commission, Charles Olson from the law firm of Lewin Olson. I have read all the appeal materials. As you know, my comments tonight would be very brief on the CEQA issues. I am going to hand in, if I could, to the Secretary a written letter on the CEQA issues.
So you're the appellant, right?
Pardon?
Oh, no, he's the project sponsor.
You said project sponsor.
We should be calling up the.
You want to do? You want to do?
Sure.
Should be calling up the appellant.
Okay.
I apologize.
Hello, Commissioners. I have a letter here from Pipeline Safety Expert, Ruin Storensen, that we would like to give to the Commissioners. My name is Marilyn Waterman, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Pipeline Safety Expert, Dr. Ruin Storensen. Dr. Storensen is a working pipeline safety expert and geotechnical engineer. He is also the executive director of the Center for Catastrophic Risk Management at UC Berkeley. We have been here before, as you know, and have expressed our concerns about the public safety issues raised by this project. And as you know, it's located on a steep hillside in Bernal Heights, has a major gas transmission pipeline running through it, And that's one of just 3 such pipelines in San Francisco. The project site is uniquely dangerous. Dr. Sorensen has written a new letter dated June 14th, 2017, stating his contention that the proposed mitigation is inadequate and continues to allow for a significant impact. Please understand, a significant impact in this situation means a catastrophic explosion similar to San Bruno. We have given each of you a copy of the letter. I'll read excerpts from his letter and then ask that it be submitted into the record. He says, in my opinion, the analyses fall short of a rigorous evaluation of pipeline integrity and assurance of public safety. The adequacy and feasibility of the proposed mitigation actions are very much in question. He states that while PG&E is in a position to analyze additional fatigue, based on facts and new analyses associated with the proposed developments, my expert opinion that a reasonable possibility of significant effects still exists. He ends by stating, given the uncertainties of actual pipe integrity, strong consideration should be given to replacing the segment of pipeline to ensure maximum integrity and minimal exposure of residents to potential undue injury or death as a result of the anticipated heavy excavation and ground disturbances and activities. The record has been submitted for the record. The Planning Department has issued and rescinded 2 CADXs that prioritize avoiding an EIR over public safety. That record stands on its own. And if this case goes to court, it will be among the first evidence introduced. Now, when given a chance to responsibly address the pipeline dangers, we are offered a mitigated neg deck with an inadequate mitigation that has resulted in a flawed conclusion of, quote, no significant impact, again in violation of CEQA. CEQA law states when, during the mitigated neg deck review process, quote, there is substantial evidence that the project as revised may have a significant effect on the environment, an EIR is required. Dr. Roon's letter affirms a significant effect still exists. CEQA law also states the decision-making body, you, shall adopt the proposed negative declaration or mitigated neg deck only if it finds on the basis of the whole record before it, including the initial study and any comments received, that there is no, and I repeat, no, substantial evidence that the project will have a significant effect on the environment. Finally, I want to tell you about my first conversation with Dr. Sorensen. I was given his contact information, and I sent him the geotechnical letter. I called him and found him reluctant to talk to me. He told me he had no time for this kind of thing. I asked him to look at the geotechnical report and just quickly assess whether a danger existed. He agreed, and I stayed on the phone while he read. For the next several minutes, there was silence. Then he said, do people know how dangerous this is? He said he would write a report, but he said this quite firmly. He required an independent voice and would take no compensation. We hope the Commission will uphold CEQA law and support the need for an EIR in this project. The conclusion that this mitigated neg deck reduces the significant impact to less than significant is flawed. It violates CEQA. We ask you not to approve this mitigated neg deck and require an EIR. Thank you. And during public commentary, more people will speak to other aspects of the initial study.
Thank you very much. Project sponsor.
President Hillis, members of the Commission, Charles Olson on behalf of the project sponsor. As I was saying, I am going to submit written comments. My comments tonight will be brief. As the project appellant just mentioned, this project has a tortured history, particularly as it relates to CEQA. Project sponsor and planning department did agree to the preparation of a mitigated neg deck for this project in order to specifically address the neighbors' concerns about the construction impacts of the project as it related to PG&E pipeline number 109. I'm going to focus on Dr. Storsam's consulting report, which was just submitted to the Commission. I want to point out a few things about about that letter. First off, it does not even mention the mitigation measures that are included for pipeline safety in the mitigated neg deck. You can read the letter. Not once is the mitigation measure mentioned. He also suggests that because there's an elbow in the pipeline at Bernal Heights Boulevard, that construction trucks will somehow cause severe damage to the pipeline. It's hard to imagine that this pipeline and other PG&E pipelines that run throughout the city and cover beneath all city streets don't have many elbow joints. Construction trucks drive over these all the time without anything occurring. Another thing, if you look at Mr. Sorstrom's, the last paragraph on the bottom of the first page, he indicates that he had reviewed a letter from PG&E to the planning department. In that letter, if you look at that letter, which is in the file, it indicates that PG&E has a minimum requirement, requires a minimum of existing grade or 36 inches of cover over gas lines, whichever is less. And that letter suggests that there may be only 24 inches of cover for this pipeline, so that's the minimum requirement under the PG&E letter. But according to the consultant, he states that the letter illustrates that PG&E's requirements of a minimum of 36 inches of soil cover is likely violated at the site, and goes on to speculate he would not be surprised if a site-specific assessment would find other problems. So I submit that that is not substantial evidence indicating an impact will occur. The burden is on the petitioners in this situation to prove by substantial evidence in the whole record that significant impact would occur as a result of this project, and an EIR is needed. The vibration study that was prepared for this project was extensive. We used extremely at the request of the planning department, we used extremely conservative variables in the calculations that were done to indicate what the vibration impacts would be on the PG&E pipe. And even with those most conservative assumptions, it indicated that there would be no vibration impacts that would exceed PG&E's threshold for construction work in the vicinity of a gas transmission pipeline. In addition, PG&E has imposed had a long list of requirements, including on-site presence of PG&E workers whenever there's work within 10 feet of the pipeline. That is the basis of the mitigation measure N03, which the project sponsor has agreed to implement. So I think under the circumstances, the other impacts, cumulative impacts, I've discussed this with this commission several times before. The project sponsor has no ownership in the other 4 lots, no control over the other 4 lots. There's no applications for development of the other 4 lots. It's long been the rule in San Francisco that until an application for environmental review is submitted, a project is not deemed reasonably foreseeable for cumulative analysis. So again, we support staff's recommendation. We think we've gone. If you look at the mitigated neg deck, most of the impacts there aren't. I mean, you're talking about traffic. You're talking about 9 trips a day from the project site when the threshold for analysis is 44,000 trips. I mean, and as you go through chapter by chapter, other than the chapter on construction vibration, that is what you'll see. If we had prepared an EIR, the opponents would be asking for some kind of super EIR. This project has gone on for 4 years now. This document is adequate, so we request that the commission accept the staff recommendation and adopt the mitigated neg deck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. We'll open this item up for public comment. Speakers will have 2 minutes, and this is limited to the EIR. Or the mitigated neg deck. Please line up on the screen side of the room, but you can speak, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Barbara Underberg. I'm a resident of Bernal Heights. The preliminary mitigated negative deck is deficient because it does not include a report from a licensed geologist assessing slope stability as required by the Slope Protection Act. When this project began, the project was subject to the Slope Protection Act and still should be. In response to our appeal, the environmental planner asserts that, quote, the proposed project is not in an area subject to the Slope Protection Act. that it is true that effective January 1st of this year, the Department of Building Inspection implemented an amendment to reduce the scope of the Slope Protection Act. However, it was done without an approval action from the Board of Supervisors or its Land Use and Transportation Committee. In short, the amendment process was never completed. Tracing the legislative record, which is what this handout illustrates, the amendment was approved by various DBI committees in 2015, but it was never presented to the Board of Supervisors or its Land Use and Transportation Committee for inclusion in the 2016 edition of the triennial update of the San Francisco Building Code. Therefore, the original area defined by the Slope Protection Act still applies. No geologist has assessed the stability of the project, but should. A licensed geologist must prepare and sign a report that identifies potential slope instability, defines potential risks, draws conclusions, and makes recommendations regarding the proposed development. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Evening, Commissioners. Boy, you like it cold in this room. I'm here. I'm Gail. I'm the owner. Keeps us cold too. I'm Gail. I'm the owner of 3580 Folsom Street, and I'm here to talk about the EIR in relation to the pipeline. This is your job. I don't mean to lecture you, but this is my life and my home. And the EIR is more than a set of hurdles that we think it is. It actually is there to ensure that you guys who decide to build or approve a project do so with a full understanding of the risks that are involved and the consequences. But equally important, it allows us, the public, to be assured that those consequences have been taken into account. I ask that you ask yourself, do you have enough information, listening to the reports from the pipeline experts, that you know that something is speculative, or do you have enough information? We've not seen anything from PG&E about how they're going to handle that stuff. It was just said that they submitted things. It's not there. It's not giving us the sense of confidence. So I ask you, ask yourself, do you have that sense of confidence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Anna Rickert, and I am speaking on behalf of Kathy Angus, who represents the Bernal Heights South Slope organization. Kathy was really sorry she couldn't be here, so I am just reading a short statement that she said. I'm sorry I could not be there today, but my neighbors will be speaking for me. This is the third time we've been through this whole process. Each time we start over because we, in our appeal point, we point out the actual errors in the assumptions or geotechnical information that should have been included in the initial evaluation of the project over a year ago. Individuals have paid lots of money and given lots of time, taken time off of work to put together the information that we were able to present to you today. This is our 8th hearing, and we've prepared for it once again. We ask, please, that you take into account our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mark Kesher. I live on Gate Street, and I wanted to talk about the gas line and the EIR requirement. San Francisco City Attorney Dennis Herrera is quoted in a May 13, 2017 San Francisco Chronicle article as stating, PG&E has demonstrated time and again that outside oversight is needed to protect the public from a company that is driven by profits, not safety. This position is supported by Supervisor Aaron Peskin, who says in the same article, allowing private utilities to police themselves is simply letting the fox guard the henhouse. Given both PG&E's well-publicized poor safety oversight record and the equally well-publicized flawed communication between the utility and city officials, an EIR would publicly hold PG&E to a standard that would reassure the public that proper safety methods are being followed. CEQA law states, the preparation and circulation of an EIR is more than a set of technical hurdles for agency and developers to overcome. The EIR's function is to ensure that government officials who decide to build or approve a project do so with a full understanding of the environmental consequences, and equally important, that the public is assured those consequences have been taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Achi Yaffe, and I live on Gate Street. I'm new to San Francisco. I'm new to the neighborhood.
And the fact pattern here is both unprecedented and it just stinks. And there's outrage in the community. You all issued a CADX, you rescinded it. You issued a second CADX, you rescinded it. And here we are again. And we just don't have to spend a lot of time to look at the fact set to see there are special circumstances here that pose significant public safety risks, from the steepness of the street is 37%, the proximity to the pipeline, the inability to park, the fact that cars can tip over as they go from the steep street into a shallow garage, and doing this all in the aftermath of the last catastrophic events. And so with that, my rhetorical question for you, commissioners, is how can you in good conscience look at these fact set and conclude there's no risk of public safety? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Linda Ramey, and I reside at 65 Gate Street. And I'm speaking regarding the steepness of the street and the danger of the steep street. So the initial study states that the proposed project would not result in a roadway design element that would create dangerous conditions. So we want to ask, how does the department know this? It's an assumption. The fact is that this street, which is not in existence yet, would be located on Folsom Street, a well-known crosstown thoroughfare, which is often mistakenly taken by unwary drivers in Bernal Heights as a way of getting downtown. I've often been stopped on Bernal Boulevard with people saying, where is the other side of Folsom Street? Because they are expecting to go all the way through. So also, no permit has been issued yet for the street. The proposed road would be among the steepest in San Francisco, and that of itself makes it dangerous. Also, the depth of the pipeline is undetermined in regarding the creation of that street. Then there's the fact that it will be a dead-end street, will have no turnaround at the top, and because of the pipeline. Is that my bell?
30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you have 30 seconds?
Well, you have
okay.
20 seconds.
Due to the presence of the pipeline, which prevents the grading that would make a legal street or a normal street, the fact is it will be too steep for emergency vehicles to access. And it will be, people will go up expecting to be able to turn around somehow or get out. We see this on our street, on Gate Street, all the time, maybe 4 or 5 times a day. Somebody does not see the dead-end sign, goes up, has a problem getting down. Thank you.
You'll hear a polite chime, which means you have 30 seconds left, and then, just so speakers know, you'll hear a politer chime to tell you have 30 seconds left, and then a chime at the end to tell you your time's up.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for hearing us yet again. My name is Ann Lockett. I live at 61 Gate Street. I'd like to put on notice for everybody here that public safety is the main issue here. We aren't here to complain endlessly. We want our voices heard about public safety. Given that a steep hillside will be graded, a large pedestrian walkway built, and a new street introduced, and that retaining walls will not be allowed over a gas transmission pipeline which runs under the project site, the public needs to understand the seismic-induced landslide risks involved and how they will be mitigated. The initial study does not do that, even though that violates Section 101.1 of the Planning Code, which establishes as one of 8 priority policies maximization of earthquake preparedness. It makes assumptions that this area does not need evaluation, despite the fact the geotechnical report states the area is subject to strong earthquake shaking. This winter, a landslide happened on Bernal Hillside in close proximity, just north of the project site. Assumptions violate CEQA law, and EIR is needed to protect public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Patricia Hughes. The PG&E transmission line was built in 1981, and it's 36 years old. I watched them build it and took some photographs. In 1982, it was an El Nino year, and the soil covering the line slid down and covered the driveway. I live 30 feet from the line, and I'm told that the blast zone is covering 300 feet. And can anyone here assure me that this won't be another San Bruno?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
On a quick clarification, I can't speak. I am not involved with the project now. The previous owner I worked with, and I want to be able to speak as a member of the public. So as an engineer, I kind of have a macabre fascination to see what the street will look like if it gets built, because it will be a very unique street. I would like to drive on it and see what my engineering thoughts actually occur when you actually get it built. On the other hand, I'm a licensed civil engineer, and in life I've come across a couple of situations where I wish I screamed louder about don't do something stupid. This is one of them. The fact that they don't know the depth of this pipe just blows my mind. I know they could have done a test pit for $4,700 and figured out the depth. They could have done ground penetrating radar for less than $1,000 and just run it over the top of the pipe and figured out the depth and made sure they got a couple feet of dirt above it. If they don't have a couple feet of dirt above it, doesn't matter what the vibration is. They strike this pipe, they're going to blow up half the city. So the fact they don't know this simple number is blowing my mind, and I don't know why they don't know it, because it's not that hard to figure out unless they don't want to know it.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item?
Good afternoon or good evening, Commissioners. Sean Kagren, RBA, and I'm here to support the project. This is our third time. Minor technical issues is the reason we're here. We've heard a lot of concern and discussions about danger today. I'm not an expert, and I don't believe any of you guys are experts. PG&E is the expert authority on pipelines. Now, we may like that. We may frown upon that. But in the state we live in, PG&E has the final say. PG&E will determine the risk. PG&E will determine the mitigating factors necessary to create a safe workplace. And whatever that is, it might be marking the pipeline, it might be putting a steel plate over the pipeline, it might be creating a temporary bed of concrete over the pipeline. I don't know. But what I do know is that the project sponsors are committed to implementing those recommendations and all the specificity that goes with it. I am a little turned off by the hypocritical comments I'm hearing about danger and safety. At the very first hearing we were at, a discussion came up about the last house on the block. They have a driveway over this pipeline. They put up a great picture. About 8, 9 guys in special vests working on a retaining wall over this pipeline. Why was that neighbor given an opportunity to follow the recommendations and implement the plan put forward by PG&E? These guys are asking for the same opportunity. I didn't hear words about a blast zone, San Bruno explosion, or blowing up half the city when they built that retaining wall. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? You can. We may have questions, though, for you. Any additional public comment? No? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioners? Can I just ask Planning Department staff, did PG&E get this, and were they able to comment on the mitigated neg deck?
They were able to comment on the proposed project. They didn't review the draft of the MND, but they did review the project, and they also helped and consulted in the design of the mitigation measure. The mitigation measure includes the vibration management monitoring plan or monitoring management plan that requires PG&E and Planning Department to both sign off on it before any building permits can be issued. It is our view that indeed the PG&E is the expert agency here, as the Storson letter itself states. The PG&E is the authority here, and so we feel that as a mitigation measure to allow the Planning Department to do that review is also helpful.
Great, thank you. And I agree. I think those of you who are concerned about the pipeline, the forum that you should be at is somehow addressing PG&E. That's what I would do if there's an issue. I think as the Planning Department, and in this case, we've covered our bases. We're an entitling agency to build on private parcels and make sure that the zoning is appropriately adhered to. So, I'm not saying you don't have any right to be concerned, but you should be addressing your concerns as the Planning Department did with PG&E, who's the utility company here, and has jurisdiction over that. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Commissioner Hillis, for summarizing our responsibility, sharing residents' concerns, but sticking to what really we need to do with the proper guidance from the department to also engage PG&E and see that in the ongoing detailed work on the project, every caution is being taken. That is typical when when a project moves from planning approval through construction with the oversight of the agencies which are involved. That includes, in this particular case, the building of the street. That includes utilities, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, Mr. Horner, for giving us this thorough report. I feel that you addressed the concerns. It's clearly represented. I'm very confident that this indeed meets the standard of a preliminary mitigated negative declaration, and I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. So I heard during the comments someone talk about the fact that the department, hesitated. I think it was the implication on the categorical exemption. And so, and to me, I interpreted it as being super cautious to make sure that we were dotting all our I's and crossing every T. So, Ms. Gibson, maybe you can clarify as to sort of what happened. I mean, I think I was surprised when I saw that at the Board of Supervisors. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Melgar. Lisa Gibson, Environmental Review Officer. So the question is, what had happened with the prior CEQA determinations? We did have 2 prior categorical exemptions that we prepared, and most recently, the categorical exemption was appealed to the Board of Supervisors. And prior to that hearing, we received information in the record that included some documents that we felt ultimately we had not addressed in the record, and that because of that, it was best that we rescind the categorical exemption. And we also understood that due to the nature of the concerns, that there was clearly a mistrust of PG&E. So what we sought to do was to understand what are the standards that would apply. We had additional an additional consultant analysis, a construction vibration analysis to assess the impacts of construction vibration that might affect in the pipeline. We felt that doing that additional analysis was important, and then that as in an abundance of caution, we called out a significant impact, and that we put as a mitigation measure the standard that really PG&E would be applying to ensure that the pipeline integrity would be maintained during construction. So again, it was as you said, a very cautionary approach.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Thank you for clarifying that sequence. So I did not sit through the first 2 hearings. I sat through the last one, and I think that this department has gone above and beyond, making sure that, we are within the scope of our charge. And I agree with Commissioner Hillis. I think, I can see how neighbors would be uncomfortable. I do think that the appropriate agency here is PG&E.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess one question. Mr. Buskowitz made an assertion that we should know the depth of the pipe. It's an easy thing to do. Am I to assume that once this, if we entitle this, deny the appeal, handle the DER, and this gets entitled, that PG&E will actually go out and map where the pipe is and what the depths are, and that they're not willing to do that pending all these things happening?
Lisa Gibson. My understanding is, pursuant to our mitigation measure, that PG&E will ensure that there's a standby inspector present during any demolition or construction activity within 10 feet of the pipeline. I don't, and that would include for all grading, trenching, gas line depth verifications. So that would be part of. It was suggested that that would be part of the activities that would occur during construction to assess that depth.
So they will understand how deep the thing is before they put any shovels in the ground?
Yeah, that's my understanding based on the coordination that we had, yeah. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
For those commissioners who were already seated during the time that we worked with CPMC, we had a major gas line going up Franklin Street. The neighborhoods to all sides were very, very concerned, given that we have very deep excavation on the post-Geary Street construction site for PG&E. The department again guided us very carefully in the EIR process on that one as well, and I have to assume that there was similar interaction between PG&E and the construction techniques that were being used in this thing, which involved a significantly deeper excavation for a very tall, very large building footprint.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to uphold the preliminary mitigated negative declaration. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 17A and B for case numbers 2013.1383 DRP-10 and 2013.1768 DRP-09 for 3516 and 3526 Folsom Streets. These are discretionary reviews. Commissioners, please note that on March 31st, 2016, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission continued this matter to May 5th, 2016 by a vote of 5-0. On May 5th, 2016, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission did not take DR and approved the project by a vote of 6-0. Subsequently, the Environmental Review Officer rescinded the categorical exemption dated March 26, 2014. On October 23, 2016, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission did not take discretionary review and approved the project by a vote of 7-0. Subsequently, the Environmental Review Officer rescinded the categorical exemption dated July 8, 2016, and you have just upheld that preliminary mitigated negative declaration. For the members of the public, because this is essentially the fourth hearing on the same subject matter, the Chair has communicated that the DR requesters will have a combined 5-minute presentation and that public commenters will have 1 minute.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners. Rich Sucre, Department staff. The item for you is a request for discretionary review for the building permit applications associated with the new construction of 2 single-family residences at 3516 and 3526 Folsom Street. The proposed projects would be located on 2 vacant lots, each measuring 20 feet by 70 feet, in the RH1 zoning district, Bernal Heights Special Use District, and a 40X height and bulk district. Currently, these parcels do not have vehicular street access or direct pedestrian access via sidewalks or other street improvements. This portion of Folsom Street is a paper street and is currently not improved. The 2 new single-family residences are both 2.5 stories tall with 2 off-street parking spaces. The 2 residences each measure approximately 2,200 gross square feet. Since the last public hearings on March 31st, May 5th, and October 13th, the Environmental Review Officer rescinded the previous categorical exemptions, as noted by the Commission Secretary, and published a new environmental document on April 6, 2017, which the Commission recently upheld. Therefore, the Commission's previous determinations on the request for discretionary review have been rescinded, and a new discretionary review hearing is required. To date, the Department has received a number of public comments on the project, both for and against the request for discretionary review. Since the last hearing on October 13th, the Department has received 2 additional letters from the DR requesters outlining their concerns, both of which were included in your packet. The DR requesters have a number of issues with the proposed project, including the paving of Folsom Street, emergency and infrastructure access, impacts on the underground PG&E pipeline, future development on vacant lots along this portion of Folsom Street, impact on neighboring residences, on-street parking, construction traffic, compliance with the Bernal Heights East Slope design guidelines, size and scale of the new residences, side yard setback of the new residences, off-street parking and rooftop penthouses, public views from Bernal Park, impact on open space, and affordability, among other issues as detailed in the DR applications. Issues surrounding Folsom Street and the PG&E pipeline are not under the purview of the Planning Commission. The Department of Public Works and PG&E are the responsible agencies for guiding and reviewing the extension and or paving of Folsom Street. Again, the Department affirms its earlier opinion. The projects are located in a residential district and have been reviewed by the Residential Design Team, RDT, or now RDAT. RDAT found that the project does not create or possess any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances and did not recommend any changes to the proposed project. The Department finds the overall massing, form, and scale to be appropriate given the underlying zoning and height and bulk limits. The proposed project is consistent with the residential character of the surrounding neighborhood and meets the requirements of the Bernal Heights East Slope Design Guidelines, the Bernal Heights Special Use District, and the Residential Design Guidelines. The project will add new single-family homes on a privately owned vacant lot at the base of Bernal Heights Park. The project does not have any direct impacts on the adjacent Bernal Heights Community Garden or Bernal Heights Park. Therefore, the project is a fully code-compliant project and is not seeking any variances or special entitlements from the Planning Code. As there appear to be no exceptional or extraordinary circumstances, the Department finds that the proposal is consistent with the Planning Code and the Bernal Heights Special Use District and recommends that the Commission not take discretionary review and approve the project as proposed. I'm available for any questions, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sucre. DR requesters, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Barbara Underberg, resident of Bernal Heights. I'm here speaking on behalf of DR requester Kathy Angus, who is unable to be here tonight. I previously served as chairperson of the Bernal Heights East and South Slope Improvement Committee. It's a committee elected by residents and property owners of an area subject to life safety infrastructure improvements funded by Propositions B and K. And so in that capacity, I'd also, before I get into the rest of the DR, I just wanted to clear up the record about a statement that was made as, contending that the owners of the property at the bottom of Folsom Street Extension installed that retaining wall. In fact, that's not the case. The city did install that retaining wall during this infrastructure project in order to abate the sliding hill. And that was at a time before I trusted the city and PG&E knew what they were doing. I did not know about CEQA and the associated issues, and that's how it came to be. So I just wanted to clarify that it was not on the part of the homeowners, that they were not the ones that installed it, the city did. Anyway, so the last time we've appeared before this commission, the issue, we raised the issue of our frustration of the cart before the horse type of planning process that we seem to have here, where the homes are being approved without first resolving accessibility issues. We still have the same frustration, but more evidence has emerged to substantiate our concerns. Even if the street plans are approved, it is still clear that there are vehicles that will have difficulty navigating the vehicle access angles that have been proposed. And we have reason to believe that the angles will get worse as this plan progresses. Yes, we are speculating, but so are the planners when they anticipate the approval of a paved street that does not completely cover the PG&E pipeline. As proposed, the west curb line of the proposed roadway lines up directly above the center line of the pipeline, which means the street pavement will cover only one half of the pipeline longitudinally. We are speculating that PG&E will want the pavement to completely cover the pipeline to protect it. To offer one example, to protect it from uneven load distribution, the PMND discusses the load monitoring criteria for vehicles within 10 feet of the pipeline during construction. Who will be monitoring this issue when construction is completed if the pipeline is not completely protected by pavement? This may well be the reason that SFPUC requires their utilities to be covered. According to the PMND, quote, SFPUC has indicated that if the proposed street improvement is not accepted by Public Works, it would object to extending utilities up the hill, end quote. So if the street is not approved, not only will there be accessibility issues, but the proposed homes could be without water or sewer services. Extending the pavement further west to completely cover the pipeline will change the access angles to the garages, making them even less likely to be accessible. In addition, according to the PMND, PG&E requires unobstructed access within 10 feet of the edge of the pipeline. Stairs are considered an obstruction by PG&E, but yet they are still included in the sidewalk on the west side of the street, within 10 feet of the pipeline. Removing the stairs from the sidewalk will also have an effect on the access angles to these homes. Again, we contend that it is premature to approve these homes without first resolving accessibility and utility issues. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there additional DR requesters who'd like to comment under this 5 minutes?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Terry Milne. I'm a member of the East Slope Design Review Board, and we were here before and requesting some modifications in the design of these houses, specifically to follow the East Slope building guidelines. The first point is there should be more separation between the buildings. We ask that there be some sort of side yards between buildings being built all over the east slope of Bernal Heights, and there are none in these two buildings. And the northernmost building facing Bernal Heights Park and Bernal Heights Boulevard needs more articulation as far as some variation in the facade or the height of the roof elements. And essentially all we're seeing in the plans are a change of material. And the other thing is that we would like the buildings to step with the slope. And you can see the elevations of these buildings together.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Milligan, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open this up to public comment. Folks who would like to comment, right, in favor of the DR and opposed to the project. Yeah, in support of the DR and opposed to the project. You'll have 1 minute each. Yep, it's, if you're in public.
As long as you're not a DR requester, and there are 19 of you. So if you're not a DR requester, this is your opportunity to speak. If you are a member of the public opposed to the project.
Anybody? Seeing none, project sponsor, you have 5 minutes.
President Hillis, members of the Commission, Charles Olson on behalf of the project sponsor. This matter has been briefed 4 times, so I'm not going to go into detail. I submitted the letter. Really, there's been no change in circumstances since the last time we're before this Commission. There's no exceptional circumstances that would warrant this Commission taking DR on this project. My clients purchased these properties and applied for building permits almost 4 years ago. And undoubtedly will end up at the Board of Supervisors after tonight, so the process will continue. I do want to just comment on last comment about side yards. Both residences do have side yards. The building on the north has on the north side. The building on the south has on the south side. If the building on the north, which is closest to the community garden and the park, had its side yard on the south side, it would push it closer to the area that people are concerned about blocking of views and otherwise. So that's why the project sponsor set it up as they did. The stairway was actually requested by the planning department. It's not part of the original project. It's not the project sponsor's idea. If it disappeared, it would be unfortunate for the neighborhood, but it was not part of the original project request by planning. So we just simply request that you support the staff recommendation, not take DR, and let these folks someday build some homes. Thanks.
Thank you. Any public comment in support of the project and opposed to the DR? You have 1 minute.
Good evening, commissioners. This is not your first time hearing this, and at the previous hearings, there has been a nip and a tuck. At the second hearing, there was a nip and a tuck. The project sponsor, at the request of this commission, has modified the facade. They've modified the driveway slope. They've reduced parking. They reduced the size of the house, and they reduced the side yard setback. At this point, I would ask you to approve the house as is. I am sympathetic to the concerns and fears and some of the issues raised. And in this second hearing, the word processes comes up. And trust me on this one, nobody gets more frustrated with the process than I do. But we have to live by the process. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, this is just the first step in a long process. These plans get routed from planning to engineering, SFPUC for the streets and sidewalks, the streetscape plan, the fire department, the Department of Public Works, and eventually the PG&E guys will have their say in this too. It's a long process ahead of this.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Moore.
These are two small family homes, and if each project would take that long, we probably would never get anything built in the city. And I'm not making fun. I am concerned about the concerns expressed by the citizens and by the repeated recycling of the project. We have fooded. We have basically spent a lot of time on this project and really very much turn every aspect upside down to have the truth by which we in May approved it 6-0. In October, again, we gave it another shot, approved it 7-0. And I basically strongly support the project as I did then and just move to approve and support of what we have approved before.
Second. Can I just ask the DR requester, ma'am, you spoke, have you contacted PG&E about this? PG&E? You've never, just about the project. Can you speak into the mic?
Contacted PG&E.
Have you raised your concerns about the pipeline and the project with PG&E?
Yes, I mean they.
And what have they told you?
They tend to. They speak in generalities, and a public relations person comes out and speaks to you, but the questions that we have don't get answered.
Okay, but that's your appropriate forum. I mean, we're a land use agency, so we've approved the building. I get it, but that's who you should talk to. You shouldn't rely on us to tell you PG&E's doing their job or not doing their job, but that's the forum you should be taking this in.
But with respect to CEQA, though, you're hearing the CEQA appeal.
And we did. And the department went out and sought the advice of PG&E for its mitigation measures. So I suggest, I get it, you're concerned about the pipeline, and it's a decent thing to be concerned about. I would be too, probably. But that's your forum. Don't rely on us to tell you that PG&E is doing his job. Rely on PG&E. But thank you.
But
I appreciate
part of
it.
the
I don't think coming back here 4 times is helping your concerns with PG&E. I think addressing it with PG&E will be the forum.
May I just
No, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But it's the process
Commissioner
that requires
Richards.
us to come back here. It's not
No,
what
it
we're
doesn't.
choosing.
Commissioner Richards.
Yes, it is.
No, thank you. I've asked a question. It's got answered. Thank you.
I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
All right.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Any general public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed, and we'll adjourn the meeting. General public comment. Do you have any general public comment? We have general public comment.
General
so you
public
can approach on general public comment.
We're no longer talking about the case. This is just general public comment.
PG&E.
Okay.
You talked to
It's general public comment, not necessarily on the. We just heard the item. I'll talk to you
I'm
afterwards.
sorry, I'm not understanding.
This is general public comment for items that aren't on our agenda. It's an agendized item. We've passed that item, and we take general public comment at the beginning of the meeting and after the meeting on items that aren't on our agenda. But we appreciate it.
General public comment, do you really think PG&E is going to listen to us? No.
Sure. We get it.
You'll have to speak into the microphone if you want to submit general public comment.
It's just as a general public comment. The only reason we wind up back here is because of the process. It's because the categorical exemption was rescinded. They issued a new one. So then we have to come back here for the approval action. Then they issue a new one. We have to come back here for the approval action.
Right.
Then they issue a mitigated negative declaration. Then we come back here for the approval action.
Right.
It's the process that dictates us coming back here so frequently. It's not.
But it's not the correct forum for your issues. I mean, your issues are legitimate. You have a concern about PG&E. We don't have control over PG&E. People build in the city all the time adjacent to pipelines. It's not something we have the expertise. I wouldn't rely on us. I would rely on PG&E to give you that expertise. But we can't engage in a dialogue. I'm happy to talk to you after the hearing.
Okay, no, okay.
Thank you very
It's
much.
It's the process issue.
Yeah, the meeting is adjourned.
In honor of the victim of the UPS.
Of UPS. Thank you.